The agenda for this month's meeting has been posted on the TN Real Estate Commission's website since Friday, July 1st, 2016. Also, this meeting has been noticed on the tn.gov website since July 1st, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Young. At this time, will you call the roll for the record?
Yes, sir. The roll for July the 6th, 2016, John Grease.
Here.
Gary Bloom.
Here.
Diane Hills.
Here.
Austin McMullen.
Here.
Marsha Franks.
Here.
Bobby Wood. Fontaine Taylor.
Here.
Johnny Horn.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Young. At this time, you heard Johnny Horn's name mentioned. He is a public member of this commission. He does not have a real estate license, nor does Austin McMullen, who's two people removed from my right hand, one person removed. He's an attorney. Commissioner Horn is a Baptist preacher, and he's told me before that he's available for counseling during this session, and some of you may need it by the time we're done. Mr. Horn, who's also a Vietnam veteran, at this time will give us the invocation, and then, if you will, following that invocation, stand. He will lead us in the pledge to the flag. Commissioner Horn.
Father God, we do thank you for this opportunity to come together, Lord. We pray that our presence will honor you, and Father, that you would help us to conduct the state business of the people, that it may be done in a way that's pleasing in your sight. Father, we thank you for what you're going to do, for we ask it in Jesus' precious name. For his sake we pray. Amen.
All right, please stand.
Just to say, I was shot down in Vietnam, and we was close to the base. I did not know where the base was. But I looked around the treetops, and I saw this beautiful red, white, and blue flag. And I knew that was the way to go. We pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, at this time, we need to approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Franks. The agenda be approved as submitted. Are there amendments, additions, or deletions to the agenda? Ms. Kirby.
I would like to add to the agenda, the commission needs to make a determination based on the contested case that was just, an order was just reached by an ALJ judge.
Where would you like to do that?
Wherever the chairman would prefer.
All right, at this point, we'll stick it in there right in front of the legal report.
Perfect.
But the chair reserves the right to move it around depending on how our schedule goes. Also in the audience today is Brian McCormack. Are you have anything for us today, Brian, or are you just here for entertainment purposes only? All right, good. Well, we're glad you're here with us. Okay, next up, approval of the minutes of the June meeting.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Franks, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Is there discussion on that motion? Brooke, did you get? Thank you. Okay. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Young, you've added an item on the agenda here regarding Zendesk presentation.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Matthew Wakefield that's going to give us an update on the customer service activities taking place within the Tennessee Real Estate Commission.
How much time do you think Mr. Wakefield has allotted for this?
Well, he can take 2 minutes or he could take 30,
Yeah.
but I advised 5.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So basically, what I want to kind of discuss is, the concept behind the centralized customer service that the regulatory board's division has been implementing recently, as well as a little bit about the design of our call center, how your licensees, your real estate agents, how they actually get in touch with us. And as well as, some of the advantages that that Zendesk, and I'll discuss a little bit more about that later, has actually brought us, and things that we can see that are improving because of it. So just to start off, we talked about it was the reasoning behind the centralized customer service. And what happened is that, probably around the summer, it was, June, July, around there last year, we found a need where, licensees were calling in and, they may not necessarily have gotten an answer right away, or, they left a voicemail and their phone call may or may not have been returned. But more importantly than that is we didn't know what they were calling about. We didn't know how many licensees were calling in, and we didn't know how they felt about the interaction. And we didn't have a way to measure this. And so in order to adapt to this, in order to improve our customer service, we decided we were going to implement the system called Zendesk. And essentially what Zendesk is, it's a centralized customer service platform. So in the past, people would call on one system, they send an email on another system, and they'd be completely separate and you wouldn't know anything about the customers. Now it all goes into the same area. It goes into one area called Zendesk, and it's handled by our centralized customer service team. Another reason that we decided to do the centralizing of customer service was because, we know at the end of the day what your licensees are looking for, what they want is a quick turnaround on their licensing times. And so what Zendesk provided, or what centralized customer service provided, was a team of people to handle those customer service inquiries exclusively. And so this way, the licensing staff could focus on what they do best, which is licensing, and able to do those quick turnarounds on the licensing times. So like I said, this is our opportunity to focus on licensing primarily, and as well as provide a positive experience for the customer. So I want to kind of discuss the design of Zendesk. So basically, when your customer service, or when your customer calls, they're going to be getting our customer service, our centralized customer service team first. And so if all of them are busy, then and only then will it roll over to the real estate commission staff. And so what this means is that they have a higher chance of getting serviced quicker, because they've always in the past, their first point of contact was the real estate commission staff. Well, now they have the opportunity to go through the centralized customer service first, which leads to lower handle times and response times and things of that nature. What was it? Overall, the customer service team, they handle about 50% of the inquiries that come into the real estate commission. So about half of the volume is being reduced as a result of the customer service team, which means that, that's half as many people that are affecting the real estate commission staff, so they can turn around those licenses a lot quicker. One of the biggest advantages to Zendesk is the amount of information that it provides us. So, just to share some really quick stats with you all, over the past 30 days, we've handled about 4,000 calls for the real estate commission alone. That's not counting the other boards within the regulatory boards division. We've handled about 500 emails and web form submissions as well. And one of the most important stat that we keep our eye on, and one that we're constantly trying to improve, is customer satisfaction. Right now, the Real Estate Commission has an 89% customer satisfaction rating. Department-wide, we have about a 92% satisfaction rating. And so that means, 9 out of 10 of those people that are contacting us are walking away satisfied. But we are constantly making an effort to get that 1 out of 10, to figure out exactly what's wrong. We have a very diligent customer service manager that for every single negative response that he receives, he's reaching out either back to the customer or figuring out what we did wrong in order to improve customer service. We weren't able to do this in the past, but now we can do it effectively. We can implement best practices, maybe see where other areas are going right or going wrong, and then take those lessons and apply them to the Real Estate Commission. One of the best things about my job is to see the positive satisfaction ratings that come in. And I know that one of the things, a common sentiment amongst the licensees is that, this is the best customer service I've received from a government agency. I'm not a big fan of the qualifier for a government agency, but it's still, it's a very honoring compliment that we receive, and we want to receive more of those compliments. So we're constantly trying to do our best in order to bump up that customer satisfaction rating and make sure that your licensees are happy. And that's pretty much all I have for right now.
Commissioners, questions for Mr. Wakefield, comments? Mr. Bloom?
Yes, sir. So your entity answers the phone for several commissions or
Yes.
several licensees?
Yes, sir. So for all of the regulatory boards and commissions that are in the regulatory boards division, we answer that centralized customer service center answers the calls for those. And then, so only if and when all of them are busy, then it overflows to the real estate commission staff.
So one of our members has a pretty technical question about real estate, and it comes to you. What do you do with that?
That's a great point. So essentially, the centralized customer service, their knowledge is a mile wide, but only an inch deep. So they're going to handle those common questions. How do I renew my real estate license? What's the status of my license? That kind of thing. But when it starts getting really technical and in depth, then at that point, we say, okay, one moment, let me go ahead and connect you to a subject matter expert, as we like to call them. And then at that point, they'll be transferred over into the real estate commission. Or if it's an email inquiry, then we'll make sure to forward it on to the real estate commission.
Trying to see how this is better.
One of the biggest advantages that we've had associated with this is we didn't know what people were calling about before. We didn't know what the issues were, so we could never actually improve on our customer service. We didn't know what our volume was, that kind of thing. And so in order to improve customer service, you have to know something about it. You have to know the quality customer service that we're providing. And so we're getting a better, more in-depth, bigger picture of that now than we ever have before.
What kind of a question would you answer for a telephone inquiry who had a real estate license?
So are you talking about the centralized customer service
Yes,
team?
sir.
Okay. So typically, how to renew my license is a big one. What we've heard from many of the boards is our customer service team has a better grasp on the technical side of the online renewal process than the board staff do, just because they're dealing with the customers all day, every day. And so that is a majority of or at least it's our number one issue that we have, is people saying, hey, how do I renew my license?
So our
They're able
people
to
are-
handle those questions.
Our people are getting an answer from you, not just a telephone response that transfers into the real estate commission.
Yeah, exactly. They are getting answers from us. Like I said, about 50% of the volume that comes in, that's our centralized customer service team that's handling them before the real estate commission ever even sees those inquiries in the first place.
Ms. Hills.
I know when something's new, it goes through bugs, and it's certainly improved. How long are you on hold before it goes to the Real Estate Commission office?
That depends. If you asked me yesterday, I wouldn't have a good answer for you, because it was the day after the July 4th, and so we had really long hold times. Overall, our average is about 2.5 minutes for the Real Estate Commission. That being said, overall, if you have any advice to give people on how to get in the quickest, is that we tend to have really busy times between about 10 a.m. and about 2 p.m. So outside of those hours, they can get in a lot quicker, generally instantaneously outside of those hours. It's when you start hitting the lunch times and things like that they're going to have the longer hold times.
And because I called one day, and I recall how long I was on hold, and I didn't get a survey, so everyone that calls gets a survey as to how it was handled. Maybe it's because I hung up that I didn't get a survey.
Overall, so in order to
called
get a
myself.
survey, we have to collect an email address from people. So, and we've been instructing our people, we're kind of lax on it at first because it's a procedure that they have to go through and get used to. But we've been holding, the customer service center staff as well as the board staff more accountable for gathering those emails on each phone call, so this way a survey can be sent out. Right now, our response rate on emails on email inquiries is about 30%. On voice inquiries, it's about 10%. And so we want to see that number go up. So this way we can get a more complete picture of what our customer satisfaction is.
Is there a way, because sometimes we're the ones who get the calls, so if we get a call, is there a way we should send it to Malcolm or something to identify?
Yeah, so you're talking about someone has a question for you and you're like, well, this is better handled by the real estate commission, then you want to get in
Not
touch
so
with
much
them?
a question, it would be that if they had trouble or frustrated
Oh,
with
yeah.
the system, with the Zendesk.
Absolutely, yeah. If you guys ever, get any feedback that says, hey, I had a rough time, first off, hopefully they're getting that customer satisfaction survey so we're able to see it. But, it's always a safe bet. Let Malcolm know, and this way, because like I said, we have a very diligent customer service manager that he's going to get that response and he's going to take action on it and constantly strive for improvement.
Commissioner McCormack, do you want to say anything at this point, or I've got other commissioners lined up?
No, I'll wait to hear some questions
Okay,
and respond.
let's, Commissioner Horn.
Sir, how many people do you have available to answer the phone?
Good question. Okay, so the centralized customer service team is currently at 7 people strong. We just hired 1 or 2 people. So in terms of hold times and response times, you should actually start to see those go down since additional staff have been added. And I know Malcolm's team has an additional 4 people that are available as subject matter experts in overflow so that they can handle the calls. So in totality, we have, about 10 people that are able to handle the phone calls that come in.
I like to get away from the luck of the draw.
The luck of the draw?
Yeah, somebody answers the phone and they know very little about anything.
And even in those cases where they do know little about the question that you're calling about, they'll always get you in touch with someone who actually can answer the question. So, and keep in mind that, someone like yourself or, and many of your real estate agents may have those very specific technical questions that was referred to earlier. But many of those inquiries are just really, you can knock them out of the park really quick. And when that happens, that means that the customer service center team handles it. The real estate commission didn't have to spend their time answering that inquiry. So then they're able to focus on those quicker licensing times.
Cut through the chase. They are all trained the same way. What is a training period for them, and how often are they, I would say, at least talked to see how well they're doing?
Awesome. Okay. Great question. So what happens is that, we bring on a new staff member, okay, for the centralized customer service team. And they're taught, the technicalities of how to answer the phone and that kind of thing. Their training period is about 6 weeks. What we do is we have the ability to turn on different boards at a time. So like we just had someone start probably about a month and a half ago. And we said, okay, we're going to teach you everything about cosmetology board, and you're going to be an expert on cosmetology board. And they were able to answer questions specifically related to cosmetology board. Now that person that started about a month ago, they're handling all of the questions. But also the customer service manager, he does a quality assessment on the tickets that come in. And so he'll take a random sampling of tickets and he'll measure them for things like, did they greet the person? Did they respond appropriately? Did they collect the information that they needed to? Was the customer satisfied? And that kind of information actually goes into their performance plans. So it's, there is a system for measuring the quality, and there is a process for conducting the training.
Ms. Taylor.
I just want to know, when the phone is answered, is it an option to punch 1 if you want this, punch 2 if you want that? Or is there a live person that guides you through on that conversation?
It was an intentional design on our part to make sure that it's a live person. So one thing you won't get is, the press 2 if you have a question about your license, then it has some automated response that has nothing to do with your scenario, and then it hangs up on you. We don't do that. There is no what's called in the telephone industry IVR, where they press 1 or 2 or 3 to go to different areas and to receive automated responses. It's a live person when you get them.
Ms. Franks.
I think this is exciting. The times in the past have been maybe days before people get answers. And people don't just call the real estate commission to shoot the bull. I mean, they're in a 911 situation. And so I'm wondering, is this similar to like a 911 answering service where someone calls in and it's about real estate and they can punch on their computer? Do they have computers that gives them the right answers, or is this something that they have to know?
It's a combination of the two. So, and if I'm going off topic here, let me know. But we have things like macros, for example, where, especially email inquiries and things like that, they can respond with an automated response that will apply to their scenario. But we're never going to automatically just send those out. We're always going to make sure that the response that we're providing is applicable to their situation.
Commissioners, Ms. Hills.
Did you say that you were able to handle about 4,000 calls a day?
4,000 calls over the past 30 days for the Real Estate Commission.
Commissioner McCormack.
I just wanted to chime in and say a couple things here in terms of what I was observing since I've been here in the past, and really about the past year when we started looking at this. I think we were very concerned about the calls being answered, and so what we did was one of the things, if you may recall previously, when you called the Real Estate Commission, there were too many people on the phone, you got a busy signal. We didn't even know how many people were calling a year ago. Now we know every single person that interfaces with this agency. We create a ticket, we track it, we know exactly how long it takes for the resolution to occur. We have an incredible amount of accountability both for the customer service center and your staff. We can see exactly how long it takes for a ticket to be responded to, who handled it, how long it took that person, versus before when people were going to voicemail, as I think Commissioner Frank stated, we're going to voicemail, we didn't even know. And so now there's this incredible way of tracking the productivity of both your staff and our staff. And I think one of the really, really big advantages, and we're working through, I want to be clear, we're working through some pieces of this to making sure that the staffing levels are correct for the customer service center, how we interface with the program, making sure that the programs are participating, because there is a piece that does require program response, and if the program is not being as participatory, it does affect when those questions go to the program, and that can be a delay there too. So we're really working between the centralized group and the programs to really make sure that this process is streamlined. But I think what you're going to overall is, one, more satisfied customers when they call in or email, and there is an adjustment period to be putting on hold. I understand that, but I can tell you from my experience previously, a whole lot of people are going to voicemail before, and I can tell you from every program here, many programs here, I would get messages that I haven't heard from 4 days, 5 days. This person hasn't called me back. Well, now, if someone tells me that this person hasn't called back, if my friend calls in and says, hey, I called the Real Estate Commission 2 weeks ago, I spoke to one of the staff, I can literally pull up and find out what happened with that person, how long it took, and where it was at. And I think that is a pretty incredible situation for us as a management tool and for you as a management tool. Licensees. And the biggest piece for me too is as we navigate this correctly for the programs, what it hopefully will do is take time off your staff to get people licensed quickly. Because as we know, I think Matt could tell you, the most important thing to any person who calls in is what's the status of my license. It's either how do I do it or what's my status. And if we can, and our end goal is to reduce calls overall because we're being more efficient in the processing, and we think this is really, really going to help. Starting to see that in programs areas where we're starting to see a significant efficiency, people taking advantage of that efficiency, and we're seeing really, really good results.
Wakefield, do you keep track of where people get the Real Estate Commission's phone number from? How do they get your number to start with?
That's a great question. I know that when they call into the department's main line, not the divisions, but the Commerce and Insurance's main line, I think that there's an option to dial for Real Estate Commission, and it takes them there. There's also, it's widely available on the internet overall. If you Google Tennessee Real Estate Commission, it's the first thing that pops up with the phone numbers. As we said, one of the things we really strive to do is to enable people to self-serve themselves. I talked about the help desk a little bit earlier, and studies have shown that people just prefer to be able to answer their own question before having to contact a customer service center. The biggest reason for that, people don't want to be on hold. They don't want to have to wait for a response. So we're trying to encourage people to go over through the help desk instead of calling in, instead of submitting an email.
So listen, I assumed it was the internet. It's internet somewhere that they were getting your phone number, the Real Estate Commission's phone number. It also seems to me that you guys could put together like the 10 most frequently asked questions, and post those on our website as well with the answers to maybe to cut down the number of calls coming in. Is that something that's already happening?
Yeah, the help desk that's basically what the help desk is. It's a standardized FAQ. And so what we're doing is we started off with the FAQs that were originally on the old tn.gov website, and then we transfer them over to Zendesk. But as people are calling in and they're not getting an answer to maybe a simple question that could be handled through FAQ, then we're taking that feedback and then we're adding that as an additional FAQ. So we're constantly keeping those updated.
So that's my last question, I think. Are you like the technical guy? Are how do we describe what you do all day? And here's why I ask.
Yes.
So my Kentucky real estate license, everything is done online. Every licensee has to have an email address. We're nowhere near that in Tennessee, as far as I can tell.
Nowhere near what? I'm sorry.
Every licensee having an email address on file with the Department of Commerce and Insurance.
So two-part answer to that. First, I'm not part of the IT team specifically,
Okay.
but I am part of Deputy Commissioner Giannini's staff in terms of implementing solutions for anything that we have, and a lot of times that does involve me liaising with the IT staff. In terms of getting email addresses, one thing that we're looking at is the online licensing system that we have is core. It's starting to collect this information, okay? And we don't have 100% of emails. We probably have about 50% of emails. And so one thing we were looking at is possibly taking that data from core, those email addresses, plugging them into Zendesk. And so this way, when they call, it'll say, okay, I recognize that phone number. This is the email address associated with that customer. And this way, we don't have to ask, and the satisfaction response rate will hopefully go way up as associated with that.
I think that's phenomenal. And Brian, from your point of view, legislatively, at some point, the state's going to have to come in the 21st century and require this kind of information from licensees, whether it's cosmetology or real estate, don't you think?
Well, I'm going to punt on that. I'm going to punt
Come
on
on,
that.
Brian.
I'm going to punt on that question. I'll defer to the legislature on that. But I think one of the things I will say that we are trying to do here at Commerce and Insurance, and I think you're going to start seeing this, is we just completed the first, our phase 2 of CORE, which is putting applications online, and it's my goal to have every single public-facing transaction online as soon as possible. And really the idea, we can tell you, we know that if you apply, we just had I can speak to some, I hear some anecdotal evidence, right? But I'll share you a couple stories where someone applied for an accountancy license. They did it online. It really tries very hard to make sure that you have all the information completed. It won't allow you to move forward unless you do. They completed it, and within 30 minutes of that person submitting that application, their license was approved. And so what may have taken 5 days before, and that's not counting getting it in the mail, getting it here. I think you're going to see a dramatically better experience for the licensee, and Malcolm is very much invested in this process and making this available online. And we're pushing the idea of online, not because we just don't like paper, or the idea is you're going to have a better experience if you do it online. You're going to be able to have all the information. It's going to require you to collect all the information. It's going to give you quick. And at the end of the day, what everybody wants is their license quicker, and this is going to really, really enhance.
So, I hear from licensees all the time who forget to renew their license, and they want to know how come they didn't get the notice from the Real Estate Commission, which is sent as a courtesy. We don't have to, not required to. We do it, and sometimes they don't get it, perhaps. But it would seem to me if we had an email address for each of those licensees, and we could notify them by email, and it might be the carrot to get people to get more email addresses turned in. I'm just talking off the topic right now, but there are people out here today who are here because their license expired, and they just didn't know that the license was expiring for whatever reason.
Primarily because we think it'll make for better experiences, kind of you shared.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions or comments now that I'm through below the 18? All right, Mr. Wakefield, thanks for coming down. We appreciate the insight. Thank you, Brian. All right, members of the audience, over the next 2 days, you're going to get to see all kinds of different facets of what this commission deals with. There will be people that will appear before us today who have some history that would keep them from getting a real estate license unless this commission decides to let them go forward to get their license. Later today, you're going to hear complaints that have been filed by members of the public and other real estate licensees. They'll be heard anonymously. We'll get a recommendation from the law department, Ms. Kirby, and this commission will discuss those. Once we make a decision on that, if we impose or suggest a civil penalty, Ms. Kirby takes that back to the licensee, and the licensee has a right to accept it or to contest it. Tomorrow, we have a formal hearing where a licensee has chosen not to agree with the recommendation this commission made on a particular item, but instead wanted to have a formal hearing. So tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we'll have an administrative law judge here. The state will be represented by an attorney. The respondent may or may not be. We don't know that at this point. So you'll get to see all kinds of different variations of the license law in play over the next 2 days. We're going to start this morning. Is Mr. Gregory Wood here? All right. So generally, this is, I guess, an exception at this time, but generally on these informal appearances, the proposed or prospective licensee shows up with his or her principal broker-to-be. Mr. Wood is here in front of us today on a different issue than this commission has handled in the past, as far as I recall. And Mr. Young, you want to introduce the topic, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. We have before us today Gregory Wood. Let me just kind of give you a little bit of background. There are situations in which either myself or the commission can consider medical waivers. And after I had a discussion as executive director with Mr. Wood, he asked the indulgence of the commission in which a member of a former licensee or licensee can be granted the permission to come before the commission and plead their case. My job as executive director is to enforce the rules. Unfortunately, in this situation, with the rules in place that are in place, I advised Mr. Wood that if he was so adamant to consider the medical waiver, that he plead his case before the Real Estate Commission this morning. So that is why Mr. Wood is before you this morning on a medical waiver.
Does that introduction state the case fairly well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why don't you give us your story and what you'd like?
In 1993, I became a member of the 20th Special Forces Group out of Mississippi. Then I did my stuff with them. I moved up to Tennessee, became a member of the Tennessee National Guard. 2003, I was in the National Guard, and we were potentially being activated with the 278th. I was with the 278th Military Intelligence. During that time, I was also doing real estate. I had my license since 1997. We went to Iraq in 2004. I went on numerous missions, combat missions. Came back home, got my broker's license. I felt like I was indestructible. In 2008, 2009, excuse me, I was hitting walls. Didn't know what I was doing, but I was just still going. 2010, my license had expired, and I didn't sure why it did expire. I was kind of lost. From 2010 to 2000, up until last year, I was hitting walls, but I was still working. I was still focusing on my stuff. I wasn't doing real estate. I was just doing rental properties for myself. I decided what was going on with me. I got help, went to the VA, and they diagnosed me with PTSD. Asking the commission to waive my examinations for the state and regular commissions, the regular real estate test. And I feel like after therapy that I've had through the VA, I'm ready to get back into the real estate business and to pursue my life and my career back in real estate so I can be a viable person to this community.
We're going to ask some questions, I'm sure, but Ms. Kirby, what's the statute say? Or what do we have to follow legally?
So the laws or the rules do not allow for a waiver of this type. The medical waiver only applies if the license is within its year of expiration. After a year, the rule requires retest and reapply.
Statute, is that
That's in the rules.
The rules, okay.
And even if we were within the year, the medical waiver provision only provides for waiver of the late fees. It doesn't, that's it. I mean, that's why it only applies for the year, because that's the only requirement that it can apply to. The other provision is the military renewal provision, which provides that if your license expires while you're on active duty, you can renew it within 6 months of being released from active duty, which also doesn't apply here. So really, we don't have any authority to be able to grant this type of request.
Commissioner Horn. Now, let me just, for the record, Commissioner Horn and others, we'll record all this hearing. It's on YouTube tomorrow or the next day. So I need people to speak into the microphone, including you, Mr. Horn, although I don't want to cross you.
First of all, let me say welcome home.
Thank you, sir. Welcome home, too.
Second of all, I think a lot of us have come to the crisis that you are or you did go through. However, there's some things that we had to maneuver around, some things that we couldn't handle at all. A license is something that evidently you probably thought it wasn't important. I don't know, don't let me put words in your mouth, that you thought it wasn't important at the time and later considered that it was. But the idea, again, is friend to friend, why didn't you pursue your licenses?
Sir, I was lost. There's no questions about it. I was going 1,000 miles an hour. I was still doing some active duty. I had honorable discharge in 2011. I didn't know if I was going back overseas to Afghanistan. While I was still on active duty in 2010, when my license were actually renewed, and my unit actually left in later 2011. After I would have been on stop loss, but they stopped doing the stop loss, so my time was over. So I didn't have to go overseas again. But that was still on my mind. I think it was more survivability for me that I was in the military, that I was still doing guard stuff, that I was still doing active duty with the guard, that I wasn't thinking about my license. I was thinking about the security of the nation, what I was involved in with the intelligence community, and the licenses were not on my front burner.
But you, when was your discharge from active duty?
2011.
2011?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you do any guard reserve time from that time on?
No, I did not.
You was out completely?
I was out. I had to get out. I needed to get out.
Okay.
My capacity of being in the military at that point was I could not be in the military for me on a healthy. I could not. I needed to fix myself. I knew I needed to fix myself.
But I understand that you're going back to the Guard now.
No, I'm not going back in the Guard.
You're not going back to the Guard.
I'm done with the military. I'm retired from the military completely. I have honorable discharge.
Why do you think that we should go back into time that's already passed, already finished?
Well, I'm just asking this, the commission to waive my retesting of the exam and the state exam. I'd taken it before, and I just seemed like, and I couldn't understand why I was hitting these walls. And then 2015, I went to the VA. I said, I'm not understanding what's going on. I need to get something taken care of. therapist. They sent me to a psychiatrist. They gave me 30% disability. They said, you need to go to therapy. I mean, it was nightmares, IEDs blowing up, suicide bombers. That's what I went through. I had no other questions but that. So all I'm asking is if the commission will waive my examination so I can go back into real estate, I'm good with that. If they decide not to, then I will just try to continue to study and go take my exam.
I hear you loud and clear, but I have a stopgap there somewhere. Why should they waive a pool of knowledge that you should have to do your job?
Asking the commission to do that. I mean, I was going through PTSD from basically 2008. After I came back in 2006, I was going 1,000 miles an hour, still 1,000 miles an hour. Didn't understand what I was going through. Talked to my therapist. My therapist said, you have a lot of PTSD. You have a lot of issues. So at this point in my time, in my life, I feel like I can get back into the real estate business and I can be successful in it and I can be a valid citizen of this community.
I hear you loud and clear. Like I said, I was shot down in Vietnam,
Yeah.
but I didn't go to the FAA and told them, look, I want you to waiver all of my time back from the time that this happened. When we assign a pool of knowledge to you, it's something that we think you need to operate by, to exercise your job. And so,
I mean, I'm willing to take more classes to, renew my license. I'm just trying to get my license back. That's basically it. And what I went through on my PTSD, I know you didn't have as a Vietnam veteran, you didn't have the support that we had because it was your VAs and your veterans that helped us get the support that we actually needed today. And that's, and the help that we received from you guys and the help that I can pass on to the future is what I'm looking at. I'm just asking for ask for the commission to waive my license.
Mr. Bloom.
Ms. Kirby, is there anything we can do?
No. I mean, the rules are laws, and there's no discretion in there for the commission in the rules to waive this. It says license expired in more than 1 year. If a license is expired for more than 1 year, then the individual must reapply for licensure, meet current education requirements, and pass all required examinations. And his license has been expired, I think, for 6 years.
correct.
Mr. McMullen.
Good morning, Mr. Wood. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your years of service. I'm glad to hear that you got a lot of the help that you did, and that you came to the realizations that you came to about the help that you needed. Unfortunately, I think you're just asking us for something that we're not allowed to do. I wish that we had that discretion, but we just don't have the ability under the rules to give you what you're asking us for.
I didn't realize I had PTSD until 2015. That's when I went to get help. Beforehand, I didn't know. I was just lost. So, if the commission can somehow configure that, or if the state laws need to be changed for people that actually have PTSD, then they probably need to be changed. I'm not asking for something that I already had. I was proud to be a real estate broker. I was glad to have my license. I was glad to do real estate. I was glad to help people in this community to find real estate. But I know where I was, and I know when my diagnosis was. If there's a medical waiver for PTSD, then there should be a medical waiver for PTSD, even if it takes 6 years, or if it takes 8 years or 10 years. That's just, if the state thinks that, when you come out with PTSD, it just happens right then. It doesn't. It hits you later.
I understand that, and I think you make a good point that maybe it's a rule that the state needs to go back and take a look at and reevaluate. Unfortunately, it's just that right now that hasn't happened, and so we don't really have the authority to give you what you're asking for. But I do feel confident that with the studying that you're doing, that I think you will be able to pass that test, and I hope that you do. And I would like to see you back in the business and out there helping people and sharing your knowledge with them.
All right, other comments, commissioners? So this is an uncomfortable position you put us in, not you, but that we are put in.
Just part of
We'd
it.
like to help you, but we can't.
Yep.
I mean, we've got rules and statute to go by and council guiding us. So, Mr. Wood, I'll be glad to entertain a motion if a commissioner wants to make it, but it's nothing personal. It's just and this happens more often than not to this commission, where we are sympathetic to the request, we just don't have the ability to grant it.
I would ask the commission to consider laws to be changed for someone that has PTSD, and that would be if I'm the person that can start that in the beginning of the state of Tennessee, then I would like to be that person.
It'd be a noble thing for you to do. Now, let me just mention one thing. We are not a legislative body.
That's
that would
correct.
have to happen. So if you have a local state legislator or a state senator, take that message to him. That's got to be a winning request legislatively.
We'll ask.
But today, we can't help you.
I'll see you next time. I'll
All
make
right.
sure.
Good luck to you, sir.
I'll
Thank
ask
you
them
for
to
your service.
Do
as
that
well.
next time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
All right. Is Mr. Clifford Scott Meese here? Clifford Scott Meese. James Dalton. What time? Is Diana Berry here? All right, we're going to come back to those guys. Are all scheduled for informal appearances. I don't guess that's Mr. Meese. Let's go ahead and move down to education report, Mr. White. Actually, no, that's wrong. I'm going to take that back. We've got some discussion items to talk about, and maybe you'll be the one leading this discussion. Malcolm, you may be doing it on this education instructor training verification.
I certainly am. Good morning again. I'm actually going to be discussing with you this morning 1260-05-.04, and it states qualifications for instructors, and it's in order to be eligible for approval by the commission, a course in real estate designed to meet the educational requirements established in TCA 62-13-303 shall be under the personal direct supervision of an instructor who, and the item I'm keying in is A, effective January the 1st, 1995, has completed a Tennessee Real Estate Commission approved course in instructor training. At last month's meeting, one of the things that I pointed out to the commissioners is there are various forms of training. In fact, in May, there was a course that was held at the Williamson County Association of Realtors that was a statewide instructor training workshop that was 2 days. And then the other thing that was alarming to me is that if you actually go on the tn.gov website, you go under instructors and you go under training, basically a training guide will come up on the website. You can scroll through approximately 16 pages. At the end of those 16 pages, there's a check mark that says, I have read the above 16 pages, and that qualifies you for to be trained as an instructor that is a qualified instructor to instruct our licensees in the state of Tennessee. That's point A that I would like to make. Point B is once you have taken the course that was required in 1995, basically it provides you the ability to never take another instructor training course according to our rules. It's open-ended, much like this online activity is part of our website. Bringing this to the attention of the commission last month, it was asked that it be put on the agenda for this month for discussion to see if there would be things that you would want to look at to maybe assure that instructors that are training our licensees have better or additional training when they're training the licensees.
Commissioners? Ms. Franks?
And so, Mr. Young, where do you suggest that additional training come from? Or do you have any ideas on that?
You could actually, I think, well, you can have two issues. I think one is, do you want to have training on a more frequent basis that is required of the instructors? I think that's question number two. And then I think the second one would be, would you want a more controlled situation? Like, it could be an online course, but it could be required on a more frequent basis. You could have some kind of testing, like people that go through online CE have to go through to make sure that they're qualified to teach. Or the other scenario would be the requirement that they need to take some kind of classroom instructor from, an instructor that is, has the expertise of training other instructors on classroom or online methods of teaching.
Well, I was a member of that WCAR class. I think it was towards the end of May, and there were 15 students in that class. And the very first question that was asked is, what is something that you need to get out of this class? Mine was the proper way to write a course, because if you're an instructor, you either write your course or you get permission to do someone else's course that they've written. So I didn't find out anything about that. I do think that there are holes in that class. I think we should be specific about what we would like in that class. There's lots of people who think that they can teach, maybe they teach Sunday school or something. But in this particular class that I was in, a couple of, the final was, pick a subject, you have 10 minutes to teach this subject, on any subject in the world. And a couple of the people who I thought would probably be great teachers, when they got up, they weren't great teachers. So sometimes we're put in positions of, we need teachers, okay, I'll volunteer, I'll do it, but not all of us are teachers. I don't have an education degree for sure. But if we're going to do this class and we're going to require it, I think that the Real Estate Commission should have some input into, just like the core class, we say these things are needed, because these people are teaching me to go out and be a teacher, and I need all of it, not have to go to other educators and say, how do I do this? That would be my recommendation about it. And I also would think there's only a few people who are doing the instructor training, and so it doesn't happen very often. So, I would love to see that there be more teachers and more opportunities for people, because it was a statewide class, but again, there were only 15 people in it, and they were from Memphis to Knoxville in that class. So
Thank you, Ms. Franks. Malcolm, you posed two questions.
Yes, sir.
Tell me those two questions again.
The two questions is, how frequently should a instructor be recertified as an instructor? And then probably the second question is, how comfortable, this is what, is the online scenario on our website, is that an acceptable training tool to certified instructors that they're certified to teach?
All right, so let's go to the second question first. That's a 16-page, read through it and check you've read it.
Exactly.
that's no education at all.
So we're going to get the answer to that question. Is that consensus, pretty much? Okay, so are you looking for a direction today, or we're just discussing this and you'll come back later?
You could discuss it with further instructions, and then my education director and I could come back with a firm recommendation in the August meeting if you wish.
That sounds good. So, question number 2, nobody here thinks that's adequate.
Right.
The book, the 16 pages. Is that enough direction for you in that question? All right, the second question was, how frequently should instructors be recertified? Is that a different topic, Mr. Bloom, you'd like to speak to?
Well, yes, I think the problem is who's going to write that course. The course in 1995 was written by Pug Scoville for the benefit of the GRI teachers in Tennessee Association of Realtors. He somehow got that in our manual, but anyway, that's how that came about. And that's for people who are aware that there are different learning styles and there are presentation skills that you need for that level of instruction. The manual that's in Tennessee.gov is for information dumps, which is okay. Sometimes you just have courses where people just want to know the information, the data, which is okay, but it does not speak to learning styles or presentation skills. And quite honestly, I don't know who's going to write that and then who's going to perform that. So those are things I think we need to put on the table to think about, and then of course the frequency of that. That was generated in my mind last month by, we were approving some courses by people we never knew, and I know they never took the course that Marcia took. So they probably just downloaded and answered those or read those 16 pages. And that may be okay, but if we're going down the path of reinstituting a training class, we also have to go down the path of somebody to write that course. And that's a special skill.
Ms. Kirby.
If the commission determines that the instructors need to be recertified after a certain period of time, that's probably something we'll have to put in rule, because our rule currently just says effective January of '95, they have to have completed a course. The course approved by the commission. So that indicates one period in time, one course. So if we're going to change that, that's probably something we're going to have to do a rulemaking for.
I would like to know in the recertification policy, what other states might have that they do. Is that something that Mr. Young could come and tell us about?
That could be part of our research and bringing back recommendations.
And Arello would have that information for you.
Exactly.
So it's the chair's sense that this commission would like to send Mr. Young back and Mr. White on this issue of whether people have to be recertified as instructors, and give us a little bit of historical information or nationwide information that might be helpful to us.
That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
And I think as far as the rewrite, Mr. Bloom, all classes go through Mr. White. So, I mean, there was a time when I know you remember that each of us, when we had no education director, we were having to take syllabuses and look at those, and some were awful, some were fabulous. So I think Mr. White would be able to know this is a really good writer of a class, so that we might be able to get some news on that subject from him, since he has to look at every single one of them.
All right.
Mr. White.
I speak to that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. White.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Franks. I can certainly do that. Back to Commissioner Bloom's point, it's just the idea of having a teacher. How can we, I don't have a teaching degree, I have a law degree, determine that somebody has that capability of being a teacher? I think that was the issue. But I'm sure that I can review what is being given, syllabus and so forth, to see that, well, one, to see that they've got the background in teaching. I can review that. That would be one element of it, and then look at the course and what they're teaching to determine whether or not they have a background in teaching and can put that forth. And I just wanted to say that while the director and I work on this going forward, we have a 2-year window now, so for instructors and courses. So every 2 years might be your 2-year recert.
Look forward to your comments next month. For the audience, the gentleman who just spoke is Director of Education, or Education Director for the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. Sitting next to him is Paralegal Rihanna. I still don't have your last name in my head yet. Womack. And so she's with the law department. And of course, you've heard Ms. Kirby, who tells us what we can and cannot do. And generally, we pay attention to her. All right, Mr. Clifford Scott Meese, are you here? All right, sir. Do you have a broker with you? Do you have a principal broker with you?
No. I was on the phone.
Please come up to the microphone here. You can just stand at that podium if you like.
I was on the phone last week with a lady who called me from the department, and she asked me if I was planning on opening my own brokerage, and I told her that that was something that I would like to do, so she told me I would not need to be present with a principal broker.
Stand by 1 second.
Yes,
Mr. Young,
Yes, sir.
do you know this gentleman? Do you know this story?
Just briefly that he's wants to be a principal broker. That's why he's
Okay.
before us.
All right, you're on. You're up next. Come right over here to this chair. Before you sit down, raise your right hand. And the law director will ask you to tell the truth or let us know whether you're going to or not, all right? Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good.
All right, sir. Thanks for showing up. Have a seat. We'll get started. Mr. Young will give us a little bit of background, then we'll
Okay.
ask for your
The applicant is Clifford Scott Meese. He's also standing in as the principal broker is Clifford Scott Meese. Mr. Meese has not taken the exam. He's an applicant which wishes to represent himself. He will be opening an out-of-state firm where he will be principal broker. The summary of the disciplinary sanctions: felony was carrying a concealed weapon. Disciplinary was failure to account or deliver funds. He was found guilty of misrepresentation of concealment of false pretense. The disposition of the felony charge has been executed. However, the felony still remains a part of Clifford Scott Meese's record. In addition, disciplinary sanctions have been satisfied, imposed by the Florida Real Estate Commission. And the information in the background are located on your iPads.
All right, thank you. Mr. Meese, at this time, it's your turn to tell us what happened. Tell us as much or as little as you want us to know so that we can make an educated decision up here. If you'll pull that microphone as close to you as possible, we're recording this, and we need to keep it for the record.
Yes, sir.
So give us as much background as you'd like.
Would you prefer I start on either of those events?
It's up to you, but
Okay.
you tell us when, where, how come, those kind of things.
Yes, absolutely. In regards to the carrying a concealed weapon, my father was actually a police officer and SWAT team member. We had, back in the 90s, those fanny packs were popular that you'd wrap around your waist or carry over your shoulder. And my mom had bought us the exact same one. And my dad, being a police officer, had a small firearm in his, which I was not aware of. I ran to take my wife's mom and her grandma to the airport, and I grabbed the wrong one. When I was going through the checkpoint to walk them to the airplane, because I wasn't flying, I put it on there, and the lady screamed, "There's a gun in here." Of course, I freaked out, and the police officers came running with their guns drawn. I thought I was going to get shot. Had my dad not been sleeping that day, I wouldn't have a record, because they told me he could have come and claimed his bag, and I would have walked away. He was off that day. He was off duty. Did not answer the phone, and they had to continue with the process. Unfortunately, he went to court with me, and that's where that ended. There was a small fine that I paid. I don't even think I was there overnight. It was just a few hours, and I've lived with this for my entire life. Unfortunately, it's something that doesn't sound good, but it was ultimately, I guess it was adjudication withheld, I believe is what ended up happening, and I paid a fine, and they had me do a firearms intervention course, and I don't own a gun to this day. I should, but I don't, and that's that part of the carrying a concealed weapon.
What year was that?
That was in 1995.
Okay. Second item.
Yes, sir. In regards to the the issue with the Florida Real Estate Commission. That was, I believe, somewhere around 2003 or 4. There was a number of people in Miami that were not from Miami, and they would travel back and forth to Venezuela, Colombia, their respective countries. I'd show them property on, I believe it was 3 of those clients that we landed up, the way that the contract was structured at the time in Florida, and it's changed since then, and I explained this when I went before the Florida Real Estate Commission. I had to do the same thing and come before the panel so that they could approve me taking my broker's license. I was already reinstated as a realtor after the 3-year probation. What happened was there was no option to, in essence, in Florida right now, I can write an offer, and there's a blank where it states that I don't have to accept a deposit at the time. There's a blank, and I could put within, I think it defaults to like 5 days or 3 days, or I could change that upon acceptance. So there's a few different options. At the time, there wasn't. So you had to take it at the moment. My broker was out of the country on vacation as well, and she had left instructions to go ahead and submit the acceptance of the escrow funds. I was promised by these individuals that I would have it in the morning. My fault. It was something that I shouldn't have done. I paid for it, and the monies ultimately were accounted for. They were just not given in a timely manner. So that was that whole issue. And for each of those, it was 3 clients. One traveled to Venezuela, I think one traveled to Guatemala, and the other one to Colombia. They ultimately gave their money, but not in a timely fashion, and that's how I arrived at that issue with the Florida Real Estate Commission.
I'm just a little confused about that. So the money you're talking about was money that they were supposed to have given you as like earnest money or something?
Yes, sir.
And you acted as if you'd received it, but you hadn't received it.
Yes, I was promised that they were going to give me the deposit, because I didn't have an option on that contract to state that they would give it to me within a certain number of days, and it was immediate. And I was instructed by the broker I had at the time to go ahead and, and she went to the Florida Real Estate Commission. She had her own issues with that as well, and she had it resolved. But that was the issue we got into, because these folks traveled, and then ultimately the deposits were given when they came back. They were supposed to give it to me the next day, and they got on a plane and traveled. So I've learned the hard way, unfortunately, to deal with these things.
Commissioners, questions? Mr. Bloom.
Yes, it says that there's a 6-month, this is in Florida, 6-month probation and pay the cost of $6,171.50.
I'm sorry.
That's the second page. At the very bottom, it said you were placed on 6-month probation and you're to pay cost of $6,171.50.
That for the Florida Real Estate Commission?
I don't know.
I don't recall that, because for the firearm, it was nowhere near that. It was like a few $100 fine. And for the Florida Real Estate Commission, it was, I paid the fines all to them. That's been accounted for. I don't recall that it was in the neighborhood of, it may have been, I mean, it's been.
No, that may be wrong. That may be $1,170.
I think it's, yeah. I said, geez, I still owe them money then, and they were okay with it, though.
$5,000 error. I'm sorry. So what were you fined for? For not accepting that earnest?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And my second question is, do you have a broker's license in Florida?
I do. I brought my documents with me. I own a real estate company in Florida. I have opted, as I would anywhere at any time going forward, not to have an escrow account. I find it to be a very tedious thing to do, and it's much easier to let an attorney. Or in Florida, they're title companies as well. In Georgia, where I'm also a broker, they don't have title companies. They have attorneys do the closing. So I've opted to have attorneys or title companies handle
So
the
does your
collection
real
business.
estate business bring you to Tennessee?
It does, and believe this or not, sir, this is for one client. I'm not trying to market to the masses. I have one client that I've sold multiple properties to in Georgia. They landed up liking me so much that they asked me to do this. So I am doing this for one client who has asked me to help them with some properties in Knoxville in particular, and that is my reason for doing all of this. If not, I wouldn't even be here today, sir.
But would it not be easier just to affiliate with a company? Why do you need a principal broker's license?
I have because it's only one client, and she wants to deal with me directly. I just found it easier as I did in Florida where I opened my own company. I called a few companies here in Tennessee a few months ago, and just I didn't really get any good answers from them. I was asking them for some direction, and just I figured at that point, I could just open my own company. The lady I spoke to last week, and her name, I wrote it down. I didn't bring it with me. And that was her suggestion as well. She said that, that was, she said that's acceptable. That's, a good idea. That's fine. So, again, I own the real estate company. I have him in Miami. And I figured if it's just for one client and it makes it easier,
I don't see how it would make it easier for you to have a firm, you have to have an office. There's a lot of expense to that, and probably more than if you affiliated with another company of what your commission split would be. So I'm not understanding why you think this would be easier.
Well, the lady I spoke to last week told me that I did not have to have a brick and mortar office in Tennessee. I don't know if that's correct or incorrect. I haven't studied for it. In Miami or in Florida, Florida's laws require that I am allowed to have a home office as long as I have correct signage on the door of my home office. That's acceptable in Florida. And the lady I spoke to last week told me that that's acceptable in Tennessee. I don't know if I misunderstood, but that's what I was told.
Valerie?
He has to have a brick and mortar office, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in Tennessee. If he has an office in another state, he can license that firm with Tennessee, just as long as it has a Tennessee license.
So where is your brick and mortar office?
In Miami?
In your home?
Yes.
We allow for home offices. They just have to meet certain requirements with the signage and things like that.
Ms. Hills.
And where do you live?
Believe it or not, I split time between Suwanee, Georgia, and Miami, Florida, where I have my real estate company. I have agents down there. I believe I have about 5 or 6 agents right now. So I split time between both states. I drive back and forth or fly every month. My children go to school in Suwanee. I fell in love with their school system and I moved there. I was raised in Miami, born in Manhattan, but I wanted a better school system for my kids, so I moved to Suwanee.
So in Miami,
Yes, ma'am.
Your office is at your home, you have signage and your
Yes, ma'am.
office is there?
Absolutely.
And you have
Yes.
about 5 people that work there?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Horn.
And they're actually undercover police officers, like 5 or 4 out of 6 of them, so, yeah. I'm sorry.
Is that part of your business model, to have undercover cops?
It's actually worked very well. They keep me in line.
Mr. Horn.
Very good group of guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little bit puzzled about the firearm charge that you had. Reason being is it seems like somebody wasn't sympathetic with your cause, or somebody did not agree with you. And I think that's the point that I really like to tackle right now, if I could.
Sure.
What were you found guilty of?
I was charged with carrying a concealed weapon without a permit, and that is ultimately what I went to before the judge for. My dad's a very old school, non-technology embracing guy. It was a time where beepers, this is 95, if I'm not mistaken, 94, 95, and obviously there were cell phones. My dad is always the last one on the bandwagon with anything technological. On his day off, he sleeps. He would work, 24-hour shifts. He was SWAT team. He was actually a bodyguard for Don Johnson, Philip Michael Thomas, all these guys from Miami Vice, and that was what he did. But on his days off, he didn't like to talk to anybody. So, going back to respond to your question, my dad slept, and he would turn everything on, his beeper off, and he wouldn't answer his phone. He'd take it off the hook. The police officer told me, if your dad answers the phone and comes to claim his gun and his bag, you can walk out. Until then, you don't have the right to be carrying this. I called my dad they put me in a holding cell, which was quite uncomfortable, in the airport at Miami International Airport, and I sat there. And on a few occasions, they let me come out, call my dad, and my dad would not answer the phone. They apologized and said, we have to keep going with the process. We can't just let you sit here. And they took me to, went through their process, did their, fingerprints and mugshots and all these things, felt like a common criminal. And ultimately, I believe that my wife came and picked me up at another location, I think it's called TGK, but it was a miserable experience. And when I went to court, my dad said, if you want me to go with you, you got to come pick me up. It was your mistake. And I had to actually drive all the way down to Homestead those who are not familiar with Florida, Miami is north of Homestead. It's about almost 45 minutes. So I had to drive south 45 minutes to drive way north to the courthouse to bring my dad. And I believe I don't know if I brought him once or twice, but he actually went with me and, claimed his, took not responsibility, but he, explained what happened as well. And I had to drop him back off again. So it was a not a fun experience. And then I still don't own a gun.
The judge did not accept what your father had to say?
Yes, absolutely.
He did?
Yes. He claimed his thing. I mean, it was one of those things where we were running late to get to the airport to drop my mother-in-law and her and my wife's grandmother off. And I just ran and grabbed, we both had the same fanny pack. It was a black bag that my mom had gotten us. And I grabbed it and left. And it was, I think, like a small 38. So, and thing is, I carried like, little books and stuff in my wallet. It wasn't anything heavy or that I noticed. I'd never opened it. I just jumped in the car and went to the airport. And when I got off, I took it with me. And when I kept going, I never opened it. I didn't have a need to. Locked the car. I went to the conveyor. When I put it on the conveyor, the lady froze it so that she can x-ray what was in it. And she just starts yelling in broken English, "There's a gun in the bag. There's a gun." I'm like, "How's there a gun in the bag?" And she just... It was a nightmare, but that is what happened.
Commissioner McMullen.
Good morning, Mr. Meese.
Good morning, sir.
I wanted to talk about the real estate transaction that happened back in 2004 and then what happened with the Real Estate Commission in Florida.
Sure.
Just to make sure I understand, that contract required you to have escrow funds on hand immediately. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And you didn't?
I did not.
And there was a confirmation letter that you signed that said that you had the escrow funds on hand. Is that right?
Well, what my broker had done at the time is she had left escrow confirmation letters. I think she was in Italy with her husband, and she had signed them. So it was kind of like, well, I just had to fill in the blank, that kind of thing. But that's what happened. Yes, I made the erroneous decision. It was a very bad judgment call on my part at the time. In promise that it was at night. I had shown property, and it was probably like 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and I was at the office writing the contract for these 3 clients. And same thing happened. Actually, in one of them, I don't even know if it's noted in there, there was a $20,000 deposit, and I put up the $20,000 for the client, and ultimately it was paid back. So, I mean, I value my license. I didn't want to have any more at risk. The other 2 gave their deposits, just not in a timely manner. I put up the other deposit and I ended up being reimbursed. But yeah, these were folks that were not from Miami, and I trusted them to do things, and they flew out the next day to their countries, and they came back, but they just didn't understand how the process worked, and I put my neck out and I paid for 3 years.
So this escrow confirmation letter that you said your broker had signed before she went to Italy, the one that was attached to the complaint at the Florida, with the Florida Commission, actually you had signed it.
It was one that they had said that I had signed, and we went before the Florida Real Estate Commission, and that's how it just ended that way. Actually, her husband was my attorney. He represented me before the Florida Real Estate Commission, and it was one of those, it landed up like that, and she was like, "Oh, I don't remember signing it," and I said, "Listen, that's fine." I mean, they had gone through enough. I mean, it was my mistake by sending the letter, and then she didn't remember signing one of them, and I said, "That's fine." I mean, either way, they were going to give me 1 year suspension for each of those 3 cases, and it wasn't going to. I didn't want to jeopardize her anymore because it was a bad judgment. I shouldn't have sent the letter. So.
Yeah, and yeah. I mean, it actually has typed in on the letter by Scott Meese, Realtor Associate,
right,
on that letter. And then whenever you went to the Real Estate Commission in Florida, you didn't actually appear for that hearing, did you?
I did. There was a meeting in Naples, and there was a meeting in Orlando. Okay. And then I had to go back again before the Florida Real Estate Commission. I had to do the, I think it was 3 days of the TREC meetings. I think that's what they're called. It's been quite a number of years now. Forget the exact details. But then I had to go back again when I applied for my broker's license, and I went before a panel of the Florida Real Estate Commission, and exact same thing I'm doing with you all here today.
order from the Florida Commission says that they had a hearing in Orlando on November the 13th, 2007 for consideration of the complaint. It says you were represented by, or no, they were represented by an attorney. It says respondent was not present, but was represented by counsel. So you weren't there.
He drove up on his own. We were going to go together, and I showed up later, and I sat in the back, but I did not present myself. He did.
Okay. So you showed up later and were in the back of the room, but
Yes, sir.
didn't actually come up to the.
That's correct.
To the podium. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now there was a letter. I assume you got it because it was addressed to you from the Florida Real Estate Commission. That's dated February 18th of this year. Is addressed to you at your Sewanee, Georgia address.
Okay.
And it says this is the license history from the, from Florida. Rick Scott, governor, is from the Florida Commission, and it talks about the three actions from December of 2007.
Correct.
And it talks about the 3-year suspension of your license.
Correct.
But then it says that in January of 2010, you were found guilty of having violated a lawful order of the Florida Real Estate Commission, and that there was a letter of reprimand issued. What was that about?
That's correct. There was a last part of a fine that was due, and I actually spoke to the attorney for the Florida Real Estate Commission, and I explained to him, I think we were about in the holidays, because these events happened, I believe, in about 2004, and when all of this happened with the Florida Real Estate Commission, and I think the license was suspended from, I think it was January 2008 to January 11, because it was 3 years, if I'm not mistaken. In there was a multitude of fines, which Mr. Burns was referring to. I think it was the 1,600, and there was a small portion. It was Christmas time, and I was a little bit short, so I paid one of the fines late. And ultimately, that is what that was for, but it was for paying one of the fines late. And I spoke to the attorney. I asked him if I needed to go before that meeting, because they were going to have another meeting. And he said no. He said, it's Christmas time. Don't bother coming up. You're fine. Just go ahead and pay. And it was a few $100s that I owed them. And I paid them, and that's what that's for.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Franks.
Also, from the Florida Real Estate Commission in 2007, you were found guilty of misrepresentation, concealment, false pretenses, dishonest dealing by trick, scheme or device, culpable negligence or breach of trust in any business transaction. You received 6 months probation. You paid cost of $1,171. Tell us about what was that about?
All of that ties into those three offenses that Mr. McCullen was referring to. They're all tied in the same, and the charges they sound horrendous. It all ties back to the same exact three. Those are just, I guess, the way that they name the charges.
You agree that's a lot of charges you were found guilty
that is.
of by the Florida Real Estate Commission?
Yeah, well, every time I hear that, I'm like, geez, it sounds like I killed somebody. But
no, it's misrepresentation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Concealment, false pretenses, dishonest dealing.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And do you agree those things were true?
Yes, they were at the time. I should not have sent those escrow letters. And again, I paid the fine, learned my lesson, and I did go before the Florida Real Estate Commission, as I am here today in front of you folks, and I explained the same thing, and they were okay with me. Obviously, you make your own decision. You're a different board, but they were okay with me proceeding and taking my broker's course. I had already taken the course, actually, and I just had to sit for the state exam, and they approved that. And when I applied for Georgia, it was the same thing. They did not invite me to their meeting. I presented them with the exact same materials that I presented to you all, and they approved me to obtain my broker's license in Georgia as well.
And you also said that the escrow letter that your broker had signed, several of them before they went to Italy?
Yes.
And that's what you used?
Yes, ma'am.
Except we have that no signature by her at all on this, just your signature.
Yeah, I mean, she signed
So
two.
was that true? Did you get one signed by your broker?
Yes.
Where is that?
One signed by her?
Yes, you had one signed. You said you had one signed by your broker.
Yes.
Before she went to Italy.
Correct.
The one we have is signed by you. Her name's not
But-
on here anywhere.
Well, there was one that I signed for myself, but there was some that they said that the ones that she had signed, they ended up saying that she didn't said I didn't sign it, so I took the blame for it. Whatever I signed with my name, obviously I signed for myself, but I believe that there were 2 of the 3. I don't remember because it's been many years now, but I didn't want to jeopardize her license and continue, because it's, again, it goes back to, I took responsibility for it. I felt bad that she was even involved because I shouldn't have sent the letters.
So what's your status with the Florida Real Estate Commission now?
Yes, sir. I have an active broker's license. I've done my continuing education as well. So I have 2 licenses. I brought them with me. They're in my wallet. I have one for my company, which is SMI Realtors, LLC, and I have one for my personal name. I renew both every 2 years. In Florida, I believe the business is every 3 years. And that's Florida. And in Georgia, I have my broker's license in Georgia as well, sir.
So this customer that wants to buy property in Knoxville, is it a particular type of property? Is she an investor, or how do you describe?
Both.
And what is your specialty when it comes to real estate?
I'm primarily residential. I do primarily residential sales. I have a handful of commercial clients that I deal with both in Georgia and in Miami. But primarily, if I was to answer, primarily residential real estate.
Would it be your intent, and in Georgia, for instance, do you belong to multiple listing services? How do you help a client out of state?
Well, out of state, the beauty to Tennessee is its proximity to Georgia. So I'm not too far away. I was able to get here probably in about 4 hours yesterday, so it's like a trip for me from like Miami to Orlando. Being that it's one particular client, it wouldn't, and she asked me to do her the favor of obtaining my license to help her and her husband. It wouldn't be like a daily commute for me. It would be a once in a while event that I had to drive, so it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a hardship from that sense. And I've sold them about 5 properties. One that they use when they're in town, and the others for investment. Well, actually, one of them is for their children, the son and the daughter-in-law. So, I mean, they buy properties, some for personal use and some for investment. That I haven't determined, what their intent is, but it's just for one client, believe it or not.
Ms. Hills.
Yes. Did you say that you, to Chairman Grease, that you have your broker's license for Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have it with me. If you need to see it, I have it.
Now, one of my papers is from Georgia Real Estate Commission, and it says, maybe I'm misreading it. It says broker inactive status, 12/11/2014 to January 6, 2015, but it says associate broker active, January 6, 2015 to present, and this was printed February 24th, 2016. So, and I don't know the Georgia rules, so do you work under a broker in Georgia, or?
I do, yes. In Georgia, I do. What I did is, because unlike Tennessee, where I'm not looking to market for clients, I have one client. In Georgia, I wanted to get clients. Obviously, I wanted to work and be busy in Georgia because my kids are going to school there, and I spend a lot of my time there. So I wanted to get clients. So there, I had put my license with a company named Duffy Realty, and she, they provide leads. She does a lot of marketing, has a lot of listings. So I thought that would be most beneficial in that case. I've contemplated, I'm capable of opening my own firm in Georgia, and it's something that I'm contemplating right now with another gentleman who was a former RE/MAX owner for 26 years, Jim Enix, and him and I are talking about possibly partnering together. I'm in the process of actually moving my license from Duffy to ERA, where he has gone because I like him so much, and he's a phenomenal phone guy, so I'm really looking forward to working with Jim. So I'm actually in the process of moving my license in Georgia to ERA for now. The long-term goal is for him and I to open our own brokerage in Georgia.
So you're actually not a broker in the state of Florida?
I am a broker.
You're an
have all my-
affiliate broker.
No. In Florida, I own my own company, and I am a broker.
I'm talking about Georgia,
In
sorry.
Georgia, the designation, I can open my own company in Georgia, but when I have my license with an office, I'm considered an associate broker.
Okay,
That's
so
just
you're
the title.
not, so can an associate broker be a principal broker in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am. Yep. If not, it would be a realtor, an agent, which is my wife's title. My wife is also a licensed realtor.
But the state form distinguishes between broker and associate broker.
Right.
Georgia's state form.
Well, I applied for my broker's license, and my wife is a realtor. She has not taken any broker's courses or taken.
We're talking about you.
That's correct, but what I'm saying is my wife's title is as a realtor. They don't refer to them as a broker. The reason that mine says associate broker is because I put my license with a brokerage, but I do have the capability of opening my own office.
So you have two licenses, an affiliate broker and a broker?
No, it's just a title that they give. I have one license. I have it with
Okay.
me. I can show it.
So,
to
but you came in here and you said you were a broker,
I am a broker.
leading us to, you're an affiliate broker.
I own a real estate company in Miami, in Florida, where I am.
I'm
a
talking about
broker.
Georgia,
In Georgia, the title is associate broker.
right?
But the only way that you can have the associate broker title is if you are a broker. They differentiate between being a realtor or an associate, because realtor is the term given for the National Association of Realtors, obviously. But she's referred to as an associate agent, and I am a broker
Ms. Taylor.
because of the higher.
I'm sort of at a loss. I don't understand how you can really help your client in the best way by just opening up a company in a state to show her residential property. First of all, to show residential property, you should be a member of the association, the local association, so that you know what's for sale and have access to it. And I just don't see, sometimes a jack of all trades is a jack of none. And I just don't understand. There's so many easier ways that, to me, you could represent your client in a better way than opening up another company in another state for one or two sales.
Well, I go back again. I am doing this because they have been very good clients to me, and they asked me to do this. I've gotten a very good rapport. What they've told me is, in all the years, and these are not young folks. Jack is about 70 years old, and Valerie is about almost 60. And they told me that I'm the best agent they've had since they've been buying property. I don't know if it was just something nice that they told me. I'm sure that there are people that are more qualified than me. I mean, I've been doing this for quite a while, but I was able to gain a good rapport, and I feel like I'm good at what I do, and I gained their respect and their confidence, and they asked me to do this. Again, I agree with you. I would absolutely adhere to, I would absolutely need the MLS service, so I would join the local board. I'm already a part of the National Association of Realtors. It's part of my dues with Florida. Georgia, where I'm at with Duffy, they don't require it, but I am a member of NAR through Florida. But yes, I agree with you. I would definitely need MLS and to join the board. All those are things that I'd be willing to do, and this was something I never planned to do. So it's as crazy as it is that I'm here in front of you. It's a little crazy for me as well to do this for one client, but they're like family at this point. They come into town, they stay at my house, and they said, please, we don't want to deal with anybody but you, and so that's why I'm doing this.
Well, I consider myself to be a very good broker, agent. And there are a lot of suggestions my clients have given to me, some of which I have decided not to take.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've got the picture. Let's review. Do you have, Ms. Kirby, a comment before we vote?
Just a real quick comment, just to remind the commission that these hearings are for the purpose of determining whether the applicant bears a good reputation for honesty, trustworthiness, and competence to transact the business of broker, affiliate broker, in a manner to safeguard the public, et cetera, et cetera. So we really should just be considering those aspects and not, because they're not legally required to join an MLS, or not legally required to have an office in this state, so we can't base any decisions on those types of things. It has to be just to this statute. That's the purpose of the hearing here, the informal hearing here today.
And before we vote, if we could repeat the request. You like to sit for your broker's license? Is that what you're here for?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Please.
you need permission to do that because of past history. I mean,
Yes, sir.
that's what's in front of us.
So he's not asking to be a principal broker or to open a firm. He's only asking
To take his,
to
I-
take the broker's exam.
Yes, ma'am.
Broker's exam.
No,
Right.
broker, there's only broker and
But if
affiliate.
he takes the broker exam, then
Right.
passes, he'll be qualified to be a principal broker and
Right.
open a firm.
One client.
If you decide to let him do that, then if he passes, then that will be what he'll be able to do after that.
I'm just disturbed a little bit about the misrepresentations that have happened this morning in this hearing. If you Google the Georgia law, it is not true that an associate broker can also be a broker or have their own firm. That's not true. We looked it up. So that, and you told us that you were a broker there, and then we had to search through and find out you're an associate broker. So that's disturbing to me. You've had a felony. There's been misrepresentation. I just can't go along with approving this person at this time.
And if you don't mind me just responding to that, there is no further education requirement in Georgia for me to open my own office. There's nothing more I can do.
You have to have a broker over you.
Here's the thing, because Georgia's reciprocal with Florida, I did not even need to take a test. They honored my broker's license. The only reason that it's an associate broker is because I put my license with a firm. I am eligible to open my own company in Georgia because they honored broker to broker because it's reciprocal. So I don't know the exact, the way things are explained. Maybe I'm not explaining it correct, but the bottom line is I can open my own company because they respected the fact that I'm a broker in Florida.
Commissioner Bloom.
Yes, is it possible for you to function with an out-of-state license under the tutelage of your current broker in Georgia? Out-of-state Tennessee license under the supervision of your Georgia broker?
I'll have to answer that, I think. Only if that firm in Georgia was licensed in Tennessee also.
Right.
As your broker considered that? I'm just saying that's an easier track, I think.
I don't believe so. She's pretty, embedded in Georgia. She's, according to her, she's the #1 agent in the entire United States by volume. Last year, the office where I'm at sold, I believe, it's somewhere around 1,600 properties. She's like Zillow #1 agent. The bottom line is, I've asked her this question to see if she wanted to do some kind of franchise opportunity in Florida with me, and she's franchised in the past, but she's so embedded in Georgia, she doesn't want to leave or explore any other states.
You've looked into that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Mr. McMullen.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a statement and a motion. In the few minutes that we've been here together, I kind of like Mr. Meese, but I am concerned about the statutory requirements that Mallory read to us, and we hear a lot of requests for these type of waivers, and oftentimes people have some sort of criminal background. And one of the main things that I look at in the background is involvement in the real estate business. And here you have been involved in the real estate business. And what I see based on that causes me a lot of concern. Whether it was a question of honesty and trustworthiness or whether it was a question of competence, there were mistakes that were made there. And the Florida Real Estate Commission made findings, and they're very significant. And then there have been some inconsistencies in what we've heard and inaccuracies in what we've heard this morning. And I agree with Commissioner Franks that those really do cause me a lot of concern. And so I don't know that we have a motion on the floor. If we don't, I'd like to make a motion, which is I move that we deny this request.
Second.
So there's a motion now made by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Franks, that the request of Mr. Meese be denied. Discussion on the motion. All right, I sense you're ready to vote. If you're in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. we may have done you a favor today. I'm not sure, but we appreciate your candor and coming up to see us and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Check your watches. We're starting in 10 minutes.
It needs to be selling mattresses.
Oh, I know.
Oh.
Where is the,
How you doing, Mr. White?
How you been doing?
All right.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
Yes, sir. So you were shot down?
I feel like that's coming up.
It's fine.
Vietnam War.
Pretty clear cut what you can do. What you can't
Vietnam
do.
War.
What that person doing with you is
You
violation.
saw the American flag?
Yeah, that was after we were down, you know.
Yes.
I think
And we thought, man, which way is the base from here, you know?
Right.
What they had, we had the China Sea, a little strip of jungle,
Oh, yeah.
and then the concrete.
Yeah.
And when we went out over this China Sea, we could get us straight in, you know, because we was having troubles, you know, had already been hit, you know, this type of thing.
Right.
So I said, well, I'm carrying too much power on the one side.
Right.
So I said, well, I'm going to try and cut power, see how this thing's going to act.
Yeah.
And as soon as I cut that power, I said, oh, God, he was on the ground just like that, you know.
Good Lord.
We knew we were near the base,
Yeah.
but we had no idea exactly what direction we needed to go. Thinking about no flag while we fly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, but that directed you did.
Idea which way to move, which way the traffic was coming, you know, because they were trying to get us.
Yeah.
And our people were trying to get us.
Yeah.
And they would move. Now that was frightening for our people to move back.
Yeah.
And finally they said, well, we got to try. It's getting late in the afternoon now. We said, we going to try one more, and if we can't get that way, y'all going to have to stay put for the night, you know.
Yes.
I'm on the ground now. So they sent those
Man.
those A1E Sky Raiders over, man. And just like I was telling him, I don't think he said it exactly right in that article, but the first one looked like he had his wing in the jungle, and the rest of them were stacked up on him. And they made a complete
I was thinking it's
circle
9:49.
and come in, you know, from different angles.
Yeah.
And that's what I said, that looked like a wheel in the middle of the wheel, the way they wheel that thing around, you know.
Yeah.
And they came in, they said, keep your head down. I had to see that, man. So look, you know. And they sprayed up that jungle, man. They said, come get him. Say, you know, Betty there's that jolly out there, he ain't gonna stick his head up. Well, so they come and got us, and
Thank the Lord.
yeah. And as soon as I got there, everybody out to meet us, you know.
Right.
And the doctor says, his commander said, I want you boys to get right back up there because I don't want you to lose your nerve, you know.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, I felt when this thing had hit me, it felt like a hazing, or somebody hit you with a 2x4 or something. It just ached, you know. So I told him, I said, man, I think I've been hit, you know. He said, hit? I said, yeah. He says, pull down your flight suit and let me see. I said, man, I'll be pulling my clothes off out here. What's the matter with you? And he started, you're the hard-headed. So, okay. So, and he was cool, though. He said, well, you better go to the hospital and let them check it out for sure. I thought, well, you don't see nothing. There's nothing there to see. So we started up again. The chaplain said, he got in between us. He said, I'll drive. I said, okay. I got on the other side of them. I guess it was a Jeep lit thing that they drove, you know. He was flying through the streets, man. I wonder what's wrong with this dude.
Well, and today was a real talk. It was a different guy. And I said, listen, I'm just going to be honest.
It is.
Experience I've never had outside of Tennessee. I love Tennessee.
I'll be glad to ask the owner that. She's not a sophisticated owner. She's a resident. She's a real estate agent. She's a residential
But I can
real estate
take you,
agent.
but
But I'd be happy to ask her.
Honey, just park.
I
Well, that's good to know.
Driving a loaner car for like a month almost.
Yeah.
And my parking.
I just knew I was gonna be towed today, and I can't be having that.
Beautiful over there, that's
I
for
can't be
sure.
calling my husband and tell him that. Okay. But honesty usually
No, I
pays
need to
off.
buy them.
At least 2 full ones.
He had mercy on me.
All right, no rush. Thank you.
Got one today.
I was down in the.
All the way to Huntsville.
He's the one you ought to ask.
He's the one that
Well,
sent us to Franklin.
And he said, ask
What
you
is that?
No, to sell
something lined up.
Anything lined up.
Where were we talking about going to lunch in the Gulch last night at dinner? You
I
said
took her
something
book
that
by
was good.
mistake.
I got a pamphlet.
That's what
No, I brought it back.
Okay.
Excellent, quick.
We were
I tell you
just
what,
talking about
it's,
quick places.
it's a long ways from
Young discussion about
1,000 feet to the ground, you know.
Meal for the Christmas last year.
Sure is. Well, I'm thankful.
Well, me too.
today?
You know what, I hate to say it, but I was just as unsaved could be. I mean, I observed all of the services. They had Catholic service, I went to Catholic service. They had Jewish service, I went to Jewish service.
When did you see the light?
It was later on that,
We don't have reciprocity.
no, she wasn't. They sent me to Germany, and I got over there, and I think she had 11-month waiting period. And then when she was supposed to come, she didn't come. And I thought, man, I am tired of staying on this base. And I figured, hey, if I go to church, then, they had something going every night, chapel. If I go to church, then I stay out of trouble. They ain't the church today. Now, that was church back that time. So I went and I heard these young fellas preaching the
Where in
gospel,
Franklin's
I thought, man, I don't even know how hard. What is he talking about, And finally, that's all right, man. We need to get to
Well, yeah.
In downtown.
People need to hear it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it used to be something else.
It used to be John Deere.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
He got hired from John Deere.
Okay.
It's just a name change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I always wonder, why do they call that John? Right,
That's still the problem.
across from Tallahassee and so, why do they call that John Deere, I wonder? I always wondered that. Did John Deere Company own that?
Okay, so
Or was it
John
just
Deere
somebody
is
named John
actually-
Deere?
No, like John Deere is actually very large.
Yeah, yeah, better go.
They're, Murphy.
Problem, we can say that for this month, it would be.
Look forward to seeing what we come back with.
I'd be interested in hearing.
Okay.
It would be due the first of the month.
My grandson he'll be 3 in August. There's nothing he likes better than John Deere. He wears a John Deere hat. He has John Deere equipment and things to ride on. Yeah, yeah. And my daughter's getting him one that motorized for his birthday. He's gonna love it. When we go to church, we pass the John Deere place with all the tractors. He gets so excited about it.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. How you feeling?
Much
Shoulder
better.
working a little better?
Foot's working, shoulder,
Good.
still doing rehab, but it's a whole lot better. I can go
Okay.
up to here now.
You can wash your hair now.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So, it's a big deal.
It is a big deal. You don't realize, it's like, I've had 2 knee surgeries. I would never, ever park in those handicap spots when I'm thinking, there's people that don't even. It makes you appreciate when people are.
How's the recovery on the knee surgeries? I know I'm set to get one here.
Well, I broke my patella and I tore both of my ligaments, and so I had to have surgery on that. And then they couldn't get it to go straight. It was like that.
Yeah.
When I laid down, it was like that. It wasn't straight. And so that surgery, yeah. And so I had to be for a week in this.
An education this morning.
And carry it home with me, and it did your knee like this, just constantly bend and stretch, bend. And stretch. I'm like, oh, that was awful, but I've been okay. It still bothers me when it rains and stuff like that, but it's a whole lot better than it was. Did you injure yours?
I'm in the back seat, so I never know where I've been.
And I've done it my whole life. So I have no heart rhythm between my knees right now. So
We'll never know.
The first time what they did was
talking about the
they
PTSD?
drilled up into my finger, and some of the bone marrow comes down, and that helped me for a while. But I think that's all gone too.
Okay.
no, it's
Where did you cheer?
UCM, University of Central Missouri.
Yeah.
From there, so.
No, the PTS guy, there were 3 of us that told him.
Yeah, that's what I was. I mean, you know, I
broke
I've
legs,
done it
arms.
for 15 years. I have multiple concussions.
Yeah.
My elbows are completely shot.
Yeah.
Wall in his mind.
That wall.
He kept talking about that wall.
Seems to me it's in the front.
That's a new
It's
book.
what, it seems to be, yes, but it's the same thing. It seems to me it's up, way up front.
All right, we got a little behind schedule on our last topic. Is Mr. James Dalton here? All right, Mr. Dalton, would you come forward? And do you have a proposed principal broker with you? And if you two will come over here, will you tell me your name, ma'am?
I'm Fran Hinton.
All right, the law director is about to ask you to raise your right hand. I'll go ahead and do that for you. She's going to ask you if you're going to tell the truth or not, okay?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good.
All right, if you both have a seat where you can speak into a microphone, we'd like to make sure we hear and record what you have to say. Mr. Young, will you give us a little background, please?
Sure. The applicant is James Dalton. The principal broker is Fran Hooten. Mr. Dalton has passed the affiliate broker test. Principal broker Fran Hooten was first licensed as broker in September 1, 1995, and became principal broker of the firm effective 6/10/2013. Ms. Hooten is responsible for supervising 84 affiliate brokers and 3 brokers. They have no disciplinary sanctions. The firm is called the Dream Team, Mount Juliet LLC, doing business as Keller Williams Realty, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. The summary of the disciplinary sanctions for Mr. Dalton is theft, criminal attempt to commit theft, March 2007, and James Dalton's statement and letters of recommendation can be found on the iPads.
Mount Juliet.
Are you making fun of my
I'm
Texas
sorry,
/ Louisiana
I'm
accent?
out of control. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're out of order, Ms. Franks, but that's a pretty good line. All right, Mr. Dalton, it's nice you're here. Would you tell us what happened in your past that caused you to have to come before us today?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Council, Mr. Chairman. What had happened was I owned a successful lawn care landscape company. Owned and operated it myself for several years. I had some equipment stolen from me at my place of residence. Once I filed my insurance claim with that, from the time of my purchase to the actual theft was several years, about 4.5, 5 years. Filed my insurance claim. I used what receipts that I had. I obtained other receipts from Lebanon, Kubota in Lebanon, Tennessee, to support the value of my weed eater, my back black blower, and I filed it with the insurance company. Approximately 8 months later, that had happened. Since it had happened, I received a phone call stating that I was being charged with attempted theft or attempted fraud. The reason being is because I had obtained a receipt for that equipment after the fact because I could not locate it in my paperwork.
So, who filed? The insurance company?
Yes, sir.
They thought you were trying to.
Yes, sir. They thought that I was trying to fraud them, which in fact, that's not what my intentions were at all.
So they took you to court? Were you arrested?
I actually turned myself in. I was made aware of the charges pending against me. I went and spoke to an attorney. We went to the courthouse, and I turned myself in voluntarily.
How was the case disposed of?
I pled guilty because the way it was written is just what I did, was according to the law, the way it was written. I obtained a receipt after the fact, even though it was showing what I had paid for the stolen equipment. I pled guilty to a misdemeanor.
What did that mean? Were you fined, incarcerated, probation?
I was never incarcerated, no, sir. I was given a 1-year probation. I served 50% of that, approximately 6 months. I paid, I believe it was $40 a month for the probation. I was under the impression actually that it would be exonerated or actually expunged because it was my first and only offense ever. And from my understanding with the misdemeanor, when you plead guilty in the state of Tennessee, now this is what I understand, that it's not expungible. That's why we're here today.
How long ago was this?
This was back in, the actual theft took place the late of 2000, middle of 2006. The charges in court and everything was mid-2007.
All right, commissioners, questions? Mr.
So-
McMullen?
The insurance company asked you to document the loss?
That's correct.
Okay, and you had receipts for some of this stolen equipment, but you did not have receipts for some of the other stolen equipment?
That's correct.
So you went back to the retailer where you bought the stolen equipment from and asked them if they had receipts to show where you had bought the stolen equipment from them?
That's correct.
And they provided you with that documentation, or tell me what happened there?
The original receipts that I purchased were not able to be located. They wrote out a receipt because the equipment that I had was Shindawa. It's very popular in the lawn care business. It was a T27 weed eater and it was a backpack blower. They still have that same equipment being made today, so they wrote out a receipt of a replacement cost. That's what I filed. So the insurance company assumed that I was trying to defraud them at that point, which, again, like I said, was not my intent.
Did you think about trying to go to a trial on that, or your attorney just advised you to take the plea?
My attorney was Jack Lowry, one of the best in the Wilson County area, and he told me what I did was wrong. They could have pursued with a felony charge and stated that if I did a misdemeanor, that it would be no time served. I took the blame because I was obviously uneducated. I've never filed a claim. Did not know. I should have asked questions. I was just trying to get the replacement of my equipment.
How much of the claim did the insurance company end up paying? So what have you learned from this situation?
I'm asking a lot more questions, sir.
The commissioners? Mr. Horn. Mr. Horn, pull that microphone towards you, please. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Number one, you turned in an initial report to the insurance company, and then you decided there's some other things that should be added to. Did you call them and tell them that?
The initial report had a John Deere 757 zero-turn mower, one T27 Shindawa weed eater, and one Shindawa backpack blower. Those were the 3 items that were taken off my trailer on my property. And those 3 items were listed in the initial report. The mower was covered through finance papers that they were able to accept. I had the mower financed through a third-party Bank of the South. I did not have a receipt for that, but they accepted the paperwork for the paperwork or the finance papers for that.
Hey, the only other thing that I'm having the problems with, if I would tell them, look, I don't have the receipt for that. It's not too much they could do about it, one way or the other, pay me or not pay me. But if I go and conjure up a receipt, then I'm stepping on shaky ground. You understand what I'm saying?
I do understand that now, yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying to you, I don't know, I just can't see why you would go out of your way to do a receipt that you had claims, you had grounds to claim for being the owner of that. We had a van not too long ago, and they broke in and stole tools. When I made out the receipt, I couldn't remember all the tools but I put the best that I knew. And then later on, hey, you know, so-and-so is missing, so-and-so is missing. So we called them and told them, hey, there's other tools missing we didn't put on the receipt. They said, well, get the police back out there and have them to make out a supplement. And I did, and I lived happily ever after. This is the state of Tennessee. But now, if I would have decided to make a statement myself saying, hey, I can get somebody to sign this or this type of thing, then, like I say, I'm going across the line. So what I'm really asking you, do you think you handled that the best way?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay.
I did not handle it because I did not make that phone call to that insurance adjuster to ask him if this receipt would be suffice. I made the assumption and the call, which at this time I know is a wrong call, to have Lebanon Kubota write me a receipt for the replacement of those items.
But you have paid all your fines?
Yes, sir, I have. There were no fines. There were no fines. The only thing that was given to me, as I stated, was a 1-year probation, which all I had to do is serve 6 months of it, good behavior, and pay the probation cost monthly to my officer that I had visited. And note that since then, or even prior to that, my record is clean. Not so much even a speeding ticket.
Ms. Franks.
I noticed on your on the application that you filled out through PSI Services, where it asks, have you ever pled guilty, pled nolo contendere, or been convicted of any criminal offense? You wrote no. Can you explain that?
Because I was under the impression at the time, since this was my first offense, that this was going to be expunged because it was a misdemeanor. That's my naive thinking that's what had happened.
But when you were in real estate school and they went over that subject, did it anything click to you? I better check and make sure that got taken care of.
No, ma'am. The reason being is because I've had job interviews with security backgrounds and background checks that had never came up in question prior going to the real estate school. So at that point, I assumed that it had been expunged because it was never brought to my attention from that day forward until I had filed for my license for real estate. This is actually when I received the letter from one of your associates, an email stating that a background check had revealed this. I was quite embarrassed because of that, and speaking with Fran at her office, that this had come up and was very much unaware of.
And so tell me a little bit what you're wanting to do. Are you wanting to sell residential, or what's your plan in real estate?
My plan is to sell residential, possibly later on get into a commercial side of it, make a better life for myself. My wife is in real estate. It gives me an opportunity to work with her.
Hey, and I noticed you're affiliating with the Keller Williams group.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So are you planning on being on a team, or what are you thinking? Will you be in a team with your wife? Is she in a team, or?
She and I are in a team together currently right now, and right now, as of right now, the doors of opportunity are there. We just need to look at which door to open.
So what are you doing as a part of that team now?
Absolutely nothing, because I don't have my license.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that y'all were a team.
Well, on paper, I guess
Okay.
you can say, yes.
Like a marriage certificate, like on paper?
That kind of team.
Yes, sir. 23 years married, so yes, sir. Commitment is there.
Commissioner Bloom?
Is it Miss Hooten? I was just wondering how Mr. Dalton figures into your business. What do you plan for him to be doing?
His wife joined us in February, and she had talked to us about she'd like to have him come in and work with her, and we said we'd be glad to talk to him, and he went and took his testing and came in and talked to us, and Leanne's been great to have in our office, and I think he will be too. I mean, they're just be working together, if you want to use the team or partner name, but they'll be working together in residential sales.
You have how many agents?
I think on record's about 84.
And how does Mr. Dalton factor into your training?
I have a lot of contract classes that are required, that they finish 2 different contract classes. And of course, our MTAR will be his other place to get his required classes.
You teach those classes?
Pardon me?
Do you teach those classes?
I do not teach Code of Ethics or the TREC. No, I do the contract classes.
Other questions? Ms. Hooten or Mr. Dalton? Yes, sir.
One other thing, I hurt really for what had happened, what's happening to you or what happened to you, because a lot of people get these 1129s or felon on them and don't realize what the judge is doing to them. And they end up signing or taking the easy way out and have to pay for it the rest of their lives. So if he gave you 1129, which made it a felony, he put you 6 months in jail, then the chances are that a pretrial diversion, anything could have kept this out of your from what I'm hearing, providing that I'm hearing the complete truth of the matter. But the idea, again, you need to watch your business practices and make sure you know what you're doing before you agree to something.
I've got a good team behind me and
Right.
and a lot of education ahead of me. Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Hooten, I have a question for you after we vote, okay? So don't go anywhere. Is there a motion?
Move to approve the request.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Horn, that Mr. Dalton's request be granted and he be allowed to proceed on to get his real estate license. Discussion on the motion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for waiting.
Council, Mr.
Good luck
Chairman,
to you.
thank you.
Sit still just for a minute.
Sure.
So the name of your company has got 2 long names, right? You're not just DBA Keller Williams, you're DBA Keller Williams, the Dream Team, or what did I hear?
It's the Dream Team LLC was how they first opened that office.
But what's a DBA? Malcolm, did you read that into the
Doing
record?
business as Keller Williams Realty.
I thought he read it in something different. That's why I wanted to check on.
Actually, it is the Dream Team, Mount Juliet LLC, DBA Keller Williams Realty.
Period.
Correct.
Okay. I thought he read in more than that, and that's why I wanted
Had
to.
Mount Juliet after it when he first read it.
Okay, so
But that's where we're
I
going.
got it. That's all I needed to know. I was confused on that part. Thank you both for coming down. Good luck to you. Mhm.
So what's the name have to be on our side?
I'll just ask a question.
Sure.
So, as far as Keller Williams goes, are there several dream teams then? I've seen that lots of different times. Okay.
All right, next up, Diana Berry. Are you here? Please come forward.
The applicant is Diana Berry, and her principal broker is Sheila Street.
All right, who's who? Which one's Miss Street?
Sheila Street.
You're okay. You've just seen how this goes, so you shouldn't be sitting down yet because the law director has to swear you in. So please raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Very good.
Did both of you say I do on that? I just couldn't tell. I couldn't hear it. Okay, just want to make sure. We just like to know what we're dealing with. Mr. Young.
Okay, with this case, the applicant is Diana Berry. Her principal broker is Sheila Street. Miss Berry has passed the affiliate broker test. Principal broker Sheila Street was first licensed as a broker in 01/19/2016 and became principal broker of the firm effective 2/23/2016. Ms. Street is responsible for supervising 3 affiliate brokers. There have been no disciplinary sanctions. The firm is Lee Street Properties and Investments, Dixon, Tennessee. The summary of disciplinary actions are theft, which is grand theft from a person which was committed in May of 1990. Diana Berry's statement and letters of recommendations can be found on the iPads.
All right, Ms. Berry, tell us what happened back in 1990.
Yes, sir. It was back in 1990, and it was around Mother's Day, and I was driving the car, and then my cousin was the passenger, and he stopped at the corner at a very busy intersection. He wanted to get some flowers for his mother for Mother's Day, and the records do show that this happened, I believe it was May the 12th. So Mother's Day usually is within the first, week or two of May. So anyhow, he snatched the flowers from the lady who was selling the flowers at the corner and told me to go, and I just did it. Honestly, I'm just as guilty as he is of doing it.
This is really not pertinent, but that's 26 years ago.
Yes, sir.
How old were you at that time?
I thought I was 18, but apparently I was 19.
And what happened after that? They chase you down with a police car? How'd they
Absolutely. This is LAPD. They don't play around. They put the SWAT team on you. They have helicopters and all that, but yes, they did.
And how long did it take to catch you?
I'm sorry?
How long did it take to arrest you?
Not long. They're really good at their job. Let's see here. Probably, I would say, probably within the hour. It was even shorter than that. I would say probably just a couple of blocks or so.
So you and your cousin both arrested for grand theft?
Well, he didn't at the time for whatever reason. I think he went and jumped out of the car and took off. But yes, they arrested me. And then they let me out on my own recognizance. I think it was after maybe a day or two.
Questions, commissioners?
So this was a child, though, that was your cousin? Your cousin was a child?
No, he was. He's my age. He may have been. We're pretty much the same age.
It says contributing to the delinquency of a child.
Oh, that was something different.
Oh,
this is the theft that they're referring to.
Okay.
That they eventually reduced down to a misdemeanor, grand theft on a person.
Can you tell me what's the difference in? I don't know the difference in grand theft and theft. What made it grand theft for some flowers?
I'm thinking because the lady felt like threatened harm. She was in fear. So I'm thinking that's what it was.
Okay.
But nonetheless, it was what it was, and I was an accessory to it. So I'm just as guilty as the person who took the flowers.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, ma'am. What did they charge you with?
Well, originally it was charged as a felony, as a 211, I believe, if I'm saying that right, which is, I believe that's the most serious charge that there can be, robbery. And then they reduced it when we went to court. We had to go to court a couple of different times.
I see. Would it be possible that because you used a vehicle with it that caused them to throw the book at you, so to speak?
I believe so.
Did you pay all your fines and assessments?
Yes, sir. And originally, I do want to set something straight here. When I went and had all this pulled at the Los Angeles Superior, what is it called? Their archives department, because I had to go do it in person. Originally, somewhere in the paperwork, it says something about $100, but it also says on page 4, miscellaneous, up on the top left-hand corner, it says $10 restitution is paid in full, receipt number, and it says restitution fine is per 1203.03 penal code. But again, I'm making a correction to that because somewhere in this paperwork, I read something that said $100. And then on another piece of paper, it says that, that the $10 restitution is paid in full.
So, in other words, you don't owe them anything?
It doesn't appear so, no. When it says paid in full.
Ms. Taylor?
I see further on the tennis, found some other charges against you for other things, which was...
Ms. Kirby's take on that, just for a second.
None of the other charges are anything that this commission has requested to be heard. The one of them has been expunged, and I believe the other one is dismissed. So this is the only relevant one here.
I'll be honest with you all, I'm no angel. I do not have a clean record. Yes, I've had traffic tickets before, but I'm here to just set the record straight.
So, Ms. Berry, I'm really not too concerned about something that happened 26 years ago, but I'd like to know what you've been doing the last 5 to 10 years.
That's a good question.
Well, thank you. But give me a good answer.
Okay. So since then, I've raised soon-to-be 3 kids, 3 children. I've got 1 remaining at the house. And let's see here. I did work for Comcast. I gave them 15 years of service, which I agreed to take a severance package back in January of 2016 was the end of my time with them. And I have paperwork to show that as well.
Stay out of that file and talk to us.
I'm sorry? Okay.
Look at us and tell us the story.
I also graduated in 2009 from TREC Nazarene University with my bachelor's in management and human relations. And it was life-changing. It really transformed me as a person and a human being. And other than that, I just profess to be a child of God and just hope that good things happen for us all.
Ms. Berry, I appreciate that explanation. And I understood, you said that you haven't been an angel or something like that a moment ago. How do you try to be an angel going forward, and what decisions are you making going forward so that we don't hear from you again, basically?
Just, with good intentions and wanting, to be able to do the right thing, taking care of people in any way, shape, or form, even if they do wrong to me, just, try to just, put that to the side and just remember that there are people out there that are good. And like, I think it was yesterday, the air conditioning guy, he had fixed me up I think it was about a month ago, when my air conditioning went out. Well, just so happens a family friend had taken about $120 from me that was going to fix it. He had did that for us before as far as helping us with our AC. Well, this guy, he came out and, he did something to bypass the control panel and got it hooked up with the blower. And I was going to pursue using him, but I had a warranty on my air conditioning thing. So I did go ahead and I seen him, like about yesterday, and I just went ahead and paid him for the service call. He out, so I was very appreciative of it.
What did you do at Comcast?
I was in sales. They have all kinds of different names: customer service representative, account executive. So I did handle a lot of different transactions for customers regarding their home security system, their internet, their cable, their phone, and then I also, took their payments with their credit cards and stuff like that.
Commissioner Horn.
My question is for Ms. Street.
Well, let's hear from Ms. Street. Why are you interested in having this lady associate with you, Ms. Street? And then we'll go to you, Mr. Horn, if she doesn't give you the good answer.
I've known Diana many years. We live in the same town. Our kids have grown up together. She actually has worked with my brother, who is still a Comcast employee. He's a regional supervisor he's an engineer for Comcast, and he's supervisor over a region, this local region. She's a very good person, inside and out. Stellar neighbor, doesn't live far from me. We've interacted for many, many years. I know she was a good employee there at Comcast. And I think she'll make a great part of our team.
Mr. Horn.
Well, it's sort of similar to what I was hunting, but exactly why would you want her to work for you?
Well, because she already has sales experience. She is good with the public. She has worked well with the public through Comcast. And I think she has some good qualities about herself and she pursued this career, and she came to me and wanted to work for me because we do have a relationship. And she knows how I am, who I am, and what I stand for. And she asked me to be her broker.
Well, how far are you willing to go to stand by her in the time of crises?
Referring to what?
Anything that would bring trouble to your organization. The assessment risk.
I'm not going to defend anyone to bring unethical practices to my practice. But I'm not dealing with that. But if that was to arise, I would deal with that if that happened. I won't tolerate anything like that.
Other comments? I'm going to entertain a motion here in just a second. But Ms. Berry, it seems to me, just on the surface, you're lined up with a pretty good person.
Sit down.
And you need to unclench those fingers right there and just relax. Let's see how this goes. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Ms. Berry's application.
Second.
Got a motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Commissioner Horn, that Mrs. Berry's request to move forward in real estate business be granted. Discussion on the motion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. As I suspected, that motion passed unanimously. Hey, good luck to you.
Good luck to you.
Okay. You too, Ms. Street. Thanks for coming down. Okay, let's go back to commission discussions for a minute. By the way, we're going to try to get you out of here at around 11:45. We'll take an hour-and-a-half break so you have plenty of time to do your business. So stand by. Malcolm or Ms. Kirby, whichever wants to talk about this agreed citation program, you might give us a little background why you're bringing it back to us.
Yes, and I didn't think this was going to be on the iPads. It looks like it is, but I also have card copies if anybody would prefer that. Okay. Rihanna or Brooke, does somebody mind passing these out?
Where is it on the iPad?
I think it's the last thing, but let me check here.
9 is what mine shows.
Oh, yes, it's 9. That's correct.
Says Commission Kellen. Oh, there it is. There it is.
So last month the commission discussed implementing an agreed citation program primarily for advertising violations. That entails basically having another process so that potentially some of these kind of straightforward violations would not have to come before the commission. And the commission had requested that Malcolm and I go back and kind of look and see which rules and statutes we thought could fall under that category. So this document is kind of a proposed just outline of the program, and of course the commission is welcome to revise it, change any parts of it that you see fit. This was just kind of, I guess, my opinion about what would make a good program, and it's been reviewed by some of the administration as well, and they've approved this draft. But of course, it's the commission's decision. But there's a few main categories. The big one is advertising. There's also a section on audit violations, which we have not been citing for audit violations up until this point because we haven't had a program in place to do so. We've been auditing, and basically I think the auditor has been advising firms on the things they need to do to come into compliance. We haven't been issuing citations on that. So there includes audit violations, as well as some administrative measures, as well as the 50-mile rule there, and then unlicensed activity as well. So if the commission, it's up to the commission if you want to take it home and maybe review it and decide on next month if you want any revisions or anything like that, or if it's something you want to do now. That's up to you all. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Or another choice might be to consider it tomorrow.
Oh, sure. That's an option too if you'd like to do that.
This is a lot of material, and I appreciate you putting it together. But just for my purposes, how will this help staff?
So what would happen is, and this is kind of, we have another, there would be a letter that goes out with it, which is still kind of under revision. The complaint would come in like normal, and the complaint coordinator, I believe, would be the staff member. Is that correct, Malcolm?
That's correct.
The complaint coordinator would review the complaint, and if it fell into one of these categories, she would then issue a separate letter, an agreed citation letter, and an agreed citation, which is similar to a consent order, but it would have these set civil penalties or whatever the discipline the commission decided for first offense, second offense, and so forth. That would be laid out there. And essentially the respondent would have the option if they agree, like they agree with the violation and they just want to end the process there, they can submit their check or their money for whatever the civil penalty is, and that's the end of it. If they choose not to do that, then they can submit a response to the complaint just like they would a complaint now, and then it would proceed in the same process as any other complaint. It would go on the legal report and that. So if the hope is that, kind of the idea is that the civil penalties are set fairly low so that it would encourage those respondents to go ahead and if it is such a straightforward violation as it's, is kind of the idea here, that they would just go ahead and agree to pay that civil penalty, and that staff wouldn't have to go any further with it. The commission wouldn't have to review it. That's kind of the idea with that.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that the penalty, the first offense would be a warning letter, second $250, and then third offense. Let's say if they come in with multiple violations in one, like it could be something wrong with the size, and they also did something on the internet, they did one or two other things. Are we still talking about $250 per offense or per number, or for the whole thing?
It could be whatever the commission decides, but if we want to do per violation, we need to put that in specifically in the document so that we want the complaint coordinator, when she looks at them, to have specific directions so that she's not having to make any subjective choices really. So it's up to the commission. We could do it either way. And the first offense, second offense, third offense, those that I put in there were just suggestions that I'm making based on what I am hearing that some of the other programs do. But like I said, you're welcome to change those to whatever you feel is necessary.
Then again, it would bother me that if you came in at first offense and it was one thing, or if it was a first offense and there were multiple issues. So those would be a bother to me.
Well, I also wanted to make a comment that we do have other regulatory agencies that within commerce and insurance that we modeled this after, and it has ended up being a very successful program based on a lot of the infrastructure that we presented to you today. I think it's been in effect 6 to 9 months with them.
So, but with a warning letter, so the way it stands now, if someone submits something and their advertising is not correct, it would be deemed and we would have the case, correct?
So if the complaint came in and it looked like it was a violation of one of these,
Before this, the way it is now, if it's a violation, advertising violation, and someone files a complaint with TREC, then it would be heard.
correct.
By
It would come
us
to,
and then deemed and ruled. So we hadn't been given warning letters before, I guess is where I'm thinking.
correct, right. This commission doesn't really seem to do that. I know a lot of the other boards and commissions do for first-time things, especially things like advertising where it may be something, somewhat minimal. But, that's up to you.
So we could talk about the numbers, the amounts of that we would like for you to.
Oh, sure.
Tomorrow. Okay.
You could. And then also if you see things on here, violations on here that you might not feel that should be in the program, you can decide that too. Or if you think of some that you think should, that we didn't include on here, we can always add other ones. This is just kind of what I came up with in my review and has been reviewed by others as well. So,
Commissioner Bloom.
Yes, Mallory, when these offenses are cited, either warning letter, 250 per violation, whatever, does that go in the licensee's file?
yes, it would appear the same, and it would be on the disciplinary action report, just like it would if it was a consent order or a final order from a hearing. It's all disciplinary action. This is just kind of a more expedited way to get there.
How would this commission ever know that that action was taken by you?
Well, I think that would probably be something Malcolm would want to include in his executive director statistical reports if we started doing this. I think that would probably be how you would be notified. I mean, it would be published also on the website with the disciplinary action report, but...
Oh, it will be?
Yeah, I mean, any time a disciplinary action is given to any licensee within the whole department, it goes on that report, which is on the website. So it would be publicly published that way, but also I think he would probably give that information to you all directly as well.
So in my mind, you send them a warning letter and say, don't do this again. And do they agree not to do it again? Is that part of the agreed citation?
Yeah, I mean, the warning letter would include that. Yeah, I mean, and it would also include, it would cite specifically what they are violating.
Would they have to agree to accept that warning letter?
Yes, that's what the citation is. It's
so
an agreement. It's a contract.
Could the citation language include, don't do it again? So when they do it again, we've already got them signed off saying they have. They agreed not to do it, and yet they're still doing it.
Yes.
That could happen.
That could happen.
Okay, that'd be good.
I mean, my kind of thought was that the warning letter would be a separate letter than the actual agreed citation. It would include that language. We may be able to, I'm not quite sure how the other programs do it, if they just include all of that within the citation itself. Because the citation will look pretty much like a consent order. I mean, it's a little bit different because it has a little bit different process to get there. But essentially, it's the same sort of contract.
They'll have to agree to it.
Right.
So
exactly, yeah.
Valerie, I have a question. In considering letter of warning and fines, could you actually go to the first step and issue a fine as the very first thing that would be done as far as an agreed citation?
Yes, I mean, that's up to the commission. If they want to skip right to a civil penalty instead of doing a letter of warning, I mean, you certainly can do that. Like I said, that's just what some of the other programs do, so that's why I suggested that, but it's your decision.
what's the pleasure, Commission? Next month to formalize this, or?
I'd like to have that kind of time to review this.
Okay. Any objection to handling this next month on our agenda?
And next month, too, I should be able to also provide you with exactly what the agreed citation itself would look like and the letter that would go out, so you can see that language as well.
Thanks for
Good
this.
job.
This is really good.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let me find my phone.
Here it is, 11:36.
All right, the time is 11:36. We'll meet back here at 6 minutes after 1 o'clock. Everybody got it? By time. Have a good lunch. Make sure you initial on the way out, initial on the way back in.
Well, I better not go to lunch. I better stay here and work on this.
No, yeah, don't do that.
Did you see the?
Malcolm.
Oh, true. Does everybody have a hard copy of this to take home, or does
Everybody get a hard
everybody got
copy
one?
of this to take home?
Okay, I just didn't know if some of them were.
I gotta go get a car, which is gonna take me about 5 minutes or so.
You gotta get away.
I gotta go get my car. I got 5 people in my car.
I've got a car that can hold me and 2 others.
Back in the garage.
Or you also ram too.
So then.
Quicker tomorrow. Well,
Tomorrow
tomorrow,
we gonna work through lunch?
it depends. I don't know what this is about. So.
Marcia, I gotta get back to Franklin. That's all right. Just
I
I'll
know
call
you'll
you.
watch it on the YouTube though.
Yeah, I will.
Sorry, I'll connect with you. I'll connect.
Yeah.
We have a hearing tomorrow. I'll try and connect with you Friday.
That'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be great. Y'all be good.
Thank you.
Not leaving, are you? Yeah. I've got another meeting. I know.
You'd be with us for 2 days.
Well, I'm here voluntarily, so. But
Pick people up in
no,
about
it's gonna
5
come
minutes
down.
out front.
Okay.
It's gonna take me that long to get my car.
Thank you.
So where are we going to be?
I think I'll go to the restroom here. No sweats. We're gonna meet at the front door. You look cute today.
Fancy rules. Having to do with personal responsibility.
All this morning.
I know your plate's full, so.
All right, we'll
Good
see
seeing
you
you,
later.
Malcolm.
Let's get together.
We'll do it. Wow.
Should do that or not.
Where are
I
we
don't
going?
think- Probably not.
Huh?
I'm still upstairs.
I know. You got a
I'm
better
still there. Yeah. I was like, what's wrong? Because well, I saw. That's why
Well, at
I'm
least
sitting here like going through
At
them.
least you couldn't find anything with the informal hearings today.
Yeah, no joke.
She tried.
I guess that was last night's interesting. That's kind of was my thought. And I was like, okay, I'll just tomorrow.
you don't. I didn't do anything sitting right there. Hey, good. How are you?
Yeah, you
So-
researched everything, so.
I have the salsa, I have chips.
Okay.
Is that
I'm coming back
But you're
Thursday
right, we
night.
may have enough stuff.
enough for this meeting? We won't have enough for next.
Tomorrow?
No, we have enough for tomorrow.
I think we're good.
I'm talking next meeting, August.
But is there another box of muffins? Oh, good.
I'll have to look. But yes, at least to see Sugarwood. At least. I don't know I can do all day.
I was on the thing, or did you do it?
Yeah, I need to get up there and push it.
Oh, I don't know, I'd do it.
You should have stayed for that. You would have enjoyed it.
Back in. Make sure you get credit. If you don't have initials, you're in trouble. All right, we're going to go to a few different commission discussion items. Let's start with the simplest, I hope. Malcolm, the calendar for next year, proposed calendar for next year.
All right. Actually, that is on your iPad. And these are the proposed dates for the commission meetings for 26-17. So I'm going to give you a moment to look at that to make sure you have signed off on that. And that's under Commission 2017 Commission Calendar. And if you'll look at the guide, we have different colors for different activities that are going on, but the yellow is the suggested commission meeting dates, but we've also highlighted Arello meetings and National Association of Realtors meetings in different colors, as well as the infamous CMA Festival that we moved our meeting for this past month. So if you'll just kind of take a look at those and sign off on that. And then the second order of business underneath this would be potential locations of east and west, which is also, this is something that is required in your rules, that you do have the meeting travel twice a year, one location to the east and one location to the west. We also have a handout of potential locations and hotels and also locations under that. I don't believe we did.
So whatever gets approved, we
Just email.
email. That's what I mean, email it to us.
Particular conflicts any commissioner sees?
Well, I wish you would put in the TAR.
So, if you'd like, Ms. Taylor, we can postpone this item for a while and see if we can get a call over to TAR and see what those dates are, just to make sure.
I think that's important.
Okay.
I can have those momentarily.
Yep. Is that a Trader Joe's bag?
Yeah.
You buy wine?
Are you wanting to?
$2 Chuck, $3.49 in Knoxville a bottle now. It's
$2 Chuck?
It's $3 Chuck now.
It was 4 when I lived in New York City.
4.
That was
Yeah.
5 years ago.
Never heard of $2 Chuck.
This is for informational.
I've never known a person that hadn't heard about $2 Chuck.
I'm behind.
No, you just might live in a different socioeconomic group than I do.
And then, I don't know if you want to go ahead and discuss this at this time?
We're going to come back to it.
Okay. Do you want to discuss the locations?
No, I don't. We never pick locations that soon.
Yeah, we do.
No, we do. We'll know, but we don't have to. We don't have to know the west location till like next January or February.
Okay.
I'd like to wait until our new commissioner from West Tennessee gets here, and maybe the three can come up together with a place where you want to have one.
Well, you can also look on your iPads at proposed locations in your leisure today. We picked a couple of locations outside of Memphis proper. We also looked at Chattanooga, and we also looked at a location in Jackson as well.
I don't have that attachment. I don't think.
That's under locations for commissioners.
Is that a different?
Next page.
That's a different.
Oh.
I've got to get back. I want to go back to the library.
So, in the past, we've picked locations, and we started with what free location we can get that had the proper recording capabilities. These locations that you suggested, are they just towns at this point?
Just towns at this point.
Okay.
But we could go back and look at that as well.
I think if we can approve the calendar today,
Okay, then we can go from there.
yeah, we know we're going to be in West Tennessee in May, East Tennessee in October. We'll get that, but a lot of it takes some coordination with government, basically. Okay, and so you've got a text out or a request out to check on TAR's two conventions.
I've texted the two Steves.
Okay, perfect. So we'll come back to that. Malcolm, we're going to come back to teams in just a second, but the last bullet under commission discussions is a discussion of the informal applicant process.
That
Ms.
is
Kirby.
my friend Mallory.
Okay.
All right. So the commission has basically, since I've been here, and I'm sure a while before that, has been doing the informal applicant process, basically like you've seen it done today, where an indication will come back on the FBI report, and the staff will look into it and determine whether it's one of the things that the commission in the past has requested to review in person. And then we'll request that person to fill out the application for pre-decision, is like, I guess, a short term for it, but and then get 3 recommendations from others, letters of recommendation, give us a statement of what happened, and give us court documents, basically telling us the disposition of the case and things like that. One thing I wanted to just mention to the commission was something that, let me just preface by saying we're kind of in the process of doing some, streamlining of processes throughout the department and the division and everything. So I just wanted to bring to the attention of the commission what some of the other programs do for these sorts of things, which is, and see if you all would be interested in doing something like this, where if the commission is actually given the documentation for each person to review at the meeting without the person being here. And then if the commission or board or commission is inclined to deny that person a license, then that person has the option to come in person and do what we just did this morning. And those that you may not be inclined to deny, like, some of the ones that are, some of the ones that come to mind are the ones where there's been a long time has passed since the violation, and it's something, so it was a one-time thing when they were 18, that you might not even really need to necessarily talk to the person to be able to determine that they can move forward. So that's just one idea that I wanted to see if you all would be interested in doing. the other part of the thing I wanted to discuss was that regardless of if you keep doing it the way we've been doing it or if we want to try doing some new processes, we need to start the process of putting that into rule. Right now, it's kind of this process of gathering these documents from these individuals and having them appear is what you all have decided at one point in the past to do to be able to carry out that statute that says the person must have a reputation for honesty, integrity, and so forth. And really, that's kind of a textbook example of something that should be in rule whenever it's a process that is interpreting a statute. So regardless of what we do, whether there's any changes to the process or not, we need to start getting that into rule and doing a rulemaking on that process as well.
So you also have a two-part topic in front of us.
Yes. So I guess the first question is, do you want to keep the process as is, or would you want to do some tweaking on it to perhaps get it to be taking a little bit less time during the commission meetings? I guess that would be the first question.
All right, Commission. Mr. Bloom.
Yeah, I think that process needs to be streamlined. The only problem is if there's somebody that you send us and we say, yes, that person needs to come before us, it'd probably be the next month before they come before us.
Right, and that really is the only potential downside I can see, is that if, like you're saying, if that person, if you're so inclined to, keep them from moving forward licensure and they want to come, then they would have to wait another month. A possible solution to that would be to give them the option from the beginning, whether if they want to come and appear before you all from the beginning, or if they want to wait and see if it'll just move through and they won't have to come. And then if it turns out they do need to come, then they can come the next month and wait. If they have that option, that might be a possible solution for them to decide whether they want to take the chance of having to wait another month or whether or not. So that's just an idea.
I agree. I think we do need to streamline, but I also am very hesitant on the people that have had an issue before not coming before us, because I can think of several instances where people coming before us, we have discovered more than was there. For instance, you can read something and you get one assessment in your mind of how it reads, but then when the person's there and presents the issue, it turns into be something else. So I am very hesitant not to have the people with something on their record not appearing before us.
And my kind of idea there is that the documents that you would be provided would be a little bit more detailed than the ones that you have been getting on your iPads with the summary of the discipline or the conviction, whatever it may be, that would be a little bit more detailed about what the thing in the past is, rather than it all just coming from the applicant's description.
Excuse me, we remember one time where someone came and the broker wasn't even aware of that issue, and the broker left. So I think that we really need to be careful on that one.
Ms. Hills.
I agree. I think it'd be good to try to streamline it and things like that. I too am hesitant because when I read my package before I get here, I do form an opinion, sort of, it's already there, I've read it, okay, and dissect it out of my brain. And then I've arrived and they've appeared before us, and I've gone the opposite way of what I thought seemed clear, and it could be either way. And I've been surprised before that I wouldn't have approved somebody on paper once I met them. I thought, that is to my hesitation.
Right. That's why if it would be somebody that you'd be inclined to not approve, then you wouldn't just necessarily deny them. You'd say, okay, well, then they have an opportunity to come before us. It would really just be for those instances where you can look at the paperwork and say, okay, this person's done one thing. It was 25 years ago. They stole a lipstick from Kroger, and they haven't done anything else. Like, it would mainly be for those types of things where it would be obvious to you that you don't necessarily need to talk to this person.
How do we do that, or how does staff do that works well?
So basically, you'd be provided the information on the iPads at the meetings. The staff wouldn't be making any decisions. They would just be providing you with the information that you already get without the person being here. And then if you want to approve the person, then you can vote to approve the person. If you don't want to vote to approve the person, then we tell them that they can schedule an appearance before the commission at the next meeting.
So when I make my decision, it's as much about what the broker says as the applicant. You know, are you proposing that we take the broker out of the mix in this, at least the initial stage?
In the initial stage, it would, but also currently we require, for all of these individuals, we require the principal broker that they propose to be working with to write a recommendation for them. So, I mean, we would have that documentation like we do now from the principal broker that would say, you know, why they want to work with this person and what they know about them.
I think this is really two sides to this too, because I think it's great in our legal reports that we don't know who the person is, either side, so that we are totally unbiased about it. But I do agree that there's been several instances, even this morning, of people coming in, and if you'd just seen it on paper, you might think, but they can unravel themselves. We've also had a principal broker. We used to always ask, tell me about your escrow account. And one broker says, well, I don't take care of that. I pay somebody to do that. And that ended up with her getting audited because of that. So I think there's two sides to it, but I do believe that we're getting more out of these people than what's on paper. But I also think, just like the gentleman this morning, the military guy, that was probably something that didn't need to come to us at all. I think there's some things that are pretty blatant and some that aren't. And just like we had a lady that stole eyeshadow for $5 and she had to come before us. I think that's something that, I mean, if we could give you some sort of leeway in those kind of decisions, instead of us seeing all of them, I don't know. What do y'all think? And we hadn't talked about this before, so.
We're all subject to sunshine law, so we have these open discussions. We have no idea where anybody's coming from, and certain people, particularly myself, don't make sense a lot of the time, but we're at least talking and open when we can. So if I'd read that this woman this morning was charged with grand theft, and today I find out it's because her cousin stole some flowers from an old lady on a corner, that might be a mitigating circumstance. I mean, I hate to give up the FaceTime with these people, and my guess is they want to be here. I'm not sure, but I would guess they would want to be here.
What if we gave them the option of being here or not? And if they said no, then that means they're giving up on the process.
Well, that's kind of what we already do. I mean, if they don't come and they have something like this on their record, then they can't do anything else. I mean, they're not going to get a license until they come. So
I'm one of these people that I do like to make things easier and probably cut down on a lot of red tape and all that. But you learn so much by a face-to-face in anything. In selling real estate, we learn so much from our customers just by watching the customer or the client, whichever. And I just really think we really, hopefully, will be real careful about not having people with a spot on their record coming before us.
Is there sorry.
Oh, you've got it.
Is there a way to try it without having something changed, or
just try it for a couple of months and see how it goes? I mean, we can certainly do that if you all would like to do that without before we put it in rules and things like that.
Because I mean, there's some that got out of prison 25 years ago and model life, and those are simple ones. I know that.
Sure, we can certainly do that and try it out for, a short period of time and see if you think the process, if it's helpful at all or not.
Does our customary process require the broker to be here? It's not reduced to writing anywhere, is it?
So we have it in the rules that if you are required, anyone that's appearing has to appear before the commission for the purpose of obtaining a license, their intended principal broker has to appear with them. So it doesn't say necessarily physically appear, or it doesn't really interpret that, but if they appear, the principal broker has to appear.
That's codified? Or
That's in the rules.
That's
Mhm,
the rule, okay.
mhm.
I think that's a good rule, too.
Well, they're the one we're going to hold responsible.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think if we try this, I'm sorry, you did.
You?
I think if we try this, maybe more people will then make an attempt. Possibly. I think the numbers may go up. Not that we have less theft of property and felonies, but I think people, instead of pulling back and just being scared of the process or something that wouldn't carry on with it, I think those would maybe take their chance and go ahead and send.
I mean, it would still, every individual that has an indication would still be discussed by name by you all. The only difference would be is they wouldn't be sitting here. You'd still be talking about their paperwork and using their name and all of that.
So the decision would be whether to have them come in before us or not.
Right. The idea being that you may then cut down on the number of people that have to come because you may be able to go ahead and approve some people to move forward who have these indications that, are kind of cut and dried and a long time ago.
If we took that route, I would say that anybody that had something minor over a time frame of period, 20 years before, that had nothing since, then that sort of makes sense. But I'm really skeptical, whatever.
Well, and the commission would be deciding those on by each case. It wouldn't be like staff is not deciding anything or making any decisions about what's coming in front of you or not. That wouldn't be. I don't think that would be appropriate for anybody but the commission to be making decisions on whether somebody can move forward with licensure. But it would just be potentially saving.
And we may see that, yes, we want this one to come back. Yes, we want this one to come back. Yeah. If we see we're wanting most of them to come back, then there's no reason to do it.
Right. If that is how it turns out, then it may not
maybe
be
some sort of test, like Ms. Hills talked about. Do you need to come back to us next month with a plan, or what do you need us to do today about it?
She needs a sense of where we are.
Yeah, if you're all in consensus and want to vote to try something like this, I mean, we can go ahead because we don't have nothing's really written in policy or in rule or anything about it, so it's not like we have to go through a process of changing anything that's currently.
The rule says the broker has to appear, but you're saying that could be in the form of a narrative.
Well, the rule says the broker has to appear if a licensee has to appear, but it doesn't say anywhere when a licensee has to appear.
But the broker has to appear with them, not just by phone, even, is it?
It could be.
Didn't say.
I mean, we've brought, I think, before the commission before the possibility of the applicant being here in person, but the principal broker being in, calling in via FaceTime or Skype or even phone. And I don't know that a decision was ever reached about that, but the rule just says must appear. It doesn't say in person or physically or specify that.
I think most principal brokers, I can tell you this, if somebody had a problem with this and I had to come with them, that would make me really think twice about this person. Would I be willing to subject my integrity before this commission? So I don't want to leave that part of it out at all. I think like you said, we've had people get up and leave. I didn't know they did that. They didn't tell me they did that. So I think when the applicant comes in, that the principal broker should come with them physically here, not by phone. Because that's who we're ultimately holding responsible.
Gary?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I think the applicant from Memphis and/or Johnson City is paying a bigger price than the applicant from Nashville.
That's true. But we didn't pick where the
Yeah, we
meetings
did.
would be.
We picked here.
This is a state capital.
Yeah.
We all have to come here for whatever.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying it's a bigger price.
Just to question commissioners, what is it about the process you don't like now?
I don't like having a girl come up here with the lipstick problem that happened 15 years ago.
So there's a threshold.
Yes.
That if they don't cross, you're okay just doing it on paper.
Yeah.
Of money
Okay.
and time, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it happened 15 years ago, and it was $1.
Or it was, yeah.
Probably like the flower lady this morning would be an example.
Speeding.
It was a misdemeanor, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, sometimes it's going to be a little more of a gray area that you're going to want to maybe lean towards having them come in. But there's some that aren't. You know, I remember one lady I think came in and, like you said, she took an eyeshadow when she was 18, or cookie dough. When we have a lady that had
one girl
took
stole
cookie dough from the
dough.
grocery store, and that was it, and it was like, 25 years ago, and.
Eyeshadow. She was the lookout. She wasn't even one that took it.
But okay, commissioners, would it be safe to say that it sounds to me like there is some general consensus that there's something so minor that you don't care to hear?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what that threshold is at this point is not determinable, but at least for some direction, and we're still talking, but there's agreement that there are some things we shouldn't have to hear.
So minor and a distance in years. I don't think it could have been last year,
Well, Miss Kirby's looking for direction if she's going to bring something back. So, if we're going to try something on a temporary basis, so do you have that number of years?
But everything would come before you. It's just only some of them would come in person after you've seen them once already on paper.
So we could have a meeting where we have some approved on paper and some here in person. And the people in person are wondering, what am I doing here if we're approving other people on paper?
Well, so they would either be here because, one, they chose not to take the chance that you might go ahead and approve them without them appearing, or they were not approved the month before and then chose to come in. That would be, I think, how they would be ending up coming in front of you in person.
Austin, what do you think about these informal appearances, just generally speaking? Trivial, we shouldn't have to go through the process. For the record, speaking to the microphone.
Yes, I agree.
So what do you think a fair balance would be? I'd like to think about that.
Well, I mean, I've thought about it some, having heard so many of them. I think questions are, sort of the factors in my mind are, how long ago was it? What was the nature of the offense? Like, did it involve property or, position of trust, fraud, things like that? If you're just trying to evaluate it based on the crime, those are the main ones.
What's your thought about a broker appearing, the principal broker?
Letting them not have to appear?
Yeah.
I can see some value in it, but we had the one a few months ago where after the principal broker heard it, they said they didn't want to be the principal broker for the person anymore.
So it works both ways sometimes.
Yeah. That one was pretty wild.
Well, if the person ends up, so the proposal was that what some of the other programs do is that they review all the paperwork first, and then the ones that they're inclined to deny or need more information from, then they request that the applicant appear. And the ones where they don't really need to hear anything else, that they're fine with this person moving on, they just approve it without the person coming. So that's kind of what the option is. But again, if you'd either be approving the person without seeing the applicant or the principal broker in person, or you'd be seeing both of them. Because if they come, they have to bring the principal broker.
Possible to have a consent agenda or something like that, or maybe can we form a committee that reviews them and suggests some to go on the consent agenda, but everybody has opportunity to review everything, and if they want to pull something off the consent agenda, they can. If it gets pulled off, then the people need to show up the next month or something like that.
We can do it however you all like to do it. I mean, like I was telling you before, none of this process is in rule, and that was the second part of my proposal, was that whatever we decide, we need to start getting it into rule, because this whole process is interpretation of that 6213-301, I believe it is, statute. And so, you all have the ability to interpret that statute however you like, because it requires the applicant to provide sufficient evidence to the commission that they have these qualities to be able to transact. So however you would like to make sure you have that assurance is up to you all. We just need to make sure we start getting it into the rules.
How much of how much of a time factor is it for applicants? Let's say there was a situation where maybe it was considered just on the paperwork and they avoided a trip, but there was a chance that after considering on the paperwork, we might say we want them to show up. Well, now they've lost a month. How important is that to the applicants?
Well, and we mentioned that earlier too. My suggestion was perhaps to give them the option of, do they want to take the chance that they'll get approved and won't have to come, or would they rather just go ahead and come from the get-go, and that maybe that could be an option for them to avoid that, because that's really the only downside I see to implementing something like this, is that if we don't allow them the option of coming and then they have to wait a whole nother month to be able to get a license.
I think it's difficult to put it into a rule to say if the conviction meets factors A, B, and C as determined by the staff, then they don't have to show up, and because it's hard to put those exact factors down on paper for every situation.
And I don't think that the staff should really be having any discretion about who, because this all directly applies to whether we give somebody a license or not. I think the commission really should be the ones making those decisions.
What would the members think about if we formed a committee that looked at all of the informal applicant requests and then, based on what they saw, put those onto a proposed consent agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and unless somebody objected, then the board would approve those?
Is that acceptable under the sunshine?
I don't know. That was a question.
It would have to be the committee. Whenever the committee meets, that would also have to be open to the public. But there are other boards and commissions that have committees that have specific tasks like that, and they do that.
Do they ever do it by phone?
You can do a meeting by phone. It has to be noticed as well, and there are other certain things we have to ensure, like everything has to be done by roll call and things like that. But I believe it can be done by phone. No.
So historically, we do 3 or 4 of these a month. Is that, or are you starting to see a real uptick that we need to?
No, I know last month we had like 7, which was a lot. But generally it's about 4 or 5, 3 or 4, 4 or 5.
Would you guess that maybe 2 of those 5 probably could be handled just by paper?
I think it really depends on the month.
I know. It's hard to pigeonhole anything here right now.
I guess I'm the one that still, I know that there are always instances that look easy and time and all that, but if we can't make that determination, and here's a lawyer speaking, that we can't make a determination of like anything this way, we go by have to treat one way and this way we treat another way. I am all for people appearing before us. I think we learn so much.
Oh,
I'm for simplifying, but I think, as Ms. Taylor said, that, you know, maybe we need to not change it. I mean, we first were saying that maybe we could try it and give it a test. But then if we're going to say, they all have to come back, and the one thing we are missing is that interaction with them and finding out stuff that's not written on the paper, just as we have this morning. So, I mean, do we need to just,
well, if at some point everyone is in agreement with that, then we need to go to the second question, or second step, which is to get that reduced to a rule over a period of several months, I suspect.
Which if you don't want to change anything about the process, then I can go ahead and start drafting the current process into rule. I just maybe want to get a couple of clarification points on the things that we are currently requiring them to provide for us. I don't know if when you look at the documents for each individual, if there's some things that maybe are unnecessary that you don't really look at as much. If there are other things that you would like to see, just while we're getting this into a written format, I just want to make sure that we actually have it the way that y'all want it.
We had one person that had 1 page, and we had another person that had 52 pages. You know, I don't need a recommendation from someone's mother-in-law like we got today. There's some things that, I mean, they shouldn't, maybe we need to be specific about that.
About who writes the recommendations?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If they want to provide us with all the recommendations in the world, they can, but I don't know how much weight we're going to put on those. You know, that's kind of their decision, I guess, but I don't put a lot of weight on those letters of recommendation. I figure you ask somebody to write a recommendation who likes you, so they're going to say good things about you.
So is maybe the recommendations are not necessary then? Is that something we would maybe want to not ask them for any longer?
Anybody can get,
Except from the principal broker, maybe.
Well, the principal broker's here, so we don't need that.
So, before we get to that, is there consensus that we just want to keep it like it is, but streamline the process that we now have? Is that, Gary?
Yeah, I'd even throw up a flag and see if anybody salutes it of 10 years. Anything over 10. I don't want anybody looking at me 10 years ago.
What about the applicant we had this morning who had a criminal issue but also had a issue from another regulatory board in another state? Was that brought up because of both reasons? I mean, would each of those have been an independent reason for him to have to come up?
Yes. We currently require anyone with, because he had the criminal conviction was a felony, so that would come before you. And then we also require anyone with discipline from a government agency to come. So either one would have been a cause for him to come before you.
Mr. Bloom had suggested that if the most recent event was more than 10 years ago, that we ought to be able to handle it on paper and not have them appear. Is that about that discussion topic?
Regardless of the conviction of what it is.
But what if it was like 5 convictions 10 years ago for stealing money or escrow account or?
And you wouldn't be able to ask them, what have you been?
It's just like when you think you've heard it all, we hear something else, you know? And that's how all real estate is. Every deal, there's something new. So it's hard to just put a date on it, I think.
Because it could have been, like either 5 convictions or 2 or 3 really major ones that maybe they have been doing the same thing, but we hadn't heard about it lately, Well, I guess my recommendation is to keep it.
I agree with that.
So, Mr. Bloom, back to your suggestion. I don't sense much support for it at this point.
That's okay.
We would
I'd
love
say-
for it to be, but I don't see it.
But,
Thank you.
but we're not going to go back and look in your history just to find out what you're talking about. All right, so keep it like it is. Reduce the amount of paperwork. And you've suggested like referrals, letters of recommendation, other paperwork that we get that you find useless. Is there too much paperwork that you have to
Yeah.
look through?
Yeah.
Do you really just want to talk to the guy?
Oh, I would like
Why
to
do you
see,
want
it was a
paperwork?
felony and it was on this date and this was the punishment they got. And did they fulfill their probation and did they pay back the money and those kind of things. It's mostly the police reports that we need to go by anyhow.
And them saying what
And then what-
them writing
yeah.
down what their story is. And
So you still want a statement from them
Yes.
describing what happened, even though they're coming before you. Okay, a statement. You want no more letters of recommendation, but you want to see the FBI report and any court documents they have that give us more information about the things in the FBI report. I mean, this is what the staff has to review in order to determine whether people even need to come. So we'll already have those things. It's just a matter of if you want to see them or not. And I think, let me see, I think that is all that and then the application, which you've seen, I think each of the files today had the application for pre-decision on there. Is that application something you still want to have them fill out? Okay.
Well, I hope we've been of some help, Mr. McMullen.
I was going to say, I mean, for me, the more sort of original documents you can get, like to show what they were actually convicted of and any kind of narrative from a court or from some government agency that tells what happens, I tend to weigh that a little heavier than maybe what they tell me about
Right.
what happens.
Right.
So.
And we do try to get them to provide as much of that as we can. Sometimes they say, well, this is all I could find, or it's so old that the court doesn't have anything real specific. So we try to get as much of that as we can, but.
Hey, Mallory, while we have you,
Yes.
and another attorney in the office right now, what do you say we skip over to the legal report for a second? Let's talk about the appeal that.
Certainly. Okay. So the case that was recently decided by an administrative law judge sitting alone was, when it came before the commission as a complaint, was complaint number 2015-008103, and it was first presented in September of 2015. I will go ahead and read to you just the parts that pertain to this. There was 3 respondents in the initial complaint, so I'll just try to read just the parts that apply to this particular respondent, so we don't have to go through all of it. But there's still quite a bit here. So, okay. So actually, I guess it was first presented in August, but this in September was brought again. And this is the summary. So the complainant states that complainant submitted an offer on a property via Respondent 1 affiliate broker on February 3rd, 2015. Complainant states that immediately after complainant submitted their offer, Respondent 1 told them there were multiple offers on the property. Complainants state that their agent asked Respondent 1 if they needed to submit a best and final offer, and were told by Respondent 1 that the bank seller would counter all offers. Complainants state that they tried to stay in touch with Respondent 1 to make sure they were given this opportunity, and were told on February 19th that they would have a reply soon. On February 25th, complainant went to Respondent's firm to see what was going on, because they had not heard anything regarding a counteroffer. Complainant states that complainant met with Respondent 3, then unlicensed, who told complainant that the offer was never submitted. Complainant's agent then submitted a new offer to Respondent 3. Complainants state that they were told by Respondent 2, principal broker, the next day that the bank could counter the offer. Complainants state that they immediately accepted the offer and submitted the proper forms. Complainants state that they were sent separate disclosure and confidentiality forms from Respondent 3 on February 25th and 27th, which they signed in return. Respondent 3 then sent environmental reports to complainants. Complainants state that on March 2nd, their agent contacted Respondent 3 asking for the final contract from the bank. Respondent 3 told complainants that another bidder had come up in price and his offer was accepted. Complainants state this was nearing the end of their inspection period. Complainants state they had a contract with the bank, who was the seller, but that the bank then entered a contract with another buyer. Complainants also state that Respondent 3 was negotiating pricing and other aspects of the transaction while unlicensed. And then skipping down to another section, this is in regards to Respondent 3. Regarding the allegation that Respondent 3 was conducting, this is the principal broker's response. Regarding the allegation that Respondent 3 was conducting unlicensed real estate activity, Respondent 2 states that Respondent 3 did nothing more than assemble and pass along documents pertaining to the transaction, as well as keep the parties apprised of the current status of the transaction. Respondent 2 states that all of these actions were at Respondent 2's discretion by phone while Respondent 2 is out of town at a conference. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 negotiated the price with complainant's agent directly over the phone and that Respondent 3 never did any negotiating of price, terms, or conditions and never showed the property. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 3 at the time had already submitted her documentation to TREC to receive her affiliate broker's license and had successfully completed the educational requirement and was very familiar with the required separation of administrative and licensee duties. Respondent 3 states that Respondent 3 did nothing but disclose the status of a listed property and deliver documents, which is allowed under TREC laws. Respondent 3 states that the complainant came in on February 25th to discuss a contract for a listed property with Respondent 2. Respondent 3 states that Respondent 2 was at a conference, but Respondent 3 was aware of the status of the property and informed complainant. Respondent 3 states that Respondent 2 then spoke with the owners, who decided they would put the drafting of a contract with another buyer on hold while to consider complainant's offer. Respondent 2 then told Respondent 3 to send complainant the confidentiality agreement and due diligence forms in case the bank went with complainant's offer, because the bank did not want to lose any more time. Respondent 3 states that on the following workday, Respondent 2 told Respondent 3 that the seller had countered both parties and are waiting until the end of the week for responses. Respondent 3 let complainant's agent know of the delay and gave him the lockbox code which he had requested. On Thursday of that week, Respondent 2 notified Respondent 3 that the seller decided to go with the original buyer. Respondent 2 asked Respondent 3 to notify complainant's agent since Respondent 2 was still out of town, which complainant's agent wanted further explanation. Respondent 3 states that since Respondent 3 had not spoken with the owners, complainant's agent would have to speak with Respondent 2 when he got back in town. They spoke the following week, and Respondent 3 states that Respondent 3 had successfully completed the real estate courses and examination, was issued a license on March 8th. So that was the presentation. The recommendation was to dismiss as to all three respondents. The decision was to refer to Commissioner Hills for review. And then there was some additional information found about the first two respondents, which doesn't really apply, that was presented in addition to when Ms. Hills came back with her review. The decision at that point as to this respondent was a consent order in the amount of $1,000 for violation of TCA 6213-301, which is the unlicensed activity statute, plus one regularly scheduled attendance at one meeting within 180 days. It was represented again in October. Respondent 3 had requested that legal counsel ask the commission to remove the meeting requirement, as Respondent 3 had recently graduated in the process of moving to California. It would be difficult to get back to attend a meeting, and Respondent 3 will no longer be in the real estate business upon transitioning out of state, and the commission made no motion, so the original decision stood. From there, it went to an hearing with an ALJ only because it was an unlicensed activity case, to which the judge dismissed the case, stating that he did not believe the activity constituted unlicensed activity. So now your decision is whether to appeal this case to be heard by this body or to dismiss the case altogether.
Do you need a motion either way, or if there is no motion, does that take care of the issue?
It would be best if you made a motion either way.
All right, commissioners.
But if we don't make a motion, it takes effect tomorrow, what the ALJ has.
Yes, that is the legal effect, is that if there's no motion, if there's no appeal filed by tomorrow, then the ALJ's order will stand.
The appeal would be back to us to have a formal hearing.
Correct. I mean, the hearing with the ALJ was also a formal hearing, but this would be the next step.
Would there be an ALJ?
Yes.
Again?
Correct.
Okay. Hi, commissioners. Ms. Franks?
I feel like that when this came to us, all we had was what was on paper. These people were not sitting before us. The complainant made the allegation that the unlicensed person was negotiating pricing, but that respondent 3 said they did not. Without having those people before us, I just feel like somehow maybe this ALJ, by having them before her or him, have more information than what we do right now. And so I don't know that I would want to overrule a judge who was equipped with all the information and all the testimony.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry, Gary. Your hand was up. Go ahead, Gary.
I just wanted to hear from Diane.
I can't. I would have to abstain, would I not?
That's your decision.
I need to step back.
If you abstained before, you probably would want to.
I abstained before.
Mr. McMullen?
Yeah, I would agree with Marcia. The judge had the benefit of hearing all the witnesses, and really the original allegation from the complainant was that the allegedly unlicensed person was communicating with or was negotiating the price. And that would have been hard for the complainant to really know anyway, I think.
And that's one of the reasons I recommended dismissal in the first place, because those allegations there was absolutely nothing that they submitted to show that.
Yeah, that's just a conclusory allegation, and the ALJ had the benefit of actually hearing all the testimony on that. So it may be different if the facts were really clear and we just thought the ALJ completely whiffed on it and just missed it. But here, it's very fact intensive, and the ALJ heard much more of the facts than we did. So I think we should not appeal it.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, sir. I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, the motion offered by Commissioner Horn and seconded by Commissioner Franks, if passes, will indicate to anyone involved or concerned that we do not plan to appeal the ALJ's decision. Discussion on the motion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Mr. McMullen, what kind of...
It didn't.
I'm sorry, one recusal. That word you used, conclusory allegation, what was that word again?
You got it?
Say it again, just so I can hear how you say it.
That word, conclusory allegation.
Conclusory allegation. We like to learn from attorneys whenever we can. Thank you, sir, for helping me out with that. You're welcome. All right, thank you, Mallory, for going over that with us. We're back to commission discussions now on teams. Mr. Young.
Well, actually, if you want to conclude on dates, mysteriously during your discussions, little green squares appeared on your calendar dates. I'm kidding. I do have TAR dates now. If you want to go back to that before you discuss teams.
Okay.
The TAR dates, the only conflict, and I'll just give those to you real quick. Spring conference is March 27th, 28th. Fall and that's in Cool Springs. The fall conference is September the 20th through the 23rd in Memphis at the Peabody. And then there's a leadership conference for
Say in September?
September 20th through the 23rd in Memphis at the Peabody. And then for the 18 incoming officers of local boards, their training is December 5th and 6th, which would be in conflict with our proposed December dates, but I don't think that would have a major impact on your activities as a commission. So really and truly, the dates that we proposed are not in conflict with the TAR dates either. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Is there a motion to accept the recommended calendar?
Move to accept.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner Taylor, that this calendar, as prepared diligently by Brooke and Malcolm, be adopted. I appreciate the detail that went into this. Thank you. Discussion.
I just have a question. The September 19th through the 24th in blue is?
Hello?
It's a relo, and I will tell you this, Diane, it is not contiguous, and I don't think Hawaii, as far as funded commission meeting members, would be approved by the Division of Administration here.
Okay, other questions? Let's vote on the motion, which is to approve this calendar. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Thanks again on that. Now let's go to teams.
And Mr. Chairman, that was something that you had requested that I place on your agenda for this meeting.
Right. And again, Ms. Kirby provided us significant legislation that affects this discussion in some form or fashion in a separate email that came maybe a week or two ago. I don't know that it's posted on this iPad.
There wasn't any new legislation this year that affects teams.
No, but just something as a basis for us to
Right
speak
after
about.
our last meeting, you sent us something.
Right.
Oh, the list of statutes and rules
Yeah.
that affect, yes, not new ones, but yes.
Okay. So I'm going to take a shot at just one topic and see what we can do with it. The first statute that you sent to us had to do with designated agency. And the statute is very clear. It says that the principal broker can appoint a designated agent to represent a client. And the statute's intent, in my opinion, means that client gets one license. And that license belongs to whoever the designated agent is. You with me on this? Yep. The statute regarding designated agency gives the principal broker the right to assign a licensee to a client to the exclusion of all other licensees in the firm. They get one license. That whoever the principal broker said is your designated agent is who you get.
Yes.
Okay, the reason this topic is important because our discussion last month and the month before had to do with the fact that although a team leader might be the designated agent, that's not who's working with the client. There's a buyer's agent or a transaction coordinator or somebody else, but the designated agent is not who's working with the client. That was the topic that came up. So I think if we can just keep our discussion to that issue at the moment and see where it leads us, it might be helpful. Because as you recall, a second part of this discussion was the fact that selling brokers after the fact would call the listing brokerage and say, how about changing the name of the person who sold this property to so-and-so, who happens to be the team leader and maybe even the designated agent, but the designated agent never worked with the client, so the person was actually working with a customer at that time, I guess. So thoughts on that or comments on that? Is that the issue?
To me, that's one of the issues, but that's a big one because a lot of people think that let's say, I have a team named the Fontaine Taylor team, which is, let's say I have a team named the Fontaine Taylor team, which is my name, but also my team's name. So when someone calls and one of the people that is under me wants me to list their house, they may get one of the other people under me, not under my, well, certainly under my broker, but they're working for my team that goes out and lists their house. They may never see Fontaine Taylor. And I think it's false, not only advertising, I think it's just not in the best interest of the public. I think the public needs to know if Fontaine Taylor's got a team, we need to come up with something like Fontaine Taylor team member or something to designate that they're going to work with somebody, but maybe not me. And especially when you're getting these awards for Fontaine Taylor being the best seller in town. She's sold $25 million this month, and it's taken 15 people to sell that $25 million.
So,
Similar to this morning when the statement was made that my broker has sold more than anyone else in the United States.
Right,
That's
so
misleading.
15, I wrote it down.
Because there's no way to know that.
Well,
so we're really talking agency, not teams at this point.
well, you can't pick them apart really too much.
Couldn't it also apply outside of a team situation? I mean, if my principal broker designates me as a designated agent for a client and I go on vacation for a week and I ask my colleague to show my client a house while I'm gone and that client decides they want to make an offer on that house, well, what if my colleague writes the offer for them because I'm out of town? Well, then what?
Well, we at my office, we have an agreement between inter-office. If this one goes out of town, then there's agreement that this one signs with the person who's going to take over for her while she's out of town. If she shows a listing, they get $100. If they write a contract, they get a 25% referral. So there's ways of handling that. And the selling agent still is the person who had the listing person is who gets that listing.
What we see in our area with teams is that the Fontaine Taylor team, but it won't say team because of the on the confirmation of agency or something. So you deal with somebody else, and all the paperwork comes in Fontaine Taylor, not the team, Fontaine Taylor, and it goes both ways. Not only the public, and I can see where it can be explained to the public. Oh, you get the whole team. You don't just get me. You get the whole team. So that they have no idea who's responsible for what. But it can be, and they end up with a signature, electronic signature of Fontaine Taylor. So. That's just easy, it just goes. And there's something comes up, I'm on the other side, and I want to talk to Fontaine Taylor. Yet Fontaine Taylor doesn't know what's been going on. Marcia's the one that knows what's been going on, yet it can be frustrating on the other side too. I mean, and what the agent, what they're doing when they're designated agents. And like Fontaine said, the broker is the one that's supposed to, and you said the broker is the one that's supposed to designate that as a designated agent. Nobody else in that company is it's that. And then so it makes it to Fontaine Taylor, and then she doesn't have authority by what I read to let anybody else take on that hat. Wear that hat unless there's some other.
Boom.
Well, here's what I think. I think this is an industry issue, and there are Fontaine Taylors in the industry who have so much business that Fontaine Taylor can't take care of it. So what Fontaine Taylor does is she assigns it to somebody on her team. And that's the attraction to those people. If I come with Fontaine Taylor, she will give me leads. And that's where we are with this issue, because that's an industry problem. And
It's almost a company within a company, and
It is.
that's the problem.
well, I understand that.
But there's still
but there are
one
people who
responsible
will do
principal
that.
broker.
But there's a way to operate teams in the law. The problem is it's not being done well.
But we're not really, I mean, team is not even within our law. I went to in Oklahoma City when I went to Arello this past time, and it was a whole session on team names and advertising. And what we found in that was the bottom line of the problem is principal brokers here. Allowing things to happen. One suggestion, Malcolm, that they made was, like when you go on the road and you take and you discuss with different areas, to invite people to bring their signs and say, is this correct or not? So that they will know, because when they see it, it's easier for them to visualize it than just writing some law about it. And it said, written on signs, whether they are the broker or an agent, must be clearly written. And then another suggestion was to have a misleading list. These things are misleading. Don't do these things. They're misleading. And then they said the real test is when I put up my sign, the Marsha Franks team, to the person on the street, how do they see that sign? Who's in charge? You know, is it Franklin Realtors or is it Marsha Franks' team? And we can't legislate away teams. We can't get rid of teams. Teams are here to stay. Whether you like it or not, they are. And so our duty is to the public, not to just helping those teams get it right. So if the bottom line is, what does the public see on that sign? I mean, that's the answer to it. Is that legal or not?
I'm just wondering if the public cares. If they get the house they
Maybe they
want
don't.
at the price they want and the terms they want, or if they get the dollar that they wanted to sell it for at the time they wanted to get those dollars, I think we're talking about something they don't care about. Now, I think we got to get it right, but I think we need to make it easier, because we're creating the problem.
How does a managing broker designate a designated agent? Is that something that's done in writing, or how does that happen?
Most people fill out the form themselves. If I've got a listing and if I'm not the broker, I'll fill it out. Okay, I'm just filling out that I'm the designated broker, because the broker's not even filled it in. So
Does the
that's
broker
just-
sign
it's
that,
just-
or?
It's just, no. It's just a piece of paper that's saying that the broker says, I'm working with these people, but the broker hadn't signed anything saying I was.
You're talking about the confirmation of
Yeah,
agency,
right,
which is
basically,
required.
uh-huh.
But in the company policy, it would say.
Yeah.
Right. But you're not required to have a company policy even.
You're not. Nobody should have a company without one, of course,
Right.
but you're not required to have it. But I think the problem is, and I think you're right up to a point, people don't care as long as they get what they're after. But the thing is, we should care. We should care and make it, we have rules and regulations to protect the public. The public needs to know who they're working with. And who they're working with needs to do it according to the rules and regulations that have been set out. That's what's fair to the public, that everybody has the equal thing and know what's going on. And they need to know whether they're working with Fontaine Taylor or Fontaine Taylor is a team leader or member, and they're going to get somebody on that team. And right now, I don't think they know that.
So is it an advertising issue more than an agency issue?
I think it's both.
I think it's both too.
So if I hear a radio commercial that says Fontaine Taylor last year sold a house a day on average, when in fact it was a Fontaine Taylor team, so is that advertising?
It's misrepresentation.
It's misrepresentation because Fontaine Taylor did.
It has nothing to do with teams at that point then, it's just misrepresentation.
Yes.
But it does have something to do with teams
I know,
because
I know.
I'm assuming.
And whoever sold it, or whoever was the buyer's agent, is on the confirmation of agency. There's no doubt about it. And it doesn't matter if Fontaine Taylor's got a team of 20. If she's on that, it's her. She gets the credit. If she lets one of her teammates have it, they get the credit. And the principal broker, who is now, if you're going to be in charge of a company that has teams, that principal broker has a huge responsibility overseeing all of that. And the problem comes when they let the team leader take care of those responsibilities. And then that's the people that we see in here.
And again, no one should be paid except through the principal broker, the
Exactly.
company.
That's
So
clear.
Yeah, that's
you can't-
perfectly clear.
Mr. Young?
Mr. Grease, I was just going to point out, I've really looked at this very carefully, and in section 12660, you have 3 different sections that spell out the responsibilities of the principal brokers. You have it spelled out under the escrow area. You have it under the what will cause a license to be taken away. You have it under the advertising rules, and then you have the last section of the 1260, which has to do with very specific teams. The concern that I have this afternoon with part of this discussion is if you have like the Fontaine Taylor team, you have to be careful because you don't want to blur the lines of the duties of the principal broker and what those duties are. And that would be a word of caution that I would make, that you certainly don't want to blur those lines, because I do think your rules are very clear. And in looking at a lot of the comparative things that we've gathered has been given to you as far as a commission, I do think that your rules are clear, but I do think that they do need to be enforced.
So sometimes we may be overthinking this. And I agree with Malcolm. The rules are here. We're here to enforce those rules. And it goes to the principal broker to make sure that those rules are kept in addition to that agent.
Ms. Kirby, did you have something?
I was just going to mention that we do have a rule that says unsubstantiated selling claims and misleading statements or inferences are strictly prohibited. So that specific thing about selling claims is actually specifically in the rules.
That's where.
That's 1260-02-.126A. And also, I mean, I agree with Malcolm. The rules about all the team stuff and the principal broker responsibilities are pretty clear. The only way to enforce them is if people file complaints and we issue discipline. Well, in my opinion, people aren't really filing complaints about this, unless some other agents are starting to do it, but the public is not filing complaints about this. So, I mean, that begs the question of whether it's really a problem.
Because I think we're getting misleading advertising, if for nothing else, and people really don't know who they're working with.
Maybe that's the way to attack it, is through the advertising
Right.
angle.
Right. I mean,
But they're signing who they're working with. I mean, whether it's a buyer's agreement, a listing agreement, I know I want to know that up front, and I want that signed up front so that there's no question about who their agent is.
but here's the problem, and this is from what I hear. has all of these listing agreements. So I go in and sign all the listing agreements. And then they take them to the client and they see.
Are you the principal broker?
No, I'm the team leader at this point in time. I'm the team leader, the Fontaine Taylor team. And then they go to list Gary's house. Well, it's signed that Fontaine Taylor's listing the house. Fontaine Taylor's not there. Another licensed agent is there. Not as a co-lister, not as anything else. They're there to do my paperwork.
That's not illegal.
It's not, but to me, it's truth in advertising. You're not really working with me. I'm not really listing that house. The same thing if you're selling a house. If I signed all the sales agreements and I'm not even there, I've never shown that person a house in my life. But Diane sells that house.
I think anybody, though, I think it is a sales point to be able to say, I've got 20 people on my team, and that makes them feel like, so they're happy to explain the team to them before writing a listing or taking them on as a buyer. And so that's explained to the person, the public.
It shouldn't say Fontaine Taylor. It should say the Fontaine Taylor and something. It should have something on
Fontaine
there
Taylor team
different.
doesn't have a license.
I understand that. But it should differentiate. This is not me. It's a member of however way we do it. We have to me, it needs to be addressed.
Do you think a law needs to be changed to add a section for teams in the law, or what do you think is a good way of?
I don't know. I just think people need to know who they're working with, whether they're working with an individual or somebody under an individual. I think they.
And I think it, with the teams, with the structure that the teams have, and the team leader, and the processing person, and the ones that handle the list, then you get assistance, unlicensed assistance, and
But they can only do specific jobs themselves if they're unlicensed.
and where do I find that? Because
There used to be a list in
it's
front
not
of
in
the
the
green
front.
book.
It's still in front of the green book.
Okay.
But
But
I
that
have
is
a
just
blue
a
book.
list that's not law, I don't think.
it was just direction.
Actually, the one that's similar to it is there's about 16 points that talks about how you can lose your license.
Yeah.
And that's very similar to that list.
Thank you.
All right, so
Who produced that?
That's in the rules.
Oh, how you can lose your license?
Oh,
or
you mean
what
312B?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the statutes is what he's referring to.
Where's that?
62-13-312B.
Thank you. It's my favorite.
Or what you have to do to have you have to have a license for is really probably what I'm looking for.
Well, that's in a couple of sections, 62-13-301, and also 62-13-102 has the definition of brokers as well.
Mr. Grease.
Yes, Mr. Bloom.
I believe this is an issue that we might need to resolve as an agent issue. I do not believe it's a public issue, and we're supposed to look after the public and agents. But if Fontaine came and said that she was listing my house, but she sent somebody else, and my house sold tomorrow, I could not care less. And it's kind of like how Zillow's taken over our industry. They just gave out what they thought the house was worth. Oh, they have a little section down here that says that we're only right 85% of the time, but they took over our industry, because if you called Realtor.com about Gary's listing, they said, oh, I'll have Mr. Bloom get in touch with you. They didn't want to talk to Mr. Bloom. They wanted to know how much the house is worth. So Zillow says, here's how much the house is worth. It's an estimate, it's a guesstimate. So I believe we're talking about something the public does not care about. We may care about. We want to make sure we get it right, and I understand that, but I think it's wrong to bring the public involved in this.
Well, and I'm sorry.
You've got it.
So, and I agree with you, and I think it's easy to tell John that the team working with the team is better than just working with Fontaine Taylor, and that's an easy sale, and that works. So then maybe we should change the rules, because here's where it's difficult. It's Fontaine Taylor not going by how the rules are written, and Marsha Franks is. So why do we bother? So if the public's not, I agree with you. So if the public's not going to complain, let's just make it so everybody does work in the same thing, because we have people who are not doing it and we have people who do it, and there's not too much gray area in between.
You're going to have that in anything. There's a lot of people living on the fence.
But I agree with you.
So, Ms. Taylor, I understand your frustration, but I don't sense we have an answer today, other than this potential for enforcement that may be something that local associations can sell. Ms. Kirby?
I just wanted, and I can't remember if, I don't have the document that I made for you in front of me. I can't remember if I put this one on there or not, because it's not directly related to advertising, but 62-13-401 is the statute that talks about creating an agency relationship with a customer, with a client. So you may want to take a look at that one too and see if that gives you any other information.
Thirteen 404
401.
says, well, 404 says the agent's supposed to abide by the laws.
That should go without saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think this discussion about teams is good, because it actually is coming up nationwide. But the bottom line, I think, to all of it is, when you have good rules in place, they have to be enforced. People have to be penalized for breaking those rules. And at this point, I don't see any, I don't think amongst this group that we have any suggestions of how to make a change or make it more comfortable. And I don't think it's our job to do that. I think we're just here to enforce what laws there are and what rules that we make. So if we see a rule needs to be made, but I haven't heard one voiced here today about what rules should be made or changed.
The chair's going to decide on his own that this discussion is over, unless I'm overruled by a balance of the commissioner. I don't sense there's a motion to overrule the chair. The chair is also going to make a decision, take a 10-minute break. Hurry back.
Also, the chips are supposed to be on their way,
I have come to the
but I don't see
conclusion that
them.
we are beating a dead horse. Come to a conclusion that we are beating a dead horse.
Possible. I tried to go to lunch there once.
30 minutes to get to Trader Joe's, and it's
They say something new. Well, I think you got good opinion, and the only thing about it is the book bag back you up. Yeah, and then you keep jumping off of it. We keep jumping off of it, getting on something else.
Doctor's been on me. Radio thing comes on with a guarantee that doesn't give anything.
It's
I
black
said,
and white.
It's not.
File a complaint.
And well, and one day I Oh, my husband, yeah, okay, that's good. We were supposed to.
We're just all trying to grow our little farm.
Chips ever.
They're not complaining, so I agree. I agree.
Enforcement agency.
Change it.
And you just know. I would think so.
Okay. So Mallory accepts my article.
Who's got it out?
Listen
for us
to
on
the
radio.
I wish I could take credit for that. They're so good.
Yes.
I'm Guy Ritchie.
Oh, nice
I
to
talked
meet
to you
you.
on the phone a
Oh,
couple
yeah, it's
times a
good
week or
seeing
two
you.
ago. I just want to introduce myself.
Okay, glad you did.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, we've renamed you the celebrity.
Well, I was just thinking a minute ago, we both have famous names, right?
Right.
Because
Yeah, I'm some.
you're a guitarist for
Right.
AC/DC.
Right, I've been told that several times. Well, thank you for pointing yourself out.
Yeah, no problem. And I think I.
Yeah, I just texted told her.
Oh, okay.
She said likely.
All right, well, Friday at the latest.
Friday at the latest. Okay. All right.
Yep.
We don't necessarily have the answer, but you can ask us.
But
Have
you have to
you all
remember,
ever,
we got
do you ever
another,
have
it
discussions
depends on how long
who
the
ever
hearings
have
go
to
tomorrow.
choose and which?
Yeah, okay. And there will be some, it looks like, huh?
Oh, yeah,
So-
absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good to meet you.
They IT works magic. That's all I know.
Did you get my message?
Huh?
I was talking to Sharia, that's why I was kind of delayed. She said it was out.
Problem, as much as anything, is in the legislature, almost everybody in there's got real estate.
Well, I've got a lot.
All I know is they've settled, they're supposed to be out of here.
Quite as much. So, figure I'd just let you know.
Well,
Excuse me.
that's interesting.
How you doing today? I'm
Work
good.
across the
You?
state.
I'm
We used to do a
doing
lot
well.
more development.
Well, I knew your name, so.
So my brother was down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bedside today.
Oh.
We try not to tell people about each other.
Yeah, I used to be up with Range Group, and then I was gonna go work with Jimmy Hudson.
Oh, yeah, he
No, he just did it that one Sunday
Not as
night.
elaborate, but
No, no,
With his-
it's exactly what we need.
gets the job done.
We don't need it screened or anything.
Well, yeah, the
You hope
tec-
so.
The texting was weird.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall and that. I know you all can't, but I just.
That's a sick thought.
We'll discuss grandfather.
Nice.
No, you know something.
Yes.
You heard about it, you said. Well, thanks for saying hi.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell Dan I saw you.
It is. It's the 32-ounce one, the biggest one. I drink water all the time.
Yeah.
Even at night, it's on my nightstand. I wake up about twice a night, get my drink of water, go right back to sleep.
Oh.
I'm just thirsty, but I've been that way my whole life.
Really?
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say, "Have you been checked for diabetes?" And I'm like, "Yeah." They check me once a year for that, but don't have it. I'm just thirsty all the time. Sorry, this.
My tablet if you want. Oh, well, there you go.
Thank you. I think it'll work. Let's make sure.
Fried mango.
Oh, okay.
It's from Trader Joe's, so it looks all fancy.
That's what I thought it was some kind of jerk.
I do have jerky, actually. So he didn't say anything?
Mm-mm.
Wait, but it wasn't. Isn't her phone?
Oh, I got him a Yeti and me a Yeti, and
I got a second
I filled his up at the
tank from
office. He doesn't break it.
Metal straw. That number.
You're right.
That's fancy.
Well, the
Is it hard to clean?
no, I just stick it in the dishwasher, and I've got like 4 of them. I think it is. Just each day, I don't put that in the dishwasher, but I put the straws. Yeah.
My nose will not stop running. Lord, I swear. I'm like trapped in over here.
I love these.
They're good. I just have
Those are my favorites. Unfortunately, we had some left over the last month, but they're all gone within a week.
Are they
They're very buttery, and that's what
Yeah.
I like. Plus
they Trader
chocolate.
Joe's?
Show a little respect.
In there.
I sure will. Said he had some rich family that wanted to buy.
Hot.
How come you just speed through that progress report? Although some of them are real short. Are they?
Actually, that was yeah, that was Monday before the party.
Chairman of the real estate commission.
Where was that party? Was that over there?
It's up. Oh, hold on. Casey.
Want to come back? Sorry, we're full.
Is there a new girl here? Was a girl? I didn't recognize her name.
Laura Doty.
No, it was
Pepper.
some girl that said she had done some leasing in San Francisco or something was awful.
Oh yeah, she's
Went
gone.
back over to CE shop.
No, she's on the website. Who's running that?
So the rooftops too. I can fix it.
You're so smart. I had to have 2 daughters to help me with my computers, and they're always like, "Mom."
My mom,
I'm up here
I'll
and
never
ship
forget
around.
when she first started texting. She was the last one of us to get an iPhone, and she
I'm like, yeah, that's why we did this for you, Mom. And she would text me. I'd be at, like in class. Hi.
You know, I'm always asked people too. Do you prefer texting, phoning, or a message? And I like texting.
I waited to this very moment when I'm passing you by.
I don't want to call somebody and it take.
I said have something.
I can text somebody. It takes a minute. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to give them 5-10 minutes.
You preach on Sunday, don't be
No, if I'm trying to talk to you about something that we need to do, here's the point, yes or no. Here's.
I chit chat with my sister at nighttime, you know?
I call my mom every day. We're on the phone for like 30, 45 minutes.
Does she
and
still live in Missouri?
She lives in Las Vegas, actually. She lives with my parents retired to Las Vegas. So
It's been hot there though this summer, hasn't it?
we're going back in September. Yeah, the end of September.
That'd be better.
I think we're supposed to be there.
Well, that's where I met my husband. We were both going to UNLV.
Oh.
That's where we met. And then we moved to Arizona. Here. So.
You're used to hot, but at least it's dry.
I can't do it though. I found out that I have a very sensitive, like heat sensitivity. So I have to breathe warm.
You're welcome. There's a girl back here reading a book. Looks like we got less people too. Maybe they're all out in the hall.
All right, Ross, we're going to go to the education report if you're ready for us.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good afternoon, everyone. I'll call your attention then to the Tennessee Real Estate Commission Education Agenda, July 6, 2016. I submit to the commission that I have reviewed the courses and the instructors as presented in this report. Here today, I'm going to submit J1 through J26 for your review and approval.
Ross, when you review these, is there a syllabus that comes with these courses, or how do you review those courses?
At times there's syllabus or content, course content that they actually hand out or pass out to the attendees.
And you look at each one of those?
Yes, sir.
Now, what we were talking about earlier, how do you put a check beside their name that they've been through one of these courses?
As far as the instructors, then for each instructor, I'm sure that they have had a course and or have signed the manual, and I have an affidavit for each packet.
Questions, Mr. Bloom?
No, sir.
All right, Chair would love to get a motion to approve courses J1 through J26.
I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom, and seconded by Commissioner Horn. Is there discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I abstain as to matter J8. Thank you.
Right, sir. Mr. Ross White, would you tell us about your instructors now?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I offer to you the instructors that you see before you also as listed J1 through J26, but I also prepared this month an instructor background briefing for each new instructor, each of those that have not been before the commission before. Those are on your iPads.
That's good. I like that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you like it enough to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the educators.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Frank, second by Commissioner Horn, that those educators who need to be approved be approved. Let's discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Mr. White, does that conclude your report?
That would conclude my report unless there are other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Mr. White? Thank you, sir. Legislative update. Who's got that? Valerie.
Okay. I believe, well, first, I don't generally review the minutes, but I did during our first half earlier just because I happened to open it on the iPad and saw that there was some inaccurate information regarding legislative proposal discussion of last month. So I think we need to go back and amend the minutes to reflect that. My recollection is last month you all voted to propose getting rid of the grandfathering clause and then to look into a possible proposal for more severe unlicensed activity penalties, but we did not discuss anything regarding LLCs, which is the only thing mentioned in the legislative portion on the minutes.
Marcia, didn't you discuss something?
We mentioned LLCs a couple of months ago, but we did not end up coming up with something to propose. It was just an idea that was thrown out a couple of months ago. I don't believe we even talked about it again last month.
I think we just talked about that needed to be, the wording needed to be changed where it was very understandable, because I think there's lots of different interpretations about it.
Right, and we didn't really come up with something specific to
'Cause you talked
propose.
about
So,
your husband's-
but I believe the minutes say it was voted on, which is not accurate either. So,
Go to page 3 of 11 in the minutes. Bottom of page 3 of 11, there are 3 bullet points. Are you suggesting that the first 2 should be stricken or struck, whatever the right word is?
I'm suggesting the first 2 be struck, bullet points be struck, and the sentence below the bullet points, which says, motion second to approve LLC legal documents, which were not presented. I'm not sure what that's referring to.
Objection to the recommendation from legal.
And we also need to add a discussion on potential unlicensed activity proposal, which was discussed.
Previously approved the minutes. Now we want to go back and amend those minutes.
I mean, if we want to leave something about it was mentioned that the LLC thing needs to be clarified, that's fine, but we didn't actually come up with a proposal. And the other things we did discuss aren't all on there. We definitely didn't vote to approve the documents.
So we can be efficient. Just want to make sure, understand what your recommendation is. Strike the first 2 bullet points, strike the sentence below the 3rd bullet point.
Yes.
And then add a discussion,
Unlicensed.
what?
Wasn't it unlicensed, add a unlicensed?
Discussion of unlicensed activity proposal.
Where that goes in, as long as it's under legislative proposal.
Doesn't matter. And then the vote was actually on the grandfathering one, I believe, just the grandfathering one.
Yeah, we have that vote correct, don't we?
Sorry?
The vote's correct, I think, in the minutes about that.
Well, the vote says was to approve LLC legal documents. Oh, the next one?
Grandfathering.
Okay, yeah. So then that one can stay, but the first one needs to go.
Okay, so strike 2 bullet points, strike 1 sentence. Add a sentence that says increasing penalties for unlicensed activity.
Yeah, or just, I don't even know that we'd gotten that far yet. It was just to look into a potential change in unlicensed activity penalty.
We'll make sure we make you happy on this. Take 2 bullet points out, take that 1 sentence out, and we should be good.
Yes, that's fine.
Is there a motion to do?
That's my motion.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen.
Second.
Mr. McMullen makes a motion to amend the previously approved minutes, properly seconded by Ms. Hills, striking 2 bullet points and 1 sentence, which we've thoroughly discussed. Is there discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Now, can we get back to today's item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I submitted the proposal for the removing of the grandfathering clause. That has been submitted. I also went ahead and submitted a proposal for a statutory change to be able to allow the commission to issue higher civil penalties for unlicensed activity. The commission didn't vote on that because I hadn't looked into it yet, but I had to have the proposals in, so I went ahead and proposed it. I'm not sure if either of those have been selected to move forward in the process, but they both have been proposed. In addition, I have also proposed basically a TREC cleanup bill with a few different things in it. A couple of the things were brought to my attention by some individuals in the administration. And I just wanted to, I don't think it's necessary for y'all to vote on them, but just to make you aware of some of what's being proposed. And that is, the first item is that in 6213-303A3, this has been something you all have proposed in the past, but just hasn't been picked up. And it is, basically we have two statutes back to back. One of them requires your 30 hours to obtain to get a affiliate broker's license. It requires those educational hours to be completed within 6 months after you've gotten the license, and the very next statute says that you have to have it before you get the license. They're just contradictory to one another. So the first section would just be to remove the first one, since currently we enforce the second one, which is they must have the education prior to getting the license. The second section would be to amend TCA section 6213-303H, which would change the amount of time given to a broker to complete the 20 hours of education required from the date of issuance of a broker license from 3 to 4 years. The reason for this being that our license cycles are every 2 years, and we really don't have a method in core to be able to track at the 3-year mark whether somebody's completed the education or not. So some members of the administration have suggested that we make it, well, it could have either been 2 or 4 years, but 2 seemed like not quite enough time to do 120 hours. So the proposal is 4 hours so that it will coincide with reissuing of the license. Since it's in the statute, it's a condition of renewing the license anyway. The result right now is that we get to the license renewal, and either they've gotten an extra year to practice without fulfilling the requirement, or maybe they fulfilled the requirement, but some of the hours were done in the 4th year, but then we still can't renew their license for them, even though they actually did complete the 120 hours. It just wasn't within the 3 years. So that's the second section. The last part is 6213-309A3. Currently requires, whenever the firm changes address, it currently requires all of the licensees affiliated with the firm to submit to notify the commission and pay the fee. That, with our previous system, the staff had to go into each individual licensee's profile and change the firm information. With our new system, they don't have to do that. They change the firm's information, and it's automatically linked to each affiliated licensee. So they only have to do one transaction, and it just is extra processing time for them to have to go through, however many TREC 1 forms and process all that many fees when they really only need to do one transaction. So that's where that one comes from. And I'll take any questions on those, but that is all.
Bloom.
Yes. Malvern, can you explain to me again about the 120 hours?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't like the 2 years, that's too short, and you're recommending 4 years?
Right. So currently they have 3 years to complete it.
But the reason for that?
The reason being that 3 years falls in the middle of a licensing cycle, and our program doesn't have anything to alert us at that 3-year mark whether somebody has completed the 120 hours or not. It would have to be a manual thing, which... Wouldn't
that depend on when the person made application for a license?
Well, when the broker license gets issued, the renewal date is 2 years from that date, not from their previous affiliate broker license date. So it would end up being 2 years out, or then 4 years out for the next renewal cycle.
And so walk me through this. I want to be a real estate agent in the state of Tennessee, and I get my license. Now I want to be a broker.
Yes.
And I didn't. Let's say I did go to Memphis State, and I got a degree in real estate. So I have two years to get my broker's license and 120 hours.
So the 120 hours is required after you get the broker license, not to get the broker license.
Okay.
So once you're given a broker license, I mean, you have to meet all the requirements of a broker first. Then you get the broker license. Then now you have 3 years to complete the 120 hours. This is just be proposing 4 years to complete the 120 hours so that we
But
can actually keep track of it.
I know if I get my broker's license that I've got 24 months to get in 120 hours. Why are we giving them another year? I know.
She's wanting to change it from 3 to 4, not 2.
Okay, well,
Most of
okay.
us did it in 2. It
So
used to
for
be
3
2.
years, I am aware that I've got to get my license 120 hours in the next 3 years. That seems like that's plenty of time.
But she's saying that then there's, the system can't alert them.
I mean, it could be 2 or 4 years to solve this tracking problem with our program. I mean, I'm not sure how well it will go over with the legislature to put more of a restraint on it than allowing more time. I mean, that's something I can definitely, if you all have a consensus that you would prefer 2 years, I can definitely pass that along to the administration.
No, I don't want to cut that. But if I know right now I've got 3 years to get that in, that seems like that's plenty of time for me.
And if 3 years is a problem with the system, I say make it 2, not 4. 4 is too much. And do they have to have the 120 before they can be a principal broker?
No.
And then another
No, they
120.
don't. They don't.
Oh, they don't, I did.
So you could get your broker's license and not get your education till 4 years later? That's not good.
Well, you still have to have whatever education is required to get a broker license in the first place. It's just
Well, yeah,
the post-broker
this
education.
is post. This is post. And it's been this way for many years. I was surprised when it changed to 3 and not 2, because it used to be 2. And, it's whatever, if you wait till 4 years, they're going to wait till 4 years to get all that education. I mean, we see it all the time, and people are calling me, I've got to get my 120. Where can I get some education quick and cheap and free? I think 3 years is, if that's a problem, I would bump it to 2, not 4. What do y'all think?
Mallory's thinking that's a problem with the legislature. I
don't know that for sure. Obviously, I don't know what's would go through their heads about that.
So you're saying this is the law? Yeah.
The law right now is 3 years.
Yeah.
Well, then how can we change it?
Well, this is for a legislative proposal.
Well, then, if we're going to ask them, don't ask them for 4, ask them for 2. What do y'all think?
I think you're just pretty
I
much
don't know
a
why we're changing
troublemaker.
it.
I mean, I can certainly tell. Yeah, the governor's office will ultimately, and our administration here first. It goes through them first, and then if it gets that far, the governor's office will decide what they want to do. But, I mean, I can certainly pass along to our department that the commission's view is that it should be 2 years and not 4. But I mean, ultimately they'll.
If the only reason to change it is because it doesn't alert TREC to when they've completed their 120 hours, then why would it matter to them whether it was 2 or 4? If it does, I mean, they may have a good reason that it matters to them.
And it may not matter to them. It just, when we're making something more stringent for licensees than less stringent, I think it might be looked at a little bit harder.
But if you're looking at these people could become a principal broker and not have to get their education for 4 years, and say they have a company. We've got companies in Franklin that are 300 and 400 person companies. So, I mean, do we want that? Is that protecting the public?
I mean, the same argument can be made with the 3 years we currently have, I guess. I mean,
to me, that's too long. So, I don't know.
It's just you, though.
It's
right?
just me.
So right now they get 3 years. How are we finding out about it now?
we don't know until they go to renew their license and then we see if they've completed it or not. That's the problem.
So they're effectively getting 4 years.
Yes.
She just let the cat out of the bag.
If we don't know, we don't know. But
that's the problem. We want to have a law that we can actually keep track of and make sure people are in compliance. Right now with our system, unless we have, there may have been, I don't know if prior when we had, we've had a lot of changeover in our staff. I don't know if before somebody was manually keeping track of that, but I mean, that's not really an efficient use of our resources either, to have somebody manually tracking people's 120 hours to see if they've gotten it within the 3 years. So,
If you find out in 4 years that somebody hadn't taken their required licensure in the 3-year time period, what happens?
well, the statute says they cannot be reissued a broker license.
They totally lose it.
They can go back to an affiliate broker license.
So, so we've got Ms. Franks, who's hardcore at 2 years, and we've got staff that's recommending 4 years. Did you want to make a motion?
It gives them more time to forget about it, though, too, if you give them 4 years.
I'm not necessarily arguing. I may be on your side. I don't want to disclose where my vote's going to be yet, but I do want you to make.
You need to have a vote?
Well, she's looking for direction.
The proposal is being proposed at the request of the administration, but I can certainly take the commission's opinion about it to the proposal, which they will, they want to know your opinion about it. So I can gladly do that. I mean, we're in the kind of beginning stages of it right now, so now would be the time to speak.
Clear Ms. Franks' opinion, right? I mean, you've got that.
Yes.
But you're looking for the body, not just.
Right. If I'm going to say the commission feels this way about it, it needs to be a majority vote of the commission.
Are these proposals that the department is going to send to the governor's office and ask to be included in the governor's package?
Potentially, if they get that far, yes.
This is at an early stage of the department deciding what proposals it's going to recommend.
Correct.
Okay, so the chair's going to say, I had a motion from Ms. Franks to reduce it from 3 years to 2 years, and Ms. Taylor seconded that motion. So that's the motion on the floor at this moment. We can have discussion on it. Yes, Mr. Bloom.
I'd like to speak against the motion. I'd like for it to remain at 3 years.
All right, so we've got staff recommendation of 4, a motion for 2, and about to be a substitute motion to keep it 3, if there's a second to your motion.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Horn. You asked for this. All right, so now on the floor is a motion to instruct the staff not to bother to take this to the legislature or to upstairs.
Even though they can't even keep up with it.
The number of years or altogether?
Well, no, just this one item. See, it's already at 3.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody upstairs recommended it go to 4. We've had a motion to change it to 2, and now we have a substitute motion to say keep it at 3. So there's really no action necessary if that substitute motion passes on this particular item.
Right. I mean, it will still be proposed, just without the commission's.
Oh, so what we say doesn't matter.
It does matter on what the department decides to do with it, but proposals can also be made by the department too. So yes, it does matter because everybody that makes a decision whether it will be presented in the department's package will want to know if the commission is in favor of it.
It's kind of a courtesy thing you brought to us today.
I think we should err on the side, though, of what would make them the most professional. 2 years or 4 years. They're saying they can't keep up with 3 years. They can't even check it. That's why they're coming to us. They don't want the 3 years because they can't check it until the 4th year. Because they only can check it 2 years and 4 years.
So you're speaking
So I'm
against,
saying
you're speaking
2
against
or
the
4.
motion on the floor.
I'm speaking against the motion on the
All
floor.
right, just want to make sure everybody knows where you are.
Okay, no more.
All right, is there more discussion before we vote on the motion on the floor, which is to keep it at 3 years? All right, let's roll call this just to do something different, Malcolm.
Okay.
If you're in favor of this motion, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to the 3-year limit, you'll vote no.
Can I say one more thing?
No.
Okay.
The motion is for 3 years.
That's right. If you're in favor of that, you vote yes. If you're opposed to it, you vote no.
Are you ready to vote?
Mallory wanted to say one more thing.
I think she was correcting John.
I was just going to say, if you all also want to vote that you hate the whole thing and don't want to be proposed, then I will propose that as well, that you all don't want it to be proposed.
That's what this motion is.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Young.
Okay. Mr. Grease.
Pass.
Mr. Bloom.
Yes.
Ms. Hills.
No.
Mr. McMullen.
No.
Ms. Franks.
Yeah, no. No.
Ms. Taylor.
No.
So confused.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
I have 2 yeses and 4 noes.
That motion fails on a aye, 4 no, and 1 cowardly pass vote.
Can we go back to my
Now we're
motion?
back to the main motion, which is to reduce it to 2 years.
Call for the question.
Thank you, Mr. McMullen. If you're in favor of Ms. Frank's motion to reduce it to 2 years from the suggested, or the current 3, you'll vote yes. If you're not, you'll vote no.
Mr. Bloom,
I'm confused. How am I supposed to vote?
reducing to 2.
Yes,
If you think they want 120 hours in 2 years instead of...
Okay, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Hills,
Yes.
Mr. McMullen,
Sure.
Ms. Franks,
Yes.
Ms. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Horn.
Or
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That motion passes on a 6 aye and 1 no vote. So does that give you the direction you were looking for?
Yes, I will relay that
one
to
thing.
the department, and they will make a decision about which way they want to go. I will relay it.
So ours is kind of a non-binding recommendation.
Very non.
Just wanted to double check that.
Well, it just depends on the proposal. Sometimes
I know.
if the department knows that the commission doesn't like it, they'll just abandon
you
it
tell them why
altogether.
we
and
don't like
sometimes-
it?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And then there were 2 other pieces.
Right. The other one was the getting rid of the conflicting statute about the affiliate broker education hours, and the other one was the address change thing. Okay.
Thank you for your report. We'll be back to you shortly. Executive Director's report, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Chairman Grease. First of all, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about transitions with the commissioners. Janet DeChera's term actually expired last Friday, and with the great dedication that Ms. DeChera has had over the years, we're sad to see her roll off with an expiring term. And I just wanted to comment publicly some of the great contributions that Vice Chair DeChera made through her years as far as sitting on the commission. She was very involved with Arello. In fact, most recently, she was serving on the Fair Housing Committee. She had served this body as vice chair over the past 2 years. She's very engaged in the education component of the Tennessee Association of Realtors and also various other components. She is past president of the Central West Association of Realtors in Tennessee and also an active instructor statewide. And she will be missed and welcoming to our commission. And starting next month will be Richard Douglas. He goes by Rick Douglas. He is from the Germantown, Memphis area. He is with Kazan Realty. He was appointed on July the 5th, 2016. So we will welcome him next month and look forward to his participation. Also, with the transitioning of our commission, I also wanted to make reference to our human resource staffing area of my report. We have a couple of new staff members that have joined our staff since we have last met. You have Bridget Frex, who is our complaint processor, and then we also have Sherry Blum. They've been in and out of the room observing today. Sherry Brame is actually, she is transitioning in the processing and also payment area as far as the commission staff. I did also want to make note, there's a staffing tree that's included in your materials at this meeting where we have 2 other positions that are currently open that we will hopefully be filling within the next 3 weeks, which will fully staff up the TREC staff at this point. So I wanted to point that out. So
Did y'all like that? Yes. It's great.
So anyway, we're getting there. I just wanted to break down the report into a few areas. The core update, I've highlighted the areas that licensees can go online and they can actually do transactions through online payments, which we're really excited about. We have redesigned the TREC 1 form. Are we now calling this TREC 1A and B?
That's not determined yet.
But anyway, we are working in that area. We're also looking into designing, or actually we're developing a third form, which has to do with the transfer of a licensee from one firm to another. So those are forms that we're currently working on that you'll be seeing online. We have established the outreach calendar and locations and registration method. Those begin in August and September with my cohort Mallory and I going on the road to talk about updates and also reinforcing advertising broker responsibility rules as well. As far as your financials, I wanted...
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
So it may just be me, likely is, but I've got October 5th, it says in Knoxville on this calendar that you gave us.
Yes.
I also have October 5th as a TREC meeting, so...
Okay, I definitely need to recheck that because I think it's the day before.
No, I'm sorry. That makes sense because we're meeting on Thursday and Friday.
Right.
So that's a Wednesday. You'll be there for the TREC meeting. Got it.
Correct.
Thank you. Never mind. Excuse me.
Okay, under the June financials, as far as the summary, one thing I wanted to point out is that in July, August of each year, you will see an estimated $200,000 as the bottom line. That is actually a sweep that the state takes of what they calculate as what our expenses are as far as an agency. So instead of seeing like a $483,000 revenue over expense, that would be reduced down by approximately $200,000 when you meet next month. So I wanted to point that out in my report as well. And then the other thing that we have also, we're showing in this report that's new is if you look under exams taken by license type, we have also pointed out pass-fail rates as well as far as summaries. So that's something new that we've also added to this month's report. We actually can look at specific schools pass-fail as well. And Mr. Chairman, that basically summarizes and concludes my report.
Questions from Mr. Young? So, Malcolm, I remember June 21st is supposed to have been a magic date for this core system.
It magically took off on the 22nd. I will tell you that when probably Monday in the TAR Digest, because we meet on core every week, but there will be a release to the trade association members on Monday on how to access core, because they did encourage the licensing authorities to go to their supportive trade associations and start promoting that licensees could go on core and start making changes. This is what I call a soft opening.
So let me ask about that. So for me to get to check a license, I go to Real Estate Commission website, go down verify a license.
That's correct.
When I do that, it looks exactly like it's looked for the last 3 or 4 years.
That's correct.
When am I going to be able to tell what company a person is with or who the broker is? Is that coming?
That is coming.
Yeah, I requested that actually several weeks ago. Between last meeting and now about that, and I haven't really gotten any response about that yet. So it has been requested to the people that can make that happen. I don't have an update about it.
We expect it to happen.
Yes. Isn't there only a couple of things you can do online now?
Actually, if you look at my report, there's a list of about 9 items that you could actually do online.
And I looked at that yesterday and over the weekend.
But you can't change the address of a firm online.
I believe that's true at this point.
That too.
That's coming.
Okay.
Coming soon, Ms. Franks.
More online, the better.
Can they do that?
And Malcolm came to our area and spoke, and I have to thank him publicly because people really appreciated it. So if the state needs to know that licensees really did appreciate it and thought it was very beneficial in the information he delivered. So I thought it was a good thing. Thank you.
So we're about to go to legal report. Is there anything else Malcolm or anyone has? I would note to commissioners that next month we will have our annual election to elect a chairperson and a vice chairperson. It'll be on the agenda, so if you're interested, that's when we're going to do it.
Also, in my report, I had a couple items. I do not have an update on the Arello participation in Vancouver. I know that the administration is looking at that. And, Marcia, I would have to look at you because I know that there has been a little bit of discussion about the rotation of commissioners going to Arello meetings, but I was not privy to that conversation.
Well, I don't believe that, I'm on 2 committees at Arello. I don't think that should enable me to be able to be paid by the state to go to Arello every time. That's a commitment that I've made personally. It doesn't bind this commission in any way. So what I've done for Vancouver is I've already paid for my my tickets and all of that so that it frees up a position for whoever wants to go on that trip. I don't believe it's right for somebody to go to every single one just because they're on a committee.
So we don't have to make any decisions about participation at this point, do we?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you know how many people you're going to ask for, though?
I believe I asked for 5.
Okay.
I think it was 3 commissioners and Mallory and myself.
Do we have a deadline when we have to choose?
If you want to get the hotel, you do.
Yeah, Brian's supposed to be getting back with me within the next week.
I don't know.
Yes, to get the discount, and the discount's considerable.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to, the staff at Tennessee Real Estate Commission receives complaints, all kinds of complaints about real estate agents every month. Those complaints come in, they're turned over to the legal department, which by now you figured out Mallory heads, and she investigates the complaint. And then whatever she finds out, she reduces into a narrative which has previously been sent to us, but which she will read into the record today. And at the end of each narrative, she'll make a recommendation on what we as a commission should do with that. And we can agree with her and take her advice. We can disagree with her and come up with a different recommendation, or we can modify her recommendation in some form or fashion. Once we make a decision, and let's say it involves a civil penalty, dollars of some amount, she takes whatever this commission decides back to that licensee and says, if you'll agree to this, it will be done. That licensee has the right to say, okay, I'll agree to that, signs it, pays the fine, whatever civil penalty, and we're over. Or the licensee has every right to ask for a formal hearing in front of this body. And you will see one of those tomorrow. But today we're just dealing with these many times anonymous complaints that have come in. Mallory and her staff have researched them, and she's presenting those cases to us for the first time today. That's what you've got coming up. Ms. Kirby.
Any consent order authorized by the Commission should be signed by respondent and returned within 30 days. If said consent order is not signed and returned within the allotted time, the matter may proceed to a formal hearing. 201-500-5651. If the Commission would allow, I would prefer to skip over to the new section. The facts are better presented there.
This was a case we'd heard before, and it was in court, and we said, well, let's wait and see what the court does before we make a decision.
So it was first presented to the Commission a year ago in July. litigation was brought by the complainant's company against respondent in Chancery Court and was dismissed by the court on May 12, 2016. The transcript of the bench trial can be summarized as follows. The overall idea of the transaction is that the owner of the lots was going to sell them to respondent's firm, a corporation, only if respondent could secure a third-party buyer and flip the property by doing same-day closures for both transactions. The court does not have much question that everyone involved knew this was the plan. An individual who had worked for the seller, an LLC, brought his associates to the deal as potential third-party buyers, which was complainant's company, who would buy the property from respondent in the second transaction. Respondent was to make a profit on the sale and split it with the individual who brought complainant's company to the table. The first contract called for a closing date of August 28, 2014 and cash at closing. The parties extended the date to September 5th, and when the date came around, there were still title issues. The other issue is that complainant's company didn't have the balance of the purchase price in the title company's escrow account for the second transaction on September 5th. Problems lie on both sides because the first prong of the transaction had not yet occurred on September 5th and didn't until September 30th. On the other hand, the third-party buyers, complainant's company, did not have good funds on September 5th. In regard to the $25,000 earnest money for the second transaction, it was put up entirely by a different party altogether. The individual states that there was supposed to be another aspect of this transaction where cabins or houses were to be built, but this didn't happen, so the individual was then supposed to be a three-way partner with respondent and the individual who brought complainant's company to the table. The evidence is not clear as to who is entitled to the money, but complainant's company did not meet their burden of proof of establishing they should get the money. In addition to the information in the Chancery Court order, it appears as though complainant's company formed a corporation for the development of these properties they were to acquire and sell the complainant's company having 25% interest in the individual who brought complainant's company to the table to have 75% ownership. The individual who brought the complainant's company to the table died. There is an identical litigation pending in federal court, but it is likely that the court will deem the issues already litigated and dismiss the case. Thus, it is legal counsel's opinion that the commission should go ahead and make a determination. Legal counsel defers to the commission's industry expertise as to whether a contract to sell a property that the seller does not yet own without contingency language is acceptable practice. Although the judge does not address this as part of the allegations, defendants admit in the answer to the complaint that numerous emails and documents make it clear that the ongoing construction project was to be funded by an additional $650,000 provided by complainant's company to be held in escrow as a condition to close the second transaction. However, the condition is not included in the language of the purchase and sale agreement. The judge seems to conclude that the complainant's company did not have the funds even for the $650,000 included in the contract, so it is up to the commission as to whether respondent's admission constitutes a violation of Rule 1260-02-.08, which is brokers shall make certain that all brokers and affiliate brokers shall make certain that all the terms and conditions of the real estate transaction are included in the contract of purchase, or whether it is a moot point. Forms were signed by both parties acknowledging respondent's personal interest in the transaction. Respondent was not the holder of the escrow money and thus cannot be held responsible for disbursement of the escrow money. Recommendation is referred to the analysis above. This was very complicated, as you can gather.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Franks, that this complaint be dismissed. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 2.
2016004231. Complainant states that respondent refused to fulfill an agreement between both sellers and both realtors. Complainant states a conversation took place on January 15th where a price and closing date were agreed upon. Complainant states complainant's agent wrote the contract that night and submitted it to respondent, seller's agent. Complainant states that there were several text messages back and forth between the agents, but respondent did not submit a counter, respond, or try to complete the deal. Complainant states that during this time frame, respondent made an offer to the seller for just higher than what complainant and seller had agreed upon. Complainant states that on January 19th, respondent submitted a counter offer respondent had prepared that was dated January 15th and had an expiration date of January 18th and was missing the seller's signatures. That same day, respondent informed complainant that there were multiple offers on the property and to come back with highest and best. Complainant states they had a verbal agreement and an official contract sent to sellers 3 days prior and were informed January 21st that sellers are selling to another party. Respondent states respondent's client is a trustee for the home in which complainant submitted an offer. Respondent states that respondent and respondent's client met complainant and complainant's agent on the property on January 15th. Respondent states complainant and seller met separately of the agents to discuss the deal. Respondent states it appeared the complainant wanted to talk directly to the seller and did not want the agents present. After 15 minutes, the agents were invited back into the home and told the parties we're told the parties had made a verbal agreement for a purchase price of $338,000, and the buyer pays all closing costs, including home warranty, title insurance, all title expenses, and closing fees, and all the prorated taxes for 2016. The agreement also included that the seller would not do any repairs on the home. Respondent states a contract later submitted by complainant's agent was not the same as the verbal agreement. Respondent states that the seller told respondent that complainant and agent needed to redo the contract to represent the verbal agreement. Respondent relayed this to the complainant's agent. Respondent states that respondent did make an informal personal offer to the seller for less than complainant's offer prior to complainant's offer on January 15th. The seller rejected the offer, and it was the end of the discussion. Respondent states that during the back and forth of the deliberations about the original offer not being correct, respondent submitted a counteroffer form to the other side as a reference point about what needed to be in the original contract as verbally agreed upon, since complainant's agent was not understanding where the first offer went wrong. It was not signed by the seller. Respondent states that after respondent sent this to complainant's agent for reference, complainant's agent submitted an offer 2 with most of the language inserted, but with several additional demands which were not acceptable to the seller. Respondent states respondent continually informed the other agent that they were not under contract and that respondent will continue to show the property. Another offer came in, which seller accepted on January 20th. Respondent states respondent sent complainant's agent a signed rejection letter from the seller. Text message documentation shows that complainant's agent was going to redraft the contract to reflect the verbally agreed upon terms. Text messages also indicate that complainant's agent was in the process of adding additional terms to the redone contract, and that respondent told complainant's agent during the discussion of these additional terms that the house was still being shown and the complainant and seller were not under contract. The proposed counteroffer, respondent states respondent sent to complainant's agent for reference on how to redo the contract is not signed by the seller. There does not appear to have ever been an agreement signed by both parties. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, seconded by Commissioner McMullen, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. Discussion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 3.
2016003801. Complainant states respondent scammed complainant's father from the beginning of his property sale and claims complainant states respondent cheated on his commission by changing it from 7% to 10% and received upfront commission on a sale respondent has not completed in the amount of $35,000. Complainant states respondent and the firm worked against complainant's father's interests from the beginning. Complainant states complainant has contacted respondent's broker for the return of the commission, but respondent's broker will not return the commission. Respondent states respondent has worked with complainant's father since 2007. Respondent states complainant's father asked respondent to represent him in purchasing a small strip mall center, where he was currently leasing a C-store. Respondent states this deal closed on April 29th, 2008. Respondent states complainant's father's intention was to sell the newly acquired property for profit, and a couple of weeks after closing, complainant's father received an offer from McDonald's to purchase the property. Complainant's father and McDonald's finally came to an agreement to purchase the strip center for $850,000 plus an existing McDonald's at another location for which was valued at $350,000. Respondent states this transaction was finally closed on August 21st, 2012, after 4 years of negotiations. Respondent states the listing agreement provided respondent with a 10% commission at closing. Respondent states the value of the transaction was $1.2 million, so the commission was $120,000. In 2010, respondent states complainant's father was to sell the acquired McDonald's, and respondent was able to find many leads. Respondent states a purchase agreement was signed by the parties for $350,000 on July 8th, 2010, but complainant's father backed out of this deal, hoping to get a better price with another person they found themselves. Respondent states that apparently this never happened and they did not sell the property. Complainant submitted an additional response stating respondent told complainant and father that complainant should sell the land because complainant father would get $850,000 and respondent would sell the McDonald's for $350,000. Complainant states it was never any agreement to sell the property for $350,000, and that if there was, complainants would have gone through with it because the property was not worth that much. Complainant states that respondent verbally agree that if respondent did not sell the McDonald's, respondent would return the original commission for the McDonald's, which was $85,000, and for the strip mall, and $35,000 for the McDonald's. Office of Legal Counsel reviewed the transaction documents, and it appears that there was an option contract signed for the sale of the strip mall property from complainant's father to McDonald's in exchange for $850,000 and an additional McDonald's location valued at $350,000. A letter of intent to enter an option contract from McDonald's to complainant is dated June 29, 2010. The option contract itself was signed by the parties on September 18, 2010. The closing statement for this exchange was dated 8/20/2012. However, it appears that through a series of amendments, the conveyance of the McDonald's building from the buyer to the seller was pushed back to May 31st, 2013. In legal counsel's opinion, the problem is that there is a purchase and sale agreement signed by both parties for the sale of the additional McDonald's building from complainant's father to a third party. This is dated July 8, 2010, which is over 2 months before the option contract was signed. While the contract does state the due diligence period will begin on the effective date of the transfer of the McDonald's to complainant's father, it states that the transaction will close no later than December 31st, 2010. This contract did not close, and respondent told legal counsel via phone that respondent did not represent complainant and father in the conveyance of the McDonald's, but only helped out by drafting the contract and did not receive any commission, thus there was no listing agreement. However, the signed purchase and sale agreement states neither buyer nor seller has dealt with any broker other than name of respondent's firm. Seller agrees to pay a commission equal to 10% of the sale price. In addition, the listing agreement for the sale of the strip mall property has a termination date of until the property is sold. The recommendation is to consent order for $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-4031, reasonable scale and care, plus $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-312B9, using any real estate listing agreement form that fails to specify a definite termination date, plus CE to be determined by the Commission. Legal counsel defers to the Commission's expertise regarding the industry standard practices for commercial transactions for any other potential violations.
Mallory, is the problem that he collected commission on both sales and only one of them closed?
No, the whole thing about the commission that was in the transaction that closed is what he received. So I don't think there's a problem there. The problem I see that I actually would like your opinion on is that there was a contract signed by both parties for the sale of the McDonald's before he even entered into a contract where he was to obtain the McDonald's to sell.
Didn't own it.
He didn't own it. And I don't know, I've been told that that's common in commercial transactions to enter into purchase and sale agreements before the property is necessarily owned by the seller. But I defer to y'all on that. It was. This is slightly different because it's the same. It is the same issue. The only difference I see is that in the previous case, I believe there was already a contract entered into by the would-be seller to buy the property. This was before there was even the option contract, and an option contract isn't even a purchase and sale contract. Before the option contract was even signed, there was a signed purchase and sale agreement for the McDonald's property that they would be getting later on, but there was no contract for that yet.
But options are enforceable, are they not? Are they not?
Are enforceable if you pay for them.
Right, but the option contract was signed in September. The purchase and sale agreement for the property was signed 2 months before that.
I thought that in the last case, the reason I moved to dismiss it was because I thought that situation was governed by 6213-312B2, which says you can't make a promise of a character likely to influence, persuade, or induce a person to enter into a contract or agreement when the licensee could not or did not intend to keep the promise. So at the time they entered into the contract, if they could get title to the property or intended to get title to the property, then it didn't look like it would be a violation to me. But if they never intended to get title or couldn't get title, then it would be a violation. That was my thinking.
It's not an unusual practice for a developer, investor, to try to tie up a piece of property for as long as he or she can with the full intent of figuring out how to flip it in some form or fashion. And I think that's generally accepted practice. And it's the negotiation game where the owner of the property tries to keep that due diligence or inspection period or option period as short as possible or collect as much money as they can for that right. And the prospective buyer or flipper wants to pay as little as possible for as long a period of time as possible. So I don't have a problem with that. Obviously that expiration date, which has no expiration date, is a black and white kind of issue. I've got that. But the practice itself of trying to tie up a piece of property and hoping you can find somebody to take it off your hands for more money happens.
I guess my question was, is it reasonable to expect that you will get title to a property when the only thing you have regarding that property is a letter of intent from the person who's going to convey you the property of an intent to enter an option contract without actually having an option contract or a purchase and sale agreement?
But most letters of intent are non-binding, and they're just used to get the deal points for a contract.
Right. So therefore, in this case, they had no contract for the person to obtain the property in order to be able to sell it. So I didn't know whether that was considered reasonable without even having a contract that the potential seller could even expect to get the title.
Sounds like they were wanting to tie it up, but they didn't want to put any money down to tie it up. It's really just a piece of paper.
Purchase and sale.
I think of it as more of a fraud type standard. So if at the time the person thought that they were going to be able to get title,
And the reasonable belief could be based only on an intent letter? Okay.
A lot of times based on a handshake.
Okay. I mean, that's why I wanted y'all to tell me, because I don't know how that's supposed to work. So maybe that's not a potential violation, but
if you had a situation where I enter into a contract to sell you a piece of property that I lied to you in order to get you to give me some earnest money or something like that on a
I've even known people that just played those games for fun.
I don't know if they play it for fun, but they
No.
I mean, they've got an
Wishful
out.
thinking.
They've got an out that doesn't cost them any
Right.
money.
Right.
so then we may want to not do the reasonable scale and care and just the other.
I move that we offer a consent order of a $500 violation for violation of 6213 312B9 for having a listing agreement form that fails to specify a definitive termination date.
Heard the motion from Commissioner McMullen. It was seconded by Commissioner Horn. Is there discussion on the motion? Do you want to add anything about continuing education or attendance at a meeting, Mr. McMullen?
Look at the history. That's 2015.
I would be open to an amendment that
There's commercial education. We just approved some today.
Well, it's more of a contract. I mean, if you're listing a piece of property, regardless of what you're listing,
You need to know to put a date in
Yeah.
it. You said 500? I'd like to amend his motion to $1,000.
And what about your amendment? Does it include education? of some
Yes, it
sort?
includes education. How many hours? We've been doing 8 hours?
Some have been 4, some have been 6, some have been 8, just depending.
Contracts class is usually how many? Ross?
Next class, 4 hours.
Okay, let's be specific and say a contracts class, a 4-hour contracts class.
Or attendance at a full meeting of the commission.
Or attendance at a full 2-day meeting.
Okay, is there a second to Ms. Frank's motion? Thank you, Ms. Taylor. It's got the second. So here's the deal. The motion on the floor is offer the licensee a $1,000 civil penalty and also complete a 4-hour contract class or attend a full meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission within the next 180 days. Did you say that too?
Yes.
I thought so. Thank you, Mr. Horn, you said that too, right? Is there discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 4.
2016-003831. TREC opened a complaint against respondent principal broker for failure to supervise respondent in case number 2016-003801 above, hereinafter, broker.
Move to dismiss.
Might not be appropriate here since we just
I
find.
think there's a second to that motion.
You're right, you're right.
Is there not a second?
She
I take
withdrew.
it back.
She withdrew that motion.
I'll make a motion that we offer a consent order for $1,000 for violation. 4-hour contracts class or attendance.
Okay. So, for the audience's benefit, anytime a complaint is opened up against an affiliate broker, this commission has instructed staff to open up a complaint against the principal broker for failure to supervise. If a complaint against an affiliate is found to have no merit, then obviously when we come to the complaint related to the principal broker, we dismiss it because there's nothing to fail to supervise. In this particular case, the motion on the floor says the principal broker failed to supervise the affiliate in that previous complaint. And the motion on the floor is to offer a consent agreement to the supervising or principal broker to pay a $1,000 civil penalty and take a 4-hour course in contracts or attend a full meeting of the commission within the next 180 days. Offered by Commissioner McMullen, seconded by Commissioner Horn. That's what's in front of us. Ms. Hills.
And it's for $1,000,
It's
correct?
$1,000, right.
Okay.
Discussion on the motion. All those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 5.
2016-003741. Complainant alleges respondent is holding a tenant's security deposit in escrow when it should have been released upon complainant's request. Complainant states complainant leased complainant's house through respondent's firm and the firm held the security deposit in its escrow account. Complainant states that the lease ends May 1st, 2016. Complainant states complainant hired another real estate firm to sell the property and a buyer was secured who purchased the home subject to the lease. Complainant states complainant and the tenant requested in writing for the respondent's firm to transfer the security deposit to the title company closing the transaction. Complainant states the principal broker and the firm will not release a deposit unless given a hold harmless agreement. Complainant states the house closed on November 10th and that since respondent's firm would not release the funds, the buyer was credited with the escrowed amount and complainant was charged for it. Complainant states the principal broker told complainant that respondent owner needed to sign the check and could not because respondent was in the hospital. However, respondent states respondent has been seen several times at the firm office. Respondent states the deposit was sent to the title company on 11/24/15. Respondent states there was a binding lease in place from 5/1/15 through 5/1/16. Respondent states respondent simply wanted to do a walkthrough and have a sign off just like they do with every other lease to ensure the condition of the home was okay and that if any damages were incurred they would not be reflected as happening while respondent's firm was managing the property. Respondent provided the lease agreement on the property, which is between the tenant and the property owner as the landlord. Respondent's firm is listed in the property manager section of the standard residential lease agreement with respondent listed as manager. Respondent's firm is listed as the holder of the security deposit and receiver of rent. Principal broker, respondent in 2016003761 below, told legal counsel via telephone that respondent's firm does not use property management agreements, but puts the terms in the lease agreement. However, neither respondent nor respondent's firm are parties to the lease. Recommendation is consent order for $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-401. An agency and sub-agency relationship shall not be assumed, implied, or created without a written bilateral agreement that establishes the terms and conditions of the agency or sub-agency relationship, plus at least 4 hours of continuing education in property management above the requirement for license renewal.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Ms. Taylor. The council's recommendation be adopted. Is there discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Bloom.
I just wonder if the maker of the motion would accept my amendment for instead of $500 to $1,000 for the violation.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we have a friendly amendment that bumps the civil penalty from $500 to $1,000. So I'm just trying to my own head here. When did this property close? What date did it close?
November 10th.
So the money was sent 2 weeks after closing?
Right.
So I didn't even get into the part about where the money should go because we have no agreement that states the terms and conditions of the money, which I cited as a recommendation for the principal broker's consent order since they're ultimately in charge of the escrow account. But I couldn't even really make a determination on who should, where the money should have gone because we have no terms and conditions for the money even being held.
A copy of the lease?
Yes, we got a
Didn't
copy
it-
of the lease.
Did it say anything about that?
My recollection is that it just states that the management company would hold the security deposit, but there's no terms about when it should be released, how it should be released, and those terms are included in the lease, which the property management company is not even a party to, because in the lease the landlord is the property owner. They put these few terms in the stipulations part of the lease.
Sold subject to the lease.
Yeah.
And the lease had that deposit in it.
Yeah. And the new buyer got the deposit.
Yeah.
All right, the motion on the floor is a $1,000 civil penalty and a 4-hour class in property management, or attend a full meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission within 180 days. Are you ready to vote? Let's do it. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 6 has to do with the principal broker of the person we just talked about.
2016003761. Complainant from complaint 2016003741 above also filed a complaint against respondent principal broker of the property management firm. Respondent's response is substantially similar to the response from complaint number 2016003741 above. Respondent states respondent wanted to sign off on the condition of the property, especially since it was respondent's understanding that buyers were closing by mail, would not be doing a final walkthrough themselves. Recommendation is a consent order for $500 for violation of TCA section 6213-401, which is the agency establishing an agency by written agreement, and $500 for violation of Rule 1260-02-.095, where a contract authorizes a principal broker to place trust money in an escrow or trustee account. The principal broker shall clearly specify in the contract A, the terms and conditions for disbursement of the trust money, plus at least 4 hours of continuing education in property management above the requirement for license renewal.
I agree with the recommendation if we bump up each one of the fines to $1,000, and that's my
I
recommendation.
have a motion by Commissioner Bloom, seconded by Commissioner Taylor, that council's recommendation be adopted with the exception of the civil penalty, which would be $1,000 in each case, for a total of $2,000. Is there discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 7.
2016003901. Complainant alleges respondent worked in a manipulative and misleading manner and withheld information that profited respondent and cost complainants money. Complainant states complainant contacted respondent via Zillow, thinking respondent represented the property they were interested in. Complainant states respondent insisted on visiting them in their home, and within 5 minutes of arriving, stated respondent and respondent's spouse wanted to buy complainant's home. Complainant states that on March 1st, complainants attended an open house which respondent was unable to attend and wanted to put in an offer. Complainant states complainant felt stuck and with no other options but to use respondent to purchase a house since the offer needed to be placed in a couple of hours, so complainant signed a buyer's representation agreement. Complainant states they went with respondent mainly because of her verbal offer to buy their home. Complainant states respondent informed complainant on 3/13 that respondent and spouse are not going to purchase complainant's home. Complainant states respondent pressured complainants into signing a listing agreement for complainant's home, but complainants did not sign and stated they will decide when they return from an upcoming trip. Complainant states respondent asked complainants if respondents could spruce up the home while complainants are gone, since complainant has a potential buyer and respondent will oversee it in exchange for full commission. Complainant states respondent would not answer directly as to how respondent found this buyer. Complainant states that their financing later fell through, and complainant asked respondent to let the sellers know complainants were committed to finding a way to buy the house, but the sellers could put the home back on the market that weekend if they didn't want to stay committed to complainants. Complainant state complainant signed the listing agreement with respondent, but the respondent didn't oversee any of the work respondent agreed to while complainants were away. Complainant state that the seller called a meeting with the complainants and the agents, and complainant found out that the sellers were not informed of the financing challenges they face and were lied to about the reason for the closing being moved. Respondent states complainant found out the offer was expiring that night, and sellers were expecting $300,000 instead of the $297,000 they understood was the selling price. Complainant states complainant then found out the potential buyer respondent had for complainant's property was the youth pastor who works with the seller, who is a pastor. Complainant states complainant's trust and confidence in respondent was broken, and respondent had broken their agreement by not acting in complainant's best interest. Complainant fired respondent. Complainant states respondent's firm refused to relinquish commission for complainant's purchase and was no help to complainants through closing. Respondent states respondent did not mislead or manipulate complainants in any way and served them tirelessly throughout the transaction. Respondent states respondent never received a commission or any other fee on the sale of complainant's home or complainant's purchase of their new home. Respondent states complainant contacted respondent for the first time on 3/7 after speaking with complainants on the phone. Respondent went to complainant's house to meet them. Respondent states respondent mentioned that respondent and spouse might be interested in purchasing complainant's home but does not make those kinds of decisions without respondent's spouse. Respondent states respondent and spouse chose not to purchase complainant's home because of the utility easement for high voltage power lines. Respondents state complainant made it clear that they did not want to sell their home until they had closed and moved into a new home and could do so because their current home was paid for. Respondent states respondent does not know what complainants were thinking when complainants agreed to use respondent services, but respondent believes clients choose respondent because respondent answers client phone calls, prepares for several hours for meetings, and greets clients with personalized letters, comps, and detailed plan on how respondent can assist them. Respondent was under the impression after the initial meeting and every meeting thereafter that complainant did not see value in professional real estate services and told respondent repeatedly complainant did not like contracts. Respondent states respondent never pressured complainants into signing a listing agreement for their home. Respondent states complainant's offer was accepted by the sellers on 3/11. Respondent states complainant's financing fell through for their purchase because they had no credit, so it was clear complainants needed to sell their current home before they could purchase, and complainant offered to list and they agreed. Respondent states respondent recommended home cleaners to complainant, but that it is not respondent's responsibilities to oversee workers at clients' homes. Respondent states respondent did not feel comfortable sharing leads with complainant until respondent knew the person was pre-qualified because respondent knew it wouldn't qualify for FHA/VA loans because of the utility easement, but that respondent would have certainly told complainant if respondent had received an offer. Respondent states that respondent did relay the situations with complainant's financing to sellers, which is why the sellers wanted the $20,000 earnest money to be non-refundable. Respondent states complainant and complainant's spouse always seemed at odds regarding the value of hiring a real estate agent. Respondent states the sellers called a meeting which respondent understood to be about their repair counter. Respondent states the counter offer shows the sellers accepted complainant's offer of $297,000 for the purchase price on March 10th. Respondent states complainant got exactly what complainant wanted in the transaction, which was to sell complainant's home for the price they requested and purchase another home for their offer price for $297,000, both completed by contracts negotiated by respondent. Respondent states that respondent represented complainant with integrity and professionalism, that the only person harmed was respondent, who received no compensation for work done on these transactions.
You want to read that recommendation in, or you want to just say let's go to number 8? And read
Yeah,
it
let's
for-
go to number 8.
Okay, let's go to number 8.
2016003921. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for failure to supervise the affiliate broker in complaint number 2016039001 above. Respondent states respondent cannot and will not defend the affiliate broker's behavior in any way. Respondent states that the affiliate broker joined respondent's firm in 2012, conducted herself well, and gave respondent no reason to suspect that there may be a reason for concern. Respondent states that respondent was contacted by the seller's agent who wanted to make respondent aware of what affiliate broker had done. The seller's agent told respondent that he had never seen someone so dishonest and manipulative as respondent, and that he had an audio recording of affiliate broker's clients had passed on to his sellers. Respondent states that as soon as respondent was made aware of the situation, respondent contacted the owners of the firm, and they had a meeting where the recording was played. Respondent states they were all horrified and asked affiliate broker to come in and explain herself. Respondent states affiliate broker said she did not see anything wrong with her behavior and stood by what she said on the tape. Respondent states respondent and the owners agreed that affiliate broker would have no further contact with the parties and would be released from the firm. Respondent states respondent told seller's agent that respondent would be taking over for affiliate broker, but seller's agent said this was not a good idea since the sellers were very upset and that he had everything under control. Respondent states respondent trusted the other agent's judgment and kept in contact with him 2 to 3 times a day. Respondent states that complainant did not want affiliate broker to profit from the transactions, and respondent and the owners were in agreement. Respondent states that the seller wanted the commission to go to the seller, but respondent is not allowed to cut someone a check. Respondent states that respondent, sellers, and complainants agreed to donate the commission to charity, which they did. Respondent states that respondent was the one that came to closing and asked complainant if they needed anything and if they would like respondent to sit in on the closing in case any problems came up. Respondent stated the answer was no. Respondent states respondent had no warning this would happen and that respondent did the best respondent could with this terrible experience. It appears the major issue that took place was that the sellers provided a letter to affiliate broker to pass along to complainants regarding, among other things, a potential buyer for complainant's home. This letter had the seller's contact information and the names of the couple the sellers thought might want to buy complainant's home. Before passing this letter on to complainants, affiliate broker deleted the seller's contact information and the information about the potential buyers. It appears that affiliate broker told complainant that she had a potential buyer, but when complainants asked how affiliate broker found the potential buyer, affiliate broker responded, "I have my ways." The parties later found out about this and complainants were very upset. Legal counsel obtained the recording referenced by respondent, which was recorded by complainant. In it, affiliate broker states that the complainant had been conned by the seller, that the seller, pastor, is in the professional influencing business and made it his goal to separate affiliate broker from the transaction so he could pocket the money. Affiliate broker states that things like this take place with professional ministers all the time, that the whole religious system is full of people who will suck you in and con you. Affiliate broker states seller's agent was out of line by letting his sellers provide their personal contact information, the name of the potential buyers, and other personal information to complainants. An affiliate broker was protecting complainants by keeping that information from them because they would have sold their house to these buyers for much less money without her. Affiliate broker states that affiliate broker has moved heaven and earth for complainant's family, and that if complainants do this to affiliate broker and their representation, complainant's family will suffer. Affiliate broker goes on to say that the suffering won't be from affiliate broker, but that the Lord has righteous judgment, and the righteous judgment of the Lord is on the affiliate broker's side. Affiliate broker stated that complainant was being self-righteous and needed to pray about their decision. Affiliate broker also states that seller's agent leaves train wrecks everywhere he goes and is a willing accomplice to the seller pastor. Recommendation is to dismiss as to the respondent principal broker.
Move to dismiss principal broker.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Taylor. Did this principal broker send in the license of the affiliate? Are they still together? Does they still?
No, the affiliate broker was released from the firm, and the affiliate broker is now licensed with a different firm, or affiliated with a different firm.
Okay, that's a motion on the principal broker, and we're doing this a little bit backwards. We'll go back to the licensee in a minute, but if you're in agreement with counsel that the principal broker did everything right and should bear no liability, let me know.
Why isn't it a failure to supervise?
Well, it seemed to me that the stuff that we actually had evidence of her doing was not anything the principal broker could have reviewed. It's not like not anything to do with the paperwork or the advertising or anything like that would be, I mean, unless we expect the principal broker to always be with their affiliates when they're talking to clients, I don't think that this would be something that the principal broker would be able to know about and supervise.
More discussion on the principal broker? If not, are you ready to vote? All right, if you're in favor of the motion to dismiss, say aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, say no. That motion passes unanimously. Let's go back to number 7 now. We're back to the affiliate.
This was a very strange complaint.
So I'd like to know who recorded this affiliate.
The complainant, who is the respondent's respondent's client.
Complainant was respondent's client. Where did this crooked preacher fit into this thing?
The crooked preacher was the seller of the house the complainants were purchasing.
It's not about you, is it, Johnny? I mean, you don't need to take this personally.
I do hope he votes on this.
Is what they said about all preachers just out trying to grab for money, is that?
Get that on Sunday morning.
So the strange thing about this was after I read the complaint and I read the respondent's response, I was ready to recommend dismissing because I really didn't have any evidence of the allegations. And then when I read the principal broker's response, I was kind of really thrown off. So that's when I asked them to give me the recording, and I listened to it. So it's very strange, and I wasn't really sure what to recommend, so I'm going to kind of defer to y'all.
What was the recording about? Was it about
the all that stuff I read at the end was what the recording was.
About the preacher? And
all that stuff, yeah.
And the Lord and that.
So it was
Has righteous judgment.
Kind of religious experience of some sort.
Yeah.
Other than saying some really strange things in the recording, what did the respondent do?
That's the thing. I mean, I guess you could say it was improper for her to be saying those kinds of things to a client, but as far as the transaction itself, I don't really have anything to, like, documentation or anything like that to substantiate any of the other charges or any of the other allegations. I mean, apparently she did, well, I guess the improper thing would be that deleting the contact information from the letter that the seller asked to give to her client. That was what they were really upset. That's what the seller, or the complainant was very upset about, was that the seller had asked her to provide this information to them, and she withheld it from them.
Thus, the improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing.
Right. All the other stuff that was said is strange, but I don't know if it's necessarily
Not against the law.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the council's recommendation in case number 7.
Okay, council's recommendation only has to do with the civil
Second.
penalty.
Oh, excuse me.
Is there anything else you want to add beside that?
Education.
Okay. That'd be on contracts, is that what you want to do? 4-hour course on contracts or attend our meeting?
The contracts or
Ethics?
Specialized.
How about ethics?
ethics? More ethics.
All right.
contract. How many hours ethics classes do we have, Ross?
Hours, generally, there are 6 hours and there's 8 hours.
Say 6 hours, Mr. Bloom?
I can say 6 hours.
If I heard it or not, but so the motion offered by Mr. Bloom is that council's recommendation be accepted with the additional requirement that the licensee agree to take a 6-hour ethics class and or attend a full commission of the Real Estate Commission within the next 180 days. Is there a second to that motion?
Seconded.
Seconded by Ms. Franks. Discussion on the motion.
If I could ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Mallory, do you think there could also have been a violation of either Section 403, the duty owed to all parties? The licensee wasn't loyal to the interest of the client by not.
I think that could definitely apply as well, either instead of or in addition to.
I'm okay with the consent order amount, but you may just want to include.
Sure. Okay.
What section is that?
Maybe 404 2, the licensee has to be loyal to the interest of the client. Not providing the information to his client and instead changing it out.
Yes. I think that was more specifically what the complainant was getting at as well, so that's appropriate.
So, Mr. McMullen, did you want to assign a civil penalty to that violation as well?
I'm okay with the amount that was already suggested and just including it for both of those, for the one that was.
On two violations, and so you're suggesting each at 500.
That's fine with me.
Mr. Bloom, you're the maker of that motion. One violation at 1,000. Mr. McMullen has found the second violation, but it wants to just split that 1,000 between two. What do
I'd
you?
like it to be 1,000 on each one.
All right, so Mr. Bloom would like to be 1,000 on each one.
Second.
And the second maker of the motion, the second to the maker of the motion agrees with that. Mr. McMullen, do you have any heartburn about that?
It's fine with me.
All right, it's fine with Mr. McMullen too. So I think we've got the motion hammered out here. $2,000 civil penalty, $1,000 each for two separate violations, a 6-hour ethics course, or attend a full meeting of the commission within 180 days. That's what's in front of the commission. Are you ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Let's go to number 9.
Two 2016004031. Complainant alleges respondent failed to disclose adverse facts of which respondent had knowledge. Complainant states respondent listed respondent's daughter's property and was aware of major water damage that was not disclosed. Complainant states respondent discussed and scheduled repairs with the restoration company. Complainant states water damage was reported to the HOA on 1/22/14. The tear out began 2/24/14 and respondent listed the property for sale on 10/24/14. Complainant states complainant found out about the damages in September of 2015 and asked respondent to reimburse complainant's expenses in August of 2015 but did not receive a reply. Complainant Complainant states there was a $5,576.68 repair of the interior walls, cabinets, flooring, and plumbing caused by a frozen line that burst around February of 2014. Complainant states that the damage left a risk of black mold since the leak was recorded as happening on January 8th and the first estimate was written February 21st, and the acceptance letter from the contractor was signed April 23rd, 2014. Complainant states this is over FEMA's recommendation of drying or replacing carpet within 48 hours. Complainant states that the seller answered no on the property disclosure form. Are you aware of any defects, malfunctions in any of the following? For interior walls, ceilings, floors, and plumbing. The part of the form stating, please describe any repairs made by you and or previous owners of which you are aware was left blank. The seller also answered no to, are you aware of any past or present interior water intrusions from outside the home, staining water within the foundation and or basement. Respondent states respondent knew there had been a frozen pipe and that some amount of damage had occurred, but that respondent did not inspect the damage or authorize the scheduled repairs. Respondent states that the restoration company states their response was very timely to mitigate any potential future problems from mold or any other microbial growth. Respondent states respondent received a letter from complainant last fall threatening to file a complaint with TREC if respondent did not pay complainant $1,650 within 14 days, and respondent chose not to respond to a baseless claim bordering on extortion. Respondent states respondent's daughter and son-in-law completed the property disclosure according to the directions. Respondent states they had gone through a long process of repairs and insurance claims and were ready to sell the property. Respondent states the property was in better condition than when they owned it, and to them there were no adverse facts to disclose. Respondent states respondent believes that a previous water leak from a frozen pipe does not constitute an adverse fact or material defect. Respondent states that a known active leak or unrepaired damage should be disclosed, but this was not the case since the repairs had been professionally completed months prior to the sale of the property. Respondent states respondent had been a real estate agent for 43 years and this is the first complaint received. Respondent does not take the matter lightly. Respondent's daughter submitted a letter stating the restoration company said only a small corner of the kitchen was wet and there was no need to pull up the carpet and replace. She states that they dried these areas immediately and there was never any standing water in the living room. She also states there was no need to include the repair information as it was professionally restored back into even better condition than the existing kitchen, and there were no adverse issues known to the daughter. The restoration company also submitted a letter stating that they began mitigating duties on January 9th, the day after they were notified of the damage, and at no time was mold or antimicrobial growth a threat. They stated there was also an antimicrobial agent applied. It does not appear that the sellers and or respondent knew of any existing damage at the time the house was sold or that there was necessarily standing water at any time. Line 135 of the TIR disclosure form says, please describe any repairs made by you or any previous owners of which you are aware, and is left blank by the sellers. Respondent admits that respondent knew about the repairs, even though respondent states respondent never saw the damage. Counsel defers to Commission's expertise as to whether this is of the nature of repairs expected to be disclosed on the property disclosure form as part of the standard industry practice.
It says respondent states respondent's daughter and son-in-law completed the property disclosure according to the directions. So they wrote it out and had the seller sign it?
They were the sellers.
Response were the seller. So
no, respondent is the seller's father who was listing the property for them.
Ms. Kirby, was the work done previously by the homeowners association? It said a check was made out to them.
It appears that some, if not all, of the repairs were paid for by the homeowners association. I don't know if it was all of it, but I know that's where the claim was filed initially.
Did you get a copy of the restrictive covenants to see if most homeowners associations don't pay for those inside problems?
No, I did not. I didn't think that was relevant in this situation because the issue to me here was whether it should have been disclosed on the form and if the respondent knew about it and should have disclosed it.
Mallory, is the relevant code section 665206?
206. Oh, in the I believe that's correct. Or I think maybe I was looking at just, what was it? I mean, it could potentially be 4032, although I don't know that this is an adverse fact.
65206 says that a real estate licensee adverse facts of which they have actual knowledge or notice. Adverse facts mean conditions or occurrences generally recognized by competent licensees that significant integrity of improvements to real property or present a significant health risk to occupants of the property.
Right.
So, question, I guess, if that's the right statute, is does the frozen pipe and the previous leak present a
Not disclosing it. That's where the
I
problem
think it's
came.
always best to disclose something that you know. I've even seen it where in our MLS there's a place that says media, and I have even seen inspection reports go in there because there's been things that were wrong on the inspection report. The agent knew it, the owner knew it, and at that point they usually put sold as is on it. But I would tell any agent of mine, if you know it, that you should disclose it.
Yeah, I think it's more maybe like a reasonable skill and care
Mhm.
issue rather than disclosing an adverse fact, because I don't think it meets that definition that Austin just read about structural integrity and that kind of thing. So I think if it's a violation, it's like a reasonable skill and care type thing where if like you're saying, this person should, if they know it and the seller clearly hasn't put it on the form, they should disclose it. But
Because those things they listed were not structural problems.
And they may have been latent defects, if there were defects at all, which a licensee is not required to disclose. Can't disclose, not an expert at it. What do you think, Commission?
I mean, their argument is that the repairs were made and brought the property up to, but that doesn't really answer the question on the form.
It's kind of on the edge one way or the other.
It's on the TAR form, though. Did you make the repairs and when, though?
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be something that you should have to hide. And it was, to me, such a little thing that, I mean, I wouldn't make a big deal about the mold and the length of time probably because it was a small thing. But the agent is not responsible for what is written on that sheet because they don't fill it out themselves. But I would want I would want someone from my company to disclose it to the other realtor.
And I would too, but said it was repaired by professional people, so.
And they should have the bills for that showing
Should
exactly
have
what
it.
they did.
So,
Which they provided to us.
I would say just dismiss it.
Is that your motion? Have a motion by Commissioner Taylor that this complaint be dismissed. Second by?
Second.
By Ms. Franks. Thank you, Ms. Franks. So the motion is properly on the floor. Let's discuss the motion to dismiss. All right, I sense there is no discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 10.
2016-004731. Complainant, a local government representative, alleges a continued and flagrant course of representation by a respondent and failing to provide a contract relevant to a real estate transaction, specifically the communication services agreement between the HOA and the communication services provider of the newly developed subdivisions. Complainant alleges respondent did not disclose facts in the communication service agreement that obligate the buyers to a significant monthly fee for at least 25 years to the communication company, in addition to the HOA, even if the buyers do not use the services. Complainant also alleges that respondent pursued a continued and flagrant course of misrepresentation by claiming that if the new home builder provides a warranty, a disclosure of the communication services contract is not required. Respondent submitted a response binding through an attorney. Respondent states respondent provided a written disclosure of the nature and existence of the agreements referred to by complainant. Respondent states that even though neither the builder nor the respondent are parties to the communication services agreement, respondent does disclose these agreements to prospective homebuyers to the extent that respondent is aware of them. Respondent states that respondent provides a document titled Acknowledgement Regarding Communication Services, which provides a description of basic services, premium services, and billing processes with respect to such services. Respondent states that each purchase and sale agreement includes an express reference to the acknowledgement and confirmation that such has been delivered to the homeowner. Respondent provided the acknowledgement form, which indicates that the homeowners are required to pay for these services and where to go to find the prices. The form purchase and sale agreement provided does include the communication services information form on the checklist of documents buyers must acknowledge they received prior to the execution of the contract. Recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bloom, seconded by Commissioner Horn, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. Ms. Franks.
I need to recuse myself. My husband was the original developer of this property. He sold it to a builder, a national builder.
How do you know?
I know.
You know?
I know.
Okay.
I'm going to abstain too.
All right, it's down to 5 votes. If you're in favor of the motion to accept council's recommendation and dismiss, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion carries on a 5 aye, 2 recusal vote.
Numbers 11 through 26 are all the same as the one we just heard. They're all different licensees affiliated with different firms, but the complaints are identical and the responses are pretty much identical.
Bloom.
I would move to dismiss.
Mr. Horn, did you second this one as well?
I sure did.
Thank you, sir. The motion, numbers 11 through 26, is to dismiss per council's recommendation made by Commissioner Bloom, seconded by Commissioner Horn. Is there discussion on the motion?
Abstain.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes on 5 ayes, 2 abstentions, and no noes. 27.
2016005491. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for operating an unlicensed vacation lodging service. Respondent is advertising a short-term cabin rental company via website. The website advertises cabins for rent as well as management services to cabin owners. The website states the company also has 2 Facebook accounts for advertising cabins for rent. Respondent is currently principal broker of a real estate firm which has a DBA almost identical to the name of the cabin rental company. However, this real estate firm license has been expired since February of 2014. It appears this company was licensed as a VLS in 2008, but the license expired in 2010. The VLS was licensed as a new VLS firm on April 1st, 2016. The designated agent is not respondent. Recommendation is $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-104. Vacation lodging services must have a firm licensing designated agent, and $250 for violation of TCA Section 6213-313A2, failure to respond.
What's the max on those?
1,000 each.
Thank you.
That's my motion, 1,000
Second.
on each of them.
Should they take a class?
I don't know if we have a class on vacation lodging.
They ought to show up.
And they need to come to a meeting.
Come to a meeting, 2-day meeting within 180 days.
Okay, the motion as modified by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Commissioner, I can't remember,
Me.
Bloom?
Hills.
Hills, I'm sorry, is that on each of these violations, the licensee be assessed a $1,000 civil penalty for a total of $2,000 and appear to full commission of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission within the next 180 days. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 28.
2016005471. TREC opened a complaint against the unlicensed company referenced in complaint above. Since respondent is listed as owner-operator of the company on the website's legal counsel's opinion that there's no need to discipline the company and the owner separately, recommendation is to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Mr. McMullen, second by Ms. Franks, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation.
Well, now, does that look funny that we've,
Mallory, can you explain that to me, the owner-operator?
Sure. So if we were to discipline the company itself, ultimately the owner would be the one responsible for that discipline. The owner is also the respondent that you've just voted to issue a discipline against, so it doesn't seem like we need to do that twice. If the respondent previously was not the owner, then that might be different, but
All right, we've got a motion on the floor to dismiss. All in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 29. We had a motion before you. We already.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We're all on the same page.
Yep.
Yeah.
We up to speed now.
Yeah, we're up to speed. Slowing down, but up to speed. 29.
201600571. TREC opened a complaint against respondent for failure to supervise the respondent in complaint number 20150222329, which was presented in the May 2016 meeting. TREC staff did not open these complaints simultaneously, which is why they were not presented together, as legal was not aware that it was open at the time. The other complaint was prepared for presentation. The underlying complaint was dismissed. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Mr. McMullen, second by Ms. Franks, that this complaint be dismissed. All those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. Number 30.
201600681. Complainant alleges respondent failed to be loyal to complainant's interest by willfully failing to disclose the existence of a cemetery on the property. The property complainant purchased sight unseen. Complainant also alleges dishonest dealing based on the same. Complainant lived out of state and was looking for property in Tennessee. Complainant states complainant had been working with respondent for a while, and respondent was very familiar with what complainant was looking for. Complainant states respondent told complainant about a foreclosure that met complainant's criteria and encouraged complainant to purchase the property, even though complainant could not come back to Tennessee to view the property. Complainant states complainant relied on respondent's professional judgment and purchased the property as is and sight unseen. Complainant states the respondent found out after closing there was a family cemetery on the property that was located in such a fashion that it was a major distraction and encroachment of the complainant's enjoyment of the property. Complainant states none of the photographs forwarded by respondent showed the cemetery, nor did respondent describe the existence of the cemetery in its extremely close proximity to the house. Complainant states it was not until after the closing that complainant was provided with a hand-drawn map of the property showing the existence of the cemetery by the title company. Complainant denies receiving any layout showing the cemetery from respondent or being told about the cemetery prior to closing. Respondent states complainant was busy up north and did not want to come down to view the property, but wanted respondent and husband to look at it for complainant. Respondent states respondent told complainant it would be best if complainant to come and view the property since it was getting lots of showings, but complainant again asked respondent to look at it for complainant. Respondent states respondent told complainant that the cemetery could be seen from the upstairs of the house. Respondent states complainant said it can't be all that bad. Respondent states respondent told complainant respondent would feel better if complainant came to view the property, but complainant declined. Respondent states that on February 25th, 2015, complainant signed the paperwork, which included a picture of the layout of the items on the property, including the cemetery. The contract is dated March 3rd. Once complainant saw the property, respondent states complainant said if complainant had known how close the cemetery was to the house, complainant would not have bought the property. Respondent states respondent asked complainant if complainant remembered the map respondent had sent to complainant, and complainant said yes, but complainant did not expect it to be so close to the house. Respondent states respondent told complainant that if complainant didn't want the house, respondent would assist complainant in selling it since there were 23 other buyers looking at the house. Respondent states complainant declined and still wanted the house but would just move the cemetery. Respondent states complainant made another trip down to the property and respondent assisted in getting utilities set up. Respondent states complainant then asked respondent to ask the previous owners to move the cemetery, and respondent said complainant would have to ask them because respondent did not think they could legally do it. Respondent states respondent never heard from complainant again. Respondent states complainant signed multiple as-is documents as well as a disclosure agreeing not to rely on real estate agents' observations. Respondent states respondent told complainant it was a bad idea to purchase the property without seeing it. Respondent provided a disclaimer notice, disclosure, and hold harmless agreement addendum to the contract of sale, which are signed by the complainant. The rest of the allegations and responses are he said, she said, and cannot be substantiated. The recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Mr. McMullen. This complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. Discussion. All in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 31 is related to the supervising broker.
Correct. 20160066861.
Second.
A motion by Mr. McMullen, seconded by Ms. Hills, that this complaint against the principal broker of the previous case be dismissed. We found nothing wrong with that affiliate broker, so there's no need to penalize the principal broker. That's the motion on the floor. If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 32.
20160066921. Complainant alleges respondent is in violation of the 50-mile rule because respondent's firm is 86 to 90 miles from respondent's home. Complainant states respondent has stated respondent only has to meet once a month with each firm with which respondent is affiliated with, one in Tennessee and one in another state. Respondent states respondent and principal broker did not realize distance is a concern regarding respondent supervision considering respondent's experience and education. Respondent states respondent's firm provides the latest technology tools to further respondent's real estate career, pursue real estate education, and become certified to teach in Tennessee. Respondent provided a list of respondent's experience and education as well as the ways respondent is being supervised. Respondent states respondent and principal broker would be available to commission to clarify any supervisory concerns. The as the crow flies calculation from respondent's firm to respondent's residence is 72 miles. It is the opinion of legal counsel that the 50-mile rule is written such that the principal broker is responsible for compliance. It states no principal broker shall engage a licensee who lives more than 50 miles by straight line calculation from the firm office unless the principal broker demonstrates in writing to TREC's satisfaction that the distance involved is not unreasonable and that the adequate supervision can be provided. Thus, it is legal counsel's opinion that the principal broker, not the affiliated licensee, should be held responsible for noncompliance with this rule. The recommendation is to dismiss, and the commission will need to determine whether or not this respondent and principal broker need to come before the commission in order to be considered for a 50-mile rule waiver.
In the past, we have gone up to as much as 75, and I remember us saying we can never go over 75. That should be the limit. That's what's been done in the past.
I don't even know about 75,
I know.
but I know they're supposed to come get a waiver
Yeah.
before.
We've made exceptions. Let's just go with the motion first. Mr. Horn made a motion to accept council's recommendation and dismiss the complaint. Let's start with that. Is there a second to Mr. Horn's motion? Well,
I think it also would be suspended if they don't come within a certain period of time.
So,
Because if they, I mean, they're trying to ask forgiveness instead of permission. But I agree that the penalty, I guess, should be on the principal broker, but if they don't do it within a certain period of time.
so the next complaint has to do with failure to supervise on the principal broker's part.
So you want to do it
So this is,
next?
we're talking about the affiliate, right? And so if you think it's the principal broker's
It's both of them.
But if you just dismiss it, then this person, they don't have any incentive to get in here and get the thing fixed.
He can't be an agent at a company. He's an illegal agent right now. That's what he is.
I never got a second to Mr. Horn's motion to dismiss, so I'll look for a second. Another motion, if there is one, or a suggestion to postpone this pending their arrival and presentation in front of commission.
Well, I think we ought to broker.
Get to him. He's coming
Yeah,
up.
Yeah, but I think something, this man is an illegal.
That distance, even if the people come in, is not going to change.
We've granted waivers, Knoxville to Nashville, Chattanooga to Nashville. We've had people in Covington that are living on the plateau. So we've gone past, we don't have a hard and set rule. I think we had a hard and set rule that said the executive director could approve administratively up to 75 miles. That's my recollection.
We had a discussion about that fairly recently, that's not really authorized in the rules to be able to give that discretion.
It was just,
Can we suspend his license until he within 50 miles or or comes here and
I think if we can get a majority vote on anything, we can do it.
Well, you don't have the authority to just suspend the license. I mean, you can, if they agree to that in a consent, if you want to authorize that for consent order and they want to agree to it, then we can do it. But I don't think we have the authority to just suspend somebody's license without
when this law came down, one of my best agents, I had to let go of them because of this law.
well,
Make a motion to that effect. Okay.
well, I can't suspend it. I made that motion, so
Okay.
I can't do that. I guess I'll.
Maximum.
It says no broker shall engage in licensing. I make a motion
Isn't there
to
a rule
dismiss it.
Okay. Does it mean there's a and there's a rule that you
Well, this
Effectively,
says on
this
page
person doesn't have a
79,
principal broker.
no principal broker shall engage a licensee. So it's no principal broker.
Can we make a motion that, that the principal broker and the affiliate broker attend next month's meeting or the following month, whatever is most convenient for them, to apply for a waiver to this rule? Because we have people who've been approved for more than 50 miles, so I'd hate to fine them for being 72 miles.
Would you like to postpone consideration of this
Yeah.
complaint?
Yeah, but tell them they've got to come before us.
So, okay, so would you want the complaints represented next month if they appear?
My guess is if the commission agrees to that we'll have already heard their presentation and made a decision before we get to the complaint.
Okay. Well, you'll still have to vote on the complaints.
Correct.
Yeah.
But we'll know what's in front of us at that point.
So requests for them to appear next month.
As an informal appearance?
Well, as a request for a waiver of the 50-mile rule.
Postpone 32 and 33 till next month.
Yeah. Is that okay?
I'll second the
Yeah.
motion.
I don't know that if we'll do it by common consent, we're going to ask them to appear next month. We're going to put the complaints on the agenda following their appearance. If they don't appear, then we'll have a better sense of what we need to do. Okay, 34. Is that right?
33, which was 2016-01-0811, but you just ruled on that as well.
Same conditions.
Right, just wanted to get that number on there. 34, 2016-006941. And 2016-006942. Complainant alleges respondents withheld information and gave misinformation about the property complainant's purchase. Complainant states complainant did not receive fair and honest representation and that the seller's agent knew each other, which should have been disclosed. Complainant states respondent 2 had lost respondent 2's license but did all of the talking concerning houses complainant was looking at. Complainant states respondent's one's name is on all of the paperwork. Complainant states complainant was told by respondents that the roof had a warranty and that the windows had a lifetime warranty and the papers for both would be provided at closing. Complainant states respondent said there was a shared driveway and that the paperwork would be provided at closing and that the roof was replaced 7 years ago. Respondent states none of the documentation has been provided. Complainant states respondent did not disclose that there was fire on the property in 2001 until the sealer was noticed on the floor joists and did not disclose the 3 easements on the property: stormwater runoff, power, and sewer lines. Complainant states seller and both realtors were friends prior to the sale and did not inform complainants of this. Complainant states respondent sold seller his new house at the same time and did not inform complainants of the conflict of interest. Complainant states that they were told at closing that the warranty and legal documentation was packed away in storage and respondents would bring it to complainant as soon as seller unpacked it. Complainant states complainant was given a property disclosure that was different than what they'd been told. Complainant states disclosure made no mention of a roof warranty or a lifetime warranty for the windows. Complainant states that the disclosure on the property had no easements or shared properties and did not mention asbestos shingles on the house. Complainant states the roof leaked badly 4 days after moving into the property. Complainant states respondent contacted the seller about the roof warranty paperwork, but seller still had not found it. Complainant states respondent 2 came over to look at the roof damage and gave complainant the principal broker's card. Complainant states complainant contacted the principal broker who stated that the bank had tried to find the canceled check to find the name of the company holding the warranty but was unable to, and the complainant should not call anymore. Complainant states that the principal broker told complainant it was no longer the principal broker's problem and that the complainant should contact the principal broker's attorney if he wanted to continue to discuss this matter. Complainant states complainant did not get the house they were sold and respondents were no help after the sale in mitigating the problem with the warranty documentation. Complainant states complainant had to take out a second loan to replace the roof because they never got any paperwork. Respondent 1 states there were never 2 realtors involved, as respondent 2 is respondent 1's assistant and was with respondent 1 the day they met complainant because they were going to an event after respondent 1 showed complainant some property. Respondent 1 states respondent 1 introduced respondent 2 as respondent 1's assistant. Respondent 1 states respondent 1 showed complainant several homes that they didn't like, so respondent 1 told complainant about a home respondent 1 was about to list and they wanted to drive by it. Respondent 1 states they got out of the car and walked around the property, and respondent 1 told them about the shared driveway and that they wouldn't be able to park in that section of the driveway. Respondent 1 states respondent 1 told complainant at that time that respondent 1 didn't know if it was recorded on the deed or not. Respondent 1 states that the work order said the roof was replaced on 7/26/06 and the seller put that it was replaced 7 or 8 years ago on the disclosure form dated 7/6/15. Respondent 1 states that the seller told complainant that the warranty was packed away at closing and the seller would provide it as soon as possible. Complainant proceeded with closing. Respondent 1 states the seller eventually found the receipt and provided it to complainant. Respondent 1 states complainant was never told there was any type of warranty on the windows. Respondent 1 states that the closing attorney said nothing was documented on the deed recording the shared driveway, and Respondent 1 asked the attorney to explain to complainant how to have it recorded if complainant wanted to. The attorney did so, complainant said okay, and the closing moved on. Respondent 1 states the day Respondent 1 showed the property to complainant, Respondent 1 did not have the property listed yet, but had a one-time showing agreement signed by the homeowner. Respondent states respondent gave the complainant the MLS sheet from when the homeowner bought the home that went into detail about the fire and all the work that had been done since the fire. Respondent 1 states that the seller stated the storm water, power, and sewer line easements did not affect his ownership of the property as indicated on line 151 of the property disclosure form. Respondent 1 states Respondent 1 can't remember if Respondent 1 had even personally met the seller yet, but it was disclosed that Respondent 1 was working with the seller. Respondent states Respondent 1 told complainant that if complainant purchased the property, Respondent 1 would act as a facilitator and could not advise them or the seller on negotiations. Respondent 1 states complainant had an inspection done on the house and the inspector did not recommend any repairs according to complainant. Respondent 1 states Respondent 1 got a call from complainant's wife during a storm saying the roof was leaking, and instead of going to the attic to find the leak, she pulled the ceiling down. Respondent 1 states Respondent 1 told complainant's wife that Respondent 1 was out showing property but would call a contractor to fix the leak. Respondent 1 states Respondent 1 sent Respondent 2 to the property to meet the contractor, but was met by complainant who demanded a new roof, not a repair, and that he was going to sue. Respondent 1 canceled the contractor and instructed Respondent 2 to give the complainant the card for the principal broker and leave. Respondent 2 states Respondent 2 no longer holds a real estate license and is an assistant to Respondent 1. Respondent 2 states complainant was notified of this up front. Respondent 2 states Respondent 2 follows the rules as an assistant as stated in the TREC handbook. Respondent 2 states Respondent 2 understands Respondent 2's role as an unlicensed assistant and what unlicensed assistant can and cannot do. Respondent 2 states the firm's principal broker has made it clear to adhere to the rules of unlicensed assistants in his office. Respondents included the transaction file, which included an agreement to show property form signed by the seller, a disclaimer notice signed by both complainant and seller, and a confirmation of agency form showing Respondent 1 as facilitator for both sides signed by the complainant and seller. The disclosure form signed by both parties says the roof is asphalt shingle and is 7 to 8 years old. The disclosure form also states it was a major fire prior to seller's purchase in 2000 or 2001. Respondents also provided a copy of the roof warranty receipt dated 7/13/06. The respondent's state was given to complainant at some point after closing. Recommendation is to dismiss as to both respondents.
Move to dismiss both respondents.
Motion by Commissioner Franks, seconded by Commissioner Taylor, that both complaints or complaints against both respondents be dismissed per council's recommendation. Is there discussion? All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. Number 36.
2016-011-301. Respondent states Respondent 1 and 2 in complaints 2016-006941 and 2 above both know the rules for an unlicensed assistant, and Respondent had gone over it with them.
Motion to
Motion by
Sorry, this
Commissioner
was the
Hills
principal broker. I didn't state that.
to dismiss. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Taylor. Discussion on the motion. Once again, this is a principal broker, a complaint filed against a principal broker where no fault was found with his or her affiliate. All right, let's vote on the motion. If you're in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. 37 and 38.
2016-003611 and 2016-003612. Complainant alleges willful misrepresentation, flagrant course of misrepresentation, and making false promises, failing within a reasonable time to remit money which belongs to others, failure to furnish a copy of any listing, sale, lease, or other contract at the time of execution, and improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. Complainant alleges that respondents, property managers, would not provide records of their rental payment history after several requests and several communications with respondent agreeing to do so but never following through. Complainant states that on September 23rd, the owner of the property came over to introduce herself, and complainant asked her if she would consider not charging them late fees since she had previously agreed to accept the rent on the 20th of each month. Complainant states that the owner said she was unaware complainant was paying late fees because she never told respondent wanted to charge a late fee each month because of the arrangements to pay on the 20th that was made on day 1 of the lease 3 years ago. Complainant states that complainant asked Respondent 1 repeatedly to contact the owner and ask about not paying late fees, but the owner said Respondent 1 never contacted her, nor did she alert the owner that the complainant was paying late fees every month. Complainant states the owner was told by Respondent 1 that Respondent 1 did not charge late fees because they would never get them. Complainant states that the owner said her records from Respondent 1 reflect at least 2 months where no rent payment was made at all, which is not accurate because complainant never missed a payment, even though they sometimes had to pay some on the 20th and some the following week. Complainant states that the records reflected the complainants at some point owed as much as $3,500 in arrears, and then at times were making large lump sum payments to catch up to current, which is not accurate. Complainant states that the owner stated that once the owner notified Respondent 1 that she would take over management of her property, complainant's account was suddenly brought to current. Complainant states that based on this, complainant's records have been falsified, and complainants are in the process of purchasing a home and believe respondents have caused defamation to their character by falsifying their rental payment records. Complainant states respondent 1 told the mortgage company's underwriter that complainant made timely payments, but the records sent to the homeowner show something different. Complainant states respondents were contacted multiple times regarding repairs and nothing was done about it. Respondent 1 submitted a response by and through an attorney stating that the lease agreement between Respondent 1's firm and complainant provides for late fees in the amount of 10% of the monthly rent for any monthly installment of rent not paid on or before the 5th of each month. Respondent 1 states that no records exist stating complainant should not be charged a late fee. Respondent 1 states complainant never missed a payment, but then admits complainant would pay a portion on the 20th and the remainder a week later. Respondent 1 states complainant confirmed that the owner of the property was in possession of the rent payment records from Respondent 1, therefore Respondent 1 had access to the records. Respondent 1 states that the property management agreement provides for late fees to go to Respondent 1 and complainant is not privy to the terms of the property management agreement. Respondent states that all records pertaining to the management of this property were provided to the owner's attorney at his request. Respondent states Respondent was advised by Respondent's attorney to have no further contact with any of owner's tenants since the owner notified Respondent on July 28, 2015 that the property management agreement would end October 1st, 2015 and requested all records be forwarded to her attorney. A notice was left for delivery of the complaint to Respondent 2 on February 22, 2016, was never accepted and returned to sender on March 26, 2016. Respondent did not submit a response. Legal counsel requested documents from both complainant and Respondent 1. The first problem is that the property management agreement is with an entirely different company altogether than Respondent's firm. It appears that Respondent 1 used to be affiliated with the firm that is party to the agreement, which begins on May 5, 2011 and runs 12 months, followed by a month-to-month. Thus, Respondent's firm was representing the owner in the lease of the home with no agency agreement. The second problem is that rent is being paid into and out of the operating account. This is evidenced by check copies that are labeled operating account, but also by checks written to pay employees, to TREC for change of address, the electric bill, just to name a few examples. There appears to be several discrepancies between the owner's account statement, Respondent 1's operating account statements, and complainant's bank account statements about when rent was paid, if at all, and the amount paid. The underlying problem appears to be that Respondent 1 does not have records of the account showing the depositor of the funds, the date of the deposit, the date of withdrawal, and the payee of the funds for the account as required in TCA Section 6213-321. Respondent 1 hand wrote on the bank statements provided to legal counsel which deposits were from complainants. There were check copies of the distribution to the owner, but it was for a lump sum of all the rents collected for the owner's various properties. The management statement provided to the owner show how much rent was collected for complainant's property each month, but does not have any dates for deposit and withdrawal. Recommendation for Respondent 1, $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-321, which is the escrow records, $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-401, an agency or subagency. A relationship shall not be assumed, implied, or created without a written bilateral agreement that establishes the terms and conditions, etc. $500 for violation of TCA Section 6213-403, reasonable skill and care. $500 for violation of Rules 1260-02-.0912. All trust money received and held which relates to the release of the property, to lease of a property must be held in one or more separate escrow or trustee accounts. And Rule 1260-02-.0913, commingling of funds contained within firm accounts is expressly prohibited for a total of $2,000 plus 4 hours of continuing education and property management above the amount required for license renewal.
Mr. Bloom.
Yes, that's $1,000 on each one of those. This is the kind of person that we need to correct his activities in our industry.
So we're talking about a total of $4,000.
Right.
$1,000 for each violation referenced by counsel, plus 4 hours of continued education and property management above the amount required for license renewal.
Is there a 4-hour class in property management, Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you've heard the motion.
This goes on. It says for Respondent 2, $100. I want that to be $1,000. This person never submitted a response to Mallory, although she requested.
This person is licensed. We don't. The green card was never signed. The certified mail card, it was sent back to us as not accepted or not delivered. So we really don't know if the person ever saw the complaint or not. We did try to email it to them as well and didn't get a response.
I'm holding to my 1,000.
Okay, so Mr. Bloom made the motion, which includes a $1,000 civil penalty to Respondent 2 as well, which I might note is 10 times what counsel recommended, and that motion was properly seconded by Ms. Taylor.
recommendation for the low number was just that we didn't really have any evidence of this person violating anything, so it.
We need to have an address. I think it's the licensee's responsibility to give us a current address, where we can reach them. If they've not done that and we send it to what they gave us, then that's their fault.
Broker should be aware of what his agents are doing, or her agents are doing.
Further discussion? All right, you've heard the motion. Offered by Mr. Bloom, seconded by Ms. Taylor. $4,000 for Respondent 1 and $1,000 for Respondent 2, plus some education requirements for Respondent 1. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. Motion passes unanimously. 39.
2016008681. Complainant alleges respondent lied to complainants countless times through associates regarding purchase, upgrades, and clauses that have been added to prevent complainant from receiving the vacation the complainant deserves. Complainant states complainant has been in dispute with respondent since October of 2015. Respondent will not cancel complainant's contract and refund money.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Ms. Hills. This particular complaint has to do with the timeshare unit. And it's the experience of this commission that despite numerous complaints we get, the paperwork is perfect in each case. Is that your experience in this one as well?
9 times out of 10, yes.
And this one, though, specifically?
Yeah, this one, yes.
So, probably in an effort to save time for everybody, Ms. Franks graciously made a motion to dismiss this in advance of hearing the entire narrative. Seconded by Ms. Hills. We're going to vote. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 40.
2016008751, and the same sort of situation.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Franks, seconded by Ms. Hills. That this timeshare complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. All those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 41.
2016008771. Same.
Move to dismiss.
Another timeshare complaint. Once again, apparently the paperwork's in order on the timeshare, on the respondents, right?
Yes, they always are
Always.
signed and T's crossed, I's dotted. That sort
So
of
Ms.
thing.
Franks made a motion to dismiss, and Ms. Taylor has seconded that motion per council's recommendation. Is there discussion? All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 42. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 42.
Yes. 2016010061. Complainant alleges respondent is not fulfilling respondent's duties to complainant as complainant's agent. Complainant states that on or about 12/30/15, complainant signed an exclusive buyer's representation agreement with respondent. Complainant states the agreement was made because respondent told complainant that if complainant bought a home using the respondent's firm, which is also complainant's landlord, that respondent would let complainant out of current lease. The buyer's representation agreement states it terminates on 6/30/2015. This was a date mistake on respondent's part. The complainant believes should void the contract. On or about 1/21/2016, complainant made an offer on a home and later discovered that respondent had a financial arrangement with the home warranty company to receive a $60 commission for every warranty respondent sells. Complainant states complainant was never made aware of any or all side deals or commissions respondent made, and by law, respondent must disclose this information. On or about 1/25/16, complainant exchanged several text messages with respondent regarding the lack of enthusiasm of respondent's affiliate to show homes when complainant finds them. Complainant was told by respondent that respondent does not work at complainant's beck and call, does not work weekends, and does not work past 5. Complainant states these terms are not in the agreement. Respondent believes the contract should be voided. Complainant states respondent would release complainant from the agreement for $1,000, but complainant will not agree to this. Respondent states complainant has been very difficult, demanding, and unrealistic regarding what to expect from a realtor. Complainant signed the buyer's agency agreement that began on 12/3/2015 and terminates on 6/30/2015. The correct date should have been 6/30/2016, but you cannot enter a contract that has since passed, and complainant was acutely aware of the termination date of the agreement. Respondent is also the management company for the townhome that complainant resides in. After moving into the townhome, complainant contacted respondent about purchasing a home and ending the lease upon doing so. As a courtesy, respondent told complainant that the leasing contract could be terminated early if complainant purchased a home through respondent's real estate company, which is notated on the buyer's agency agreement. Complainant has made 4 offers on 4 different homes, but none were accepted due to multiple offer situations. Complainant has attempted to get out of the buyer's agency agreement by stating that respondent receives commissions from all warranty companies and that no disclosure information was signed by complainant. Respondent does not receive any sort of commission, referral fee, or administrative fee from any warranty company or any company at all. Due to complainant's animosity and belligerence toward respondent offered to terminate complainant's buyer's agency agreement upon a payment of $1,000. Complainant states complainant would get back with respondent. Respondent heard nothing from complainant until February 21st when complainant attempted to set up a termination of complainant's lease. On March 13th, respondent received an email from complainant attempting again to negotiate out of the buyer's representation agreement. Respondent told complainant respondent would personally assist complainant in purchasing a home within reason and with proper planning, but would not terminate the buyer's agency agreement. Respondent alleges complainant became angry, combative, and rude after complainant did not get what complainant wanted. Respondent states that the dispute seems to have come about when complainant wanted to change the times to view homes with the affiliate broker after showings had already been set up per complainant's instruction. Complainant wanted to change the showings, which were a couple of hours drive away, to after normal business hours, and neither the affiliate broker nor any of the other agent in the office was able to accommodate complainant with such little notice. Complainant became angry, combative, and rude, and respondent attempted to appease complainant by giving complainant the opportunity to terminate the contract with a minimal fee considering the number of contracts, written showings, and hours after business hours communication. Respondent states that all this is an attempt at extortion to get what complainant wants. Respondent submitted an email from a representative of the home warranty company referenced by respondent, which states the firm does not and has never had a marketing services agreement with their company and has never received funds from the company. Recommendation is to dismiss.
Move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Ms. Hills, that this complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. My only comment is this real estate agent is a fool not to get out of that contract.
Yeah.
I mean,
If somebody doesn't want you, let them go.
Anyhow, the motion is to dismiss. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. 43.
201601071. Complainant alleges respondent has been dishonest, unethical, responsive, unprofessional, and never offered any remedies for respondent's client's breaches of contract. The effective binding date of the contract on the property was December 8, 2015, and was to close January 15, 2016. Complainant went to view the house on September 13th and found the property was starting to be logged. The homeowner told complainant they had informed the respondent prior to listing the property they were planning on logging the property. Respondent never disclosed the information to the complainant verbally or on disclosure forms. Complainant contacted respondent on December 14th, and respondent assured complainant that the loggers were only taking a few trees and they were already done. On December 16th, the property was inspected with complainant present and there had been more logging that day. Complainant contacted respondent and respondent claimed the neighbor's lot was being logged, not the lot being purchased by complainant. Complainant addressed the logging in the inspection report and offered in the repair amendment a $15,000 reduction due to issues with the house and the logging. The offer was rejected and countered with $10,000. Complainant requested several times the number of trees and information about the logging company, but from information was never provided. Before responding to the counter, complainant went to the property on January 1st to see the extent of the damage after having extended the resolution period to January 4th to do so. Complainant found additional logging since December 16th. Estimated 30 to 50 trees were taken and the debris was left behind. Complainant offered $5,000 price reduction and the respondent's client cleaned up the property before closing. Respondent did not respond until one day after the resolution period, January 5th, agreeing to the amended repair proposal. Complainant proceeded in good faith and paid for an appraisal. On February 4th, after many delays, respondent told complainant that repairs were made and the property had been cleaned up minus some firewood as per the repair's amendment. Complainant was scheduled to close on February 11th. Complainant inspected the property on February 5th to find that approximately 50% of the treetops had been removed. Complainant's agent contacted the respondent and received no response. Complainant terminated the contract on February 6th and delivered notice on February 7th. On February 8th, respondent contacted complainant's agent, but respondent did not respond as to why the property had not been cleaned up. Respondent alleges respondent breached contract 3 times during the process by not disclosing the logging, which devalued the land after the effective binding date and misled complainant on the extent of the logging. By and through counsel, respondent states complainant breached the contract by choosing to terminate the contract after clearing the home inspection and appraisal and being given a contract extension. Respondent states complainant had numerous times to withdraw from the contract but chose to continue. After the complaint was filed, complainant and respondent came to an agreement and executed an earnest money release agreement, and the earnest money was released back to complainant. The contract was bound on December 8th, 2015 with a closing date of January 15th. Respondent states complainant discovered that the trees had been removed prior to closing. Complainant contacted respondent on December 13th, 5 days after the contract was bound, and respondent explained that the seller had discussed with respondent prior to listing the home that there may be a possibility of having trees removed. Respondent states that respondent explained to the seller that if the trees were going to be removed, it would need to occur prior to listing the property. Respondent states respondent was not aware that the trees were removed after listing the property. When the tree removal was discovered, seller stated to respondent that the tree removal had been arranged and was not canceled, and that the sellers forgot to tell respondent. Respondent states an agreement was made regarding the tree removal issue and the repairs on January 6th. The sellers agreed to give the complainant $5,000 towards the closing costs. Further, the sellers agreed to pay $4,500 per complainant's request to have the property cleared of debris. Respondent states the inspection contingency was negotiated, agreed upon by all, and cleared. Complainant requested a closing extension through February 11th, and the sellers agreed because the appraisal had not been completed as it should have been per the contract. A closing extension was signed on January 26th by all the parties. During the last week of January, weather did not permit tree cleanup work to be completed on the property. The appraisal report was cleared on January 25th, therefore completing all contingencies of the contract. Tree removal cleanup occurred the first week of February when complainant requested to back out of the contract. Complainant sent notice of termination on February 8th with the earnest money release to be returned. Sellers did not sign the earnest money release. Respondent states the sellers did everything to accommodate complainant's requests throughout the purchasing process. After the filing of the TREC complaint, complainants and buyers come to an agreement on the earnest money and executed the earnest money release. Complainant has received the earnest money. Respondent requests that the TREC complaint be dismissed. No documentation. Okay.
Motion by Commissioner Frank, second by Ms. Hills. This complaint be dismissed per council's recommendation. All in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. And number 44.
2016-010771.
Move to dismiss.
Motion by Ms. Franks, second by Ms. Hills, that the complaint against the principal broker and the previous complaint be dismissed. All in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kirby. That's spectacular work. I don't know how you do it. Just writing it, much less reading it back to us. All right. I sense that we're done for the day. Any other business to come before the commission?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. We could have an issue of a complaint that we sent out that we've received a response to. Can this be handled I'm asking this question of legal counsel, can we handle this issue possibly tomorrow? Or do you all?
Probably not. I mean, I haven't been able to review it.
Okay.
And I don't know. I mean, I can take a look at it and see if it's possible. It just depends on what's included in the response.
Well, I guess with the notice requirement, I was just asking if we could also, in addition to the formal hearing, if this matter could come before the commission tomorrow.
Like I said, I don't know what's included in the response to the complaint yet, so I don't know. I mean, sometimes these complaints take me 3 days to review one complaint, so I don't know without looking at the response.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a formal hearing tomorrow morning starting at 9 o'clock. Court reporter, judge, attorneys, please be on time, and we'll try to keep that moving as quickly as we can. Have a good evening. I'm not sure you're going to go very far, but be careful.
Enough said.